Cogito still suckles slash, feeling surprisingly good about himself. Then it went on comparing him with mice, swallows, sheep, elephants. By the end, the only thing Jack remembered was the final line. What's there for gods to envy? So arrogant. Wasn't there any commentary? What the hell was he even saying? Jack searched online, but since the book had just been released, there were no explanations yet. He reread it several times. Maybe he understood, maybe not. Is it saying human lifespans are long compared to animals, so we should protect them? He muttered. But then it mentioned war and ambitious slaughter, so the meaning had to be deeper. By the time he was 1/5 through, Jack felt like he couldn't swallow another page. That New York Times recommendation suddenly felt suspicious. Were they even reading the same book? Jack tossed the collection onto his bookshelf, where it would probably gather dust. What the hell? This is the best of international poetry? Guess today's poetry isn't much. Naturally, he tweeted about it. Uncle Jack frowny face hashtag review Mr. Cogito hashtag what's there for gods to envy? Is it the fresh breeze in the heavens? Is it the loose management? Is it endless desire? Or just one big yawn? Reading it moved me, refreshed me. I love this collection. It's the best thing I've read this year. Since he didn't know what else to say, he just copied the book's final passage. It felt powerful, especially that last bit about one big yawn, like mocking the gods. He liked it. Well, whether the poet really meant mockery or not, Jack didn't care. He thought so, and there were many Europeans like Jack. With the herd mentality in full swing, very few dared leave negative reviews. Poetry wasn't like novels. With novels, no matter how many people praised them, you could just say you didn't like the story. But poetry, tied to literary value, was harder to dismiss, especially when mainstream media praised it. The Times Literary Supplement wrote, the average span of a poet's writing career is 26 years. If Huainan continues writing for 20, who knows what heights he'll reach? Everyone knows that in just 6 years he's published 7 collections. Stray Birds, I'm a Willful Child, After Permanent Silence, The Great Riddle, Do Not Go Gentle Into That Good Night, Touring, and Mr. Cogito. His contributions have already surpassed 99% of 21st century poets. That was huge praise. The Times Literary Supplement was the UK's most authoritative literary review. 70% of works praised by it went on to win the Booker Prize. The Booker was second only to the Nobel in Literature, the highest award for English-language novels. But it was only for novels. Even so, on Wednesday, Liam, chairman of the UK's National Book Foundation, told reporters, Mr. Cogito is the heaviest and sharpest poetry collection I've seen in 10 years. Mr. Huainan's mastery of English is breathtaking. I believe this book has a very high chance of winning. The Foundation's awards had 4 categories: fiction, nonfiction, poetry, and young adult. They weren't as prestigious as the Booker, but for the chairman to declare this before the shortlist was even out was rare. Side note, the Booker was under the Foundation. The British knew how to sell books. They priced Huainan's complete set of 7 collections, including the new one, at £200. Sales were decent. Expensive? That was the discounted price. Single new books in the UK were already over £20. Books were notoriously pricey, especially among international students. If cultural exchange meant a new generation every 3 years, then literature shifted every 5. Mr. Cogito's fame in Europe and America wasn't just because of quality. The first 6 collections had already built Huainan's reputation, paving the way for this explosion. And the explosion wasn't limited to the Anglo-American world. France didn't want to fall behind. By coincidence, the Femina Prize announced its nominees. Chu Zhi's self-translation of Do Not Go Gentle Into That Good Night made the list. Normally, the Femina shortlist came out in October, with awards in November at Paris's Crippling Hotel. This year, they moved it up by more than a month to August. The Femina Prize wasn't as famous as the Goncourt, but it was founded as the Women's Goncourt. Later, men won too, so that nickname faded. Meanwhile, the Goncourt had no shame about scheduling. Its shortlist always came mid-August, with awards in Strasbourg in September. There were 4 Goncourt prizes: poetry, debut novel, novella, and biography. Chu Zhi's epic-length work Touring was nominated. Ono Akio couldn't contain his excitement. Ha ha, those stupid Europeans and Americans are bowing under Master Huainan's genes. He laughed like a comic book villain in his home. Akio, can you quiet down? His mother's voice came from upstairs. Sorry, mother, he quickly apologized. He took a deep breath. It was already 11 p.m., but he still had endless work to do. He had to make sure Huainan's fame spread throughout Japan, and drafting a promo plan was no small task. Technically, even though Ono Akio was Huainan's editor, advertising wasn't his job. But a female co-worker had said, Ono-san, I don't know Huainan-sensei at all. I don't know how to promote him. Can you help me? Other than his mother, no woman had ever acted cute toward him. Of course, he couldn't resist, so he agreed. Sleeping at 1 a.m. and waking at 5 a.m., even the king of hell would greet you at the gates. But Akio was used to it. He rode the subway to work, even though he owned a car. His co-workers didn't drive, so he dared not stand out. Thanks to Mr. Kajido's success, the editor-in-chief was in a good mood and didn't scold anyone. During lunch break, Akio handed the plan he'd stayed up writing to his co-worker. Ono-san, you're amazing. Are you free? Tonight? Let me buy you dinner. Of course. He agreed immediately, but life had other plans. At dinner time, he got a call from the hospital. His mother had fallen again. She had mobility issues but stubbornly refused to use a cane or wheelchair. Falls were routine, which meant Akio's already busy life was split between work and hospital visits. So the dinner was canceled, and he rushed off on the subway. The train wasn't crowded, but he still felt suffocated, like people were pressing in from all sides. He put on his headphones. Once, I Too Wanted to End It All played, the song opening a clear passage in his chest. Without Chu-san and Huainan-san, I don't know what I'd do, he thought. If Chu Zhi hadn't pulled through in the hospital back then, Akio would have killed himself. The stress of work and life was too much. With less than 5 hours of sleep a day, he was constantly exhausted. It was Chu Zhi's songs that gave him the will to keep going, and Huainan's success made his work smoother. At the hospital, he put on a worried face as he entered the ward. In truth, her weekly falls had long drained his concern. Since that missed dinner, his co-worker never brought it up again. Akio could only sigh. Life gave him nothing good, but work brought news. The Goncourt really awarded Huainan. Number 570. Leave it to the dice girl. The Prix Goncourt is awarded through votes from the Goncourt Academy, with works going through both a shortlist and a final selection. The finals take place at the Drouant restaurant on Rue Gaillon in Paris's 2nd arrondissement, where 10 judges cast votes across 14 rounds. For the record, the Academy isn't some school with professors and classrooms. It's more like a judging committee. The English word academy also carries the meaning of a scholarly society. Think about the Oscars, which are officially called the Academy Awards of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. Same idea. Even though the prize money is a measly €10, the Goncourt Prize is still a global Tier 1 literary award. Just look at its very first panel of judges, which included Gustave Flaubert, Miles Zola, and Alphonse Daudet. Don't come near me. Chu Zhi also saw the news of his win spreading online and couldn't stop himself from yelling. The Emperor Beast had been expecting to win something, sure, but not like this. The problem was he'd recently found out that the Goncourt Prize and the Nobel Prize in Literature basically stood in opposition. If you won the first, you could kiss the second goodbye. That was true on Earth, and it was true in this parallel world too. Never mind whether the issue was about literary style or political leanings. So should I just rip off this mask myself now? Chu Zhi muttered. A Tier 1 literary award in the world. Just pulling off his mask at this point would look badass enough. But it still didn't pack the same punch as the Nobel. And now that the chance looked slim, if he never managed to win another heavyweight prize, it'd all feel incomplete. His thoughts got interrupted by a ding from his alt email account, a notification sound. Only Ronin Publishing knew about that address. Sure enough, an email had come from Ono Akio. Congratulations, Mr. Huainan, on winning France's highest honor, the Prix Goncourt for poetry. Please come to Strasbourg on September 11th to receive the award. Will Mr. Huainan be appearing in person this time? Chu Zhi didn't reply right away. Instead, he decided to leave it up to Dice Girl. Odds, he'd go. Evens, he'd stay. He rolled the die. Keeping dice at home wasn't unusual. The die spun across the table and stopped on a 6. Looks like heaven's telling me not to go, Chu Zhi said as he replied to Ono Akio, asking him to pick up the award on his behalf again. Host. All 6 sides of your die are 6. The system was pointing out there'd never been any point in rolling. See, that's what you don't get, Chu Zhi answered. Life needs ritual. He turned to the newcomer at home. Right, little fatty? He was talking to his new orange kitten. After redeeming the rare item Paradise Bird, he'd gotten an extra pet, which the Emperor Beast named Little Fatty. No need to go over the Paradise Bird's abilities again. Readers with sharp memories would remember them. Chu Zhi poured out 2 bowls of cat food. Little Fatty wagged its tail and trotted over to chow down. He watched for a while, feeling like orange cats had no idea how much they should eat. No matter when or where, if food was served, they'd dig in. The Emperor Beast headed for the vocal practice room, but don't be surprised at how he got there. In his new den, all the doors were hidden. The kitchen looked like it had a built-in double-door fridge, but opening it actually led into the practice room. The real fridge was tucked neatly in the corner. For the record, his discharge from Huashan Hospital had been fully legal and approved by doctors. He didn't sneak out. The Nobel could wait. What mattered now was the 8th anniversary concert. The team had spent months preparing, and Little Fruits were all eagerly waiting. The Emperor Beast didn't want to let them down. How could I give up a chance to cash in at a concert? No way, Chu Zhi said as he started vocal warm-ups. Go without practice for a month or 2, and even with cheats, singing and dancing still got rusty. His songs didn't just bloom outside the walls. They sent fragrance drifting back inside. The sales and awards of Mr. Cogito across Europe and America drew waves of onlookers back home. Hashtag Huainan hashtag. Hashtag Asia's first poet hashtag. Once again, he was at the center of online attention. About a year or 2 ago, thanks to a major blogger called Relentlessly Ruining People's Days, his identity had gone viral once before. Sales of several of his poetry collections in Chinese had crossed 500,000, and the frenzy of guessing Huainan's identity had peaked. But hype always fades, and now the topic was back again. People knew Huainan was popular overseas, but not this popular. Getting nominated for the Femina Prize and winning the Goncourt Prize back-to-back. He's the first Asian poet to win the Goncourt, right? Gotta buy a copy of his book just to pay my respects. Reporting from France. I can say with certainty that the 2 most famous poets here are Hans Han from ancient times and Huainan in modern times. Reporting from America. Agree with the guy above. Over here it's also Hans Han and Huainan. Webster's dictionary even added a new word, has Hunan, combining Hans Han and Huainan. It means outstanding Chinese poets. In Japan, it's a bit different. The 2 most famous Chinese poets here are by Zhi and Huainan. In South Korea, it's Huainan and Yun Dongju. Though to be honest, most Korean scholars already claim Yun as their own. At least they haven't tried to Koreanize Huainan yet. In England, Du Fu is still a bit more famous than Huainan, mainly because the BBC made a documentary about him. Movies spread faster than books. Plenty of netizens compared reputations across regions, giving everyone a crash course. Take the Tang Dynasty monk Hans Han. In China, where poets are countless, he's barely known. The only thing people might recall is that old quote. In the past, Hans Han asked Shurda, people in the world slander me, mock me, insult me, laugh at me, despise me. That exchange might ring a bell, but no one remembers his verses. Yet in America during the 40s and 50s, the hippie crowd adored Hans Han's poems. Even Jack Kerouac, the face of the Beat generation, dedicated his book The Dharma Bums to Hans Han. As for Yun Dongju, he was a patriotic poet of China's Korean ethnic minority. Of course, where there's praise, there's hate. Among the applause, detractors showed up too. Take Qian Wanyin, dubbed a modern male god poet. Obviously a pen name. Nobody cared about his real name anyway. He lived off his looks, scribbled shallow verses, and sold books for cash. Qian Wanyin posted, hashtag Asia's first poet hashtag? Ever heard of modesty? His collections The Tour and I'm a Willful Child were decent. But this new one, Mr. Cogito, is utter nonsense. Total garbage. Makes no sense. Pure hype. Why was he so bold? Because Huainan himself had never once appeared in public. No book signings, no meet and greets. His readers couldn't possibly fight harder than Qian's rabid fan base. And he was partly right. Once he spoke, fans swarmed in to back him up. He dropped a couple selfies, rode Huainan's name for clout, and grew his followers. His scheme seemed flawless. But heaven has its way of punishing scumbags. Experts suddenly stepped in. Real experts. Professor Dai, Dean of the College of Western Languages at Sisu, who barely updated his Weibo once every couple years, posted. In the new poetry collection Mr. Cogito, countless elements of European classical culture are woven throughout, playing crucial roles of contrast, metaphor, irony, and satire. Without a deep grounding in European history, it's understandable that some might not get it. Take the lines. At dawn they were taken / to the courtyard of rocks / standing in a row beneath the wall. The poet never spells it out, yet the entire piece breathes the atmosphere of small European nations during World War II. Tie that back to war, and you'll see 5 people about to be executed. Then look at the ending, where their final thoughts are about a brothel encounter / about car parts / about sea voyages / about holding a spade in hand. Every thought is mundane. This stark contrast between ordinary life and the brutality of war immediately raises the anti-war sentiment. Huainan is a poet who knows his own country's history and Europe's as well. That's why he can translate his own work into French and English. From a macro perspective, he speaks to the cruelty of war. Poets fall into 2 categories. Some write from personal experience, filled with emotion and the mark of their era. Others reflect on history and human culture itself. Huainan belongs to the latter, and he's an exceptional one. Readers aren't obligated to study background before opening a poetry collection, so calling it hard to understand or too highbrow is fair. But for a fellow poet to dismiss it, that's just narrow-minded ignorance. The expert smacked the internet poet down in public, and the onlookers loved it. Chu Zhi's alt identity was once again trending, but while his main account stayed quiet, the entertainment industry spun into chaos. With no news about the Emperor Beast for a whole quarter, up-and-coming stars like Zhou Yu were clawing for the spotlight. In fact, without him, the hot searches were full of battles for top billing, center positions, and resources. Fan wars raged like wildfire, with people writing essays, exposing fake fans, and staging betrayals. It was brutal. Of course, the industry had always fought. Stars lived closest to the Vanity Fair. But there'd always been an unspoken rule. If Emperor Chu doesn't fall, all you rebels are just usurpers. So the fights had never gone too far. Now, Zhou Yu, once only daring to stir things up behind the scenes through his manager, was straight up throwing shade in interviews. The drama started when Zhou Yu and Sun Shi joined Aichi's anniversary stage in September. The promo posters didn't rotate, and Sun Shi was always the center. Zhou got pissed. Sun Shi wasn't happy either. Why should a guy whose singing couldn't be fixed even with autotune get the closing slot? At least with him, post-production could always clean things up. Fans went to war. Yu Mao's, Zhou Yu's fans, and Persimmons, Sun Shi's fans, mass-reported each other. It even escalated offline. Dumbass Sun Shi, riding on a sugar mama's coattails. Thinks he's hot shit now. Zhou Yu sneered while glancing at online chatter between film shoots. He saw himself ranked just below Chu Zhi, believing heaven's number 1, earth's number 2, Chu Zhi's number 3, I'm number 4. Teacher Zhou, we need to reshoot that last scene. The assistant director approached. Reshoot. Zhou looked confused. Wasn't it fine? Why reshoot? Director Feng wasn't satisfied with your performance, so? The assistant started, trailing off. By Director Feng, he meant Feng Yumin, the drama's lead actress, one of the current top 3 actresses, known as a ratings guarantee. But why should her dissatisfaction mean a reshoot? Zhou Yu's face darkened. There can only be one captain on this ship. If the director asks, I'll reshoot, no questions asked. But her? Who the hell is she to demand that? Honestly, the assistant didn't want to reshoot either. The scene had been fine, but he couldn't offend either side, so all he could do was smile and beg Zhou to go along. The badminton boy flatly refused. For him, the issue wasn't about the quality of the scene. It was about hierarchy. 2 tigers couldn't share one mountain. Even if one was male and the other female, there still had to be a clear lead. If he agreed to a reshoot, he'd be admitting Feng Yumin had the upper hand. Impossible. Number 571. A new trick to fool people. 10 minutes later, Feng Yumin and Zhou Yu's managers were still arguing, tugging back and forth, with no result. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu was killing time scrolling on his phone. Reporters were camping outside the set, and if news broke that he'd been slacking during filming or leaving early, it'd be a disaster. Don't overthink it. Feng Yuemin's side has always been like that, Brother Jean said. Seeing how serious his artist looked, he thought Zhou Yu was still dwelling on the argument, so he offered comfort. Huh? What? Zhou Yu blinked, confused after being pulled out of his thoughts. Brother Jean realized he'd worried for nothing. What are you staring at so hard? Look at this trash promo. Zhou Yu showed him his phone screen. The headline read, "What's so special about Kong Long, the so-called Chu Zhi from back when he debuted?" Brother Jean knew Kong Long well enough. The guy's whole shtick was copying others. Last time he tried copying Zhou Yu's sporty boy vibe, his fans, the feathers, tore him apart. Yeah, that's ridiculous. From singing to songwriting, he's got nothing in common with Zhou, Brother Jean said, nodding. How's Brother Gio doing lately? Zhou Yu changed the subject. I heard from Sister Nyo he's recovering pretty well, Brother Jean said. Think he can still play badminton later? Probably. Exercise helps recovery too. That's good. Zhou Yu nodded in relief, glanced at the time on his phone, and was ready to call it a day as soon as the clock struck. But after Zhou's injury, he definitely won't be releasing 2 albums a year anymore. He'll probably go semi-retired. With so many little fruits in the country, Kong Long's team cooked up this promo plan to maximize benefits. They set up this ambush pretty well, Brother Jean muttered. Another of his habitually twisted idioms, but maximize benefits wasn't wrong. Brother Jean, look at me, Zhou Yu suddenly said. Really look. He studied him for a moment and didn't see anything unusual, so he tilted his head questioningly. Don't I kinda look like Brother Gio? Zhou Yu asked. Brother Jean was speechless, but he understood. Sure enough, the next day the internet was full of subtle articles and comments. I just noticed Zhou Yu's nose really looks like Zhou's, and they both love Sichuan food. Zhou and our Xiao Jio must be destined. His debut song was even written by Xiao Jio. It was like Back on Earth, where every comedian who wanted to make it big either got called or called themselves Stephen Chow's successor. But after more than 10 years, no one had truly succeeded. Besides, the Emperor Beast hadn't even planned on clocking out yet. At 27, Chu Zhi was still young. Since he was stuck resting and recovering, as the Emperor Beast, he decided to use the downtime to take care of things he'd wanted to do before but never had time for. If his body allowed, he'd even walk the long march route again, something he'd once promised on a show. May as well make good use of the time. I'll deal with some of the company's shares and adjustments today, he muttered as he pulled up the files. Core team. Niu Jiangxue, General Manager, *. Qian Xiuxiang, Executive VP, *. Qin Fei, Marketing VP, *. Qi Qiu, Operations VP, *. Wang Yuan, Chief Brand Officer, also Head of Merch, *. Later hires poached by headhunters. Zhang Kuai, Production Director. Bai Weike, Business Director. Wang Xing, HR Director. Promotions from inside the company. Rin Rui, Audit Director. Li Dan, Finance Director, *. Those with shares in Igua. Niu Jiangxue held the most, 3.4%, while Li Dan only had 1.5%. The others were at 2.5%. Igua wasn't planning to go public, but the market still valued it at around 6.4 billion yuan, a quarter of Enlight Media. Even 1% was worth a fortune, and with Igua's insane revenue power, just the dividends were mouth-watering. 10% of shares were reserved for the leadership team, who together held 24.9%. Another 10.1% went into a bonus pool for middle management. It was complicated, but the Emperor Beast had enough experience from his past life. He wrapped it up in an afternoon. Task complete. Still light out, still got energy, I'll do a little more. Ever since he got injured, Chu Zhi understood human energy had limits. His old way of fooling himself into overworking didn't work anymore. Before, if he had 6 hours of work, he'd schedule 12, knowing he'd give up halfway from exhaustion, but still push out 8 or 9. Now his trick was different. If he had 6 hours of work, he told himself, work never ends. Let's just do 3 hours today. Then he'd blaze through, finish it fast, and keep going. Tricking laziness into hyper-efficiency. Time to tally up the brands under the company. His fingers flew across the keyboard at 6,000 characters an hour. If a web novelist cat typed that fast, they could write in an hour and spend the rest of the day goofing off. Subsidiaries. Musire Hot, Farmer Network, Spanish Division, South Korea, Vietnam, Middle East, Japan, Europe, and America. This is the empire I built in 6 years. The lead designer of Musire Hot had already been fired for being too ahead of the curve. Out of the 7 subsidiaries, only South Korea, Japan, and the Middle East were profitable. The rest just burned money to maintain presence. After 3 hours, Chu Zhi nodded. The strategy was still sound. Dark already, not hungry. Tomorrow's work is done too. Damn, I'm good. Time to think about the third foreign album's theme. He spent 2 more hours brainstorming, then cooked himself a meal, chopping pork bones for broth. The sound of cleavers on bone matched the pounding of a knock. Bang, bang, bang. It was coming from the office of Huang Bo, CEO of Taiyang Chuanha. Since Chu Zhi left and built his own empire, the company's market cap never returned to its peak. Good news. Huang Bo directly owned 21.5%, held 11.7% indirectly, and controlled the rest through allies. Bad news. All the mom fans who'd bought stocks just for Chu Zhi had pulled out. Come in, Huang Bo said. His favorite artist, Kong Long, stepped in. After years of pouring resources into him, Kong Long was still lukewarm. Known in fan circles? Sure, but no signature work. Kong, what's up? Huang Bo asked warmly. Being the boss had perks. You could push whoever you liked. Even a pig could get famous if enough resources were dumped. Of course, in his eyes, Kong Long wasn't a pig. More like 10 pigs rolled into one. Trouble with your agent again? No, Sister Xiao takes good care of me, Kong Long said. Back in Chu Zhi's Taiyang Chuanha days, the top 4 agents were Sister Xiao, Big Bull, Sister Li, and Niu Jiangxue. After Chu Zhi left with Niu Jiangxue, only 3 remained. So what is it? Kong Long hesitated. Boss, for the next day up, can I sing my own song? Huang Bo's fingers stopped spinning the pen. His warm expression cooled. What happened? You see bad comments again. Ever since debut, Kong Long's been Xiao XX. Has he ever done anything original? He's just insecure. That's why he hides under someone else's shadow. Last time, comments like these had broken Kong Long down. Huang Bo had to console him. That's why he assumed it was the same. I didn't see anything. Last time you told me the truth, boss. As long as I earn money and fame, reputation doesn't matter. Keep building slowly, then drop strong works, and I'll turn into a true artist. He handed over sheet music. I wrote a song. I really believe in it. Huang Bo didn't even look, just set it aside. You're not ready yet. Boss, I really feel like I am. I let Sister Xiao hear it too, and she liked it. I spent 3 years polishing this one song. Please, I can at least record a demo. It won't take long. He was 30 now. His face wouldn't carry him forever, and he had no standout works. Anxiety was eating him alive. Calm. Huang Bo raised his voice. Listen to me. Kong Long fell silent. You're still young. It's not time. I've paved you a superstar's path. Don't rush. You know the saying in fan circles, it's fine if some people don't like Chu Zhi. But little fruits outnumber regular fangirls. If you can just pull in a tenth of them, you'll be a top star. So sing Against the Light. That song means a lot to little fruits. Express respect for Chu Zhi. You were even in the same company, like senior and junior. Getting close isn't a bad thing. They'll transfer their love. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Trust me, I'd never hurt you. Of course you wouldn't, boss. Kong Long was convinced, though still a little unwilling. But if you get time, please check my song. It's really good. Go get ready. I'll look later. Kong Long left. Huang Bo glanced at the sheet music, then stuffed it in a drawer. Not yet. The entertainment world had shifted from one man sweeping the board to many vying for dominance. Even little fruits were bitter about it. Jia Jia, my life is so miserable. Wait, what happened? Heartbroken. Heartbroken? Please. No man's worth crying over. Then what? This was Kai Jia talking with her cousin Sinisen. The former saw her cousin looking like she'd eaten a bitter melon and felt concerned. I finally used your connections to score an inner circle ticket to the concert, and now it's canceled. Sinisen was heartbroken. As a former member of Journey Among the Stars, pro gamer Kai Jia was on good terms with Chu Zhi, so it wasn't strange she managed to get 2 tickets to his first concert in Shanghai. One for her hardcore fan cousin Sinisen, and one for herself. It's really canceled? Kai Jia sighed. She'd been bracing for it. but the actual news still hit hard. Any official announcement yet? Sin showed her the news. Sina News. Chu Zhi's 8th anniversary global tour might be delayed or cancelled. There were pictures to prove it. Number 572. 8 years later, still here. Compared to those self-media marketing accounts, Sina News still had a shred of integrity, though not much. At least they didn't just post a random picture and make up the rest. Instead, they cut up and twisted real words. The reporter interviewed the Straits Olympic Sports Center, where a staff member said, "This place could have hosted Chu Zhi's concert, but for various reasons, it was canceled." Earlier in the piece, the staff clarified it had been decided over half a year ago. Later, they explained the reason was that the venue was too small. From Kai Jia's despair and Sin Isin's wailing, you could tell just how devastating this was for countless little fruits. Woo woo, the 8th anniversary concert. I've been waiting since junior high, and now I'm about to graduate college. It's really over. I've worked for 3 years, saved up for 2, because I knew floor tickets would be insanely expensive. I guessed how it would start, but never expected this ending. My sister's wish won't come true. But I'm also relieved. Since the concert's canceled, Xiaojiu can finally rest. I actually laughed through my tears when I thought of that. Wait, is it canceled or postponed? Jiwai isn't feeling well, so he can't perform on schedule. Let him rest. We can just hold it later, right? The comments kept coming. Ah, the bastard who shot Jiwai deserves to die. Wang Zishu enraged. If there'd been a free computer in front of him, he'd have smashed it with a punch. Unfortunately, the only one nearby was his expensive gaming rig, so he could only seethe helplessly. What comforted him was reading the reposted news from self-media. Apparently the attacker, that professor, had broken his leg in prison while quarrying stone. Not sure if this is real, though. He went straight to the Associated Press website. As the biggest American news agency, their site was accessible in China without a VPN. Of course, there was no Chinese version, so he had to use a translation app. On the mobile site, the top headlines were trending news, mass protests, opposition to 6G construction, NFL playoffs. Lawsuit, Las Vegas Strip resort accused of supplier abuse. 1 hour ago, FBI will release members of Gray organization back to their home country. 3 hours ago, Rikers Island prison warden confirms Robert, mastermind of the shooting case, suffered a serious fracture in his left leg. Previously, his right hand had also been injured from mishandling machinery. Yesterday, justice served. Wang Zishuan's mood lifted a little. But the moment he thought about the concert's cancellation, sadness crept back in. He was AIU's cousin, and they'd been close since childhood. More precisely, AIU never had a generation gap with him, and they always got along. After his cousin passed away, he often thought of her. Coincidentally, just like her, he'd become a Little Fruits fan, though he was a career fan type. Born after 2005, Wang Zishuan was a hardcore gamer who'd never chased stars before. He admired Lee Woo-hyuk, a South Korean LCK mid laner known as the mid-lane Demon King, whose plays always blew his mind. Before every match, Lee Woo-hyuk would say, "Demon King bless me." Everyone wondered who he meant by Demon King. It wasn't until a post-match interview that the mystery was solved. It's Mr. Chu Zhi. Only Mr. Chu Zhi deserves to be called the Demon King. The host asked, "So you're a fan of Mr. Chu Zhi?" "All my friends are." What young person in Seoul hasn't fallen under the professor's charm? In League of Legends, Lee Woo-hyuk was a god of slaughter. But when it came to Chu Zhi, he turned into a starstruck fanboy. Impressive, right? That's what made Wang Zishuan start looking into him. The more he learned, the more he felt Chu Zhi's dominance in the music industry. As a Little Fruits fan, once he heard about the 2025 8th anniversary concert, he started saving up his allowance and even took on paid boosting jobs to earn extra. It wasn't just for himself. He also wanted to fulfill AIU's wish, since she'd looked forward to the concert so much. But now that it was canceled, everything was gone. His phone buzzed. A Weibo notification popped up from one of his special follow accounts. He only followed 3 this way: LCK Lee Woo-hyuk, Eat a Big Orange, and Igwa Entertainment. The new post was from his idol's company, and the moment he read it, he practically leapt up like a monkey. Igwa Entertainment, Meeting Chu World Tour officially begins. Shanghai, Shenzhen, and Guangzhou presales start at 8 p.m. tonight. Hashtag Chu Zhi World Tour. Hashtag 8 Years Promise. Hashtag. The company announced it. Plainly, the 8th anniversary concert was happening after all. Hashtag Chu Zhi World Tour. Hashtag 8 Years Promise. Unsurprisingly, this became the hottest topic online. Sina News, which had twisted things earlier, reacted calmly like an old veteran of internet storms. They deleted their previous post and swiftly published a new one. What's he done in 8 years to captivate countless souls? Two hot topics dominated the internet. The second was obvious. The first came from a short video Chu Zhi released through Douyin's official account. Years ago, he'd been Douyin's chief review officer, basically its spokesperson, and had registered the official account then. His online concert had also been streamed from there. Even though he barely updated, his follower count only climbed. With over 40 million fans, he still held a solid top 10 spot on Douyin, 7th or 8th place. Douyin wasn't like Weibo, where Chu Zhi's numbers were untouchable. On Weibo, all the young idols scrambled below his ceiling. Even the wild ones like Zhou Yu wouldn't dare buy fake followers to try surpassing him. But on Douyin, influencers and e-commerce streamers didn't care about such things. They'd happily overtake him, and within a couple years, Chu Zhi might even be pushed out of the top 10. Anyway, back to the point. The official account posted a video titled, 8 Years Later, We're Still Here. Chu Zhi stood in front of the camera. This was his first public appearance since being injured. Aside from being thinner and a bit pale, he seemed fine. I don't really know what to say. Between me and the little fruits, I don't need to explain anything. You all know what I want to say? It's already been 8 years since I debuted. I've made some achievements in this industry. Back then, I was only 19, clueless, chasing a star dream that might have been unrealistic. But luckily, I had all of you. Over the years, a lot's happened. You saved me, and I became a pillar for many of you. The video then rolled through thousands of messages from fans. When my parents divorced and my best friend drifted away, the world felt so empty. Supporting Xiao Jiao didn't feel like chasing a star. It felt like he was my anchor. I only started liking Brother Jiao because my ex-girlfriend did. Now she's gone, but he hasn't changed. When Jiawei was in a coma, I was terrified, like the sky was collapsing. 2 years earlier, my husband had a terrible accident at work. I had 2 kids to raise and endless responsibilities. I cried from exhaustion so many times. Looking back, it was the darkest period of my life, but Jiawei's songs got me through it. That's why he has to make it. After giving birth, I had postpartum depression. I couldn't sleep for nights, and more than once I thought of drowning my baby while bathing her. But Xiao Jiao's songs gave me hope. Listening to him, I could finally sleep. I've recovered now, but I still need his songs every night. Just from the first half, you could imagine how fans reacted. On Douyin, it broke 1 million likes faster than any video before. And that was only the beginning. Number 573. You Newborns. Chu Zhi's voice had become a source of strength for countless little fruits. It wasn't just the technique or the emotional buff, it was also his life experience. According to the primacy effect, the human brain reacts most strongly to the very first piece of information it receives, tricking the body into feeling it more deeply. To put it simply, when the audience knows Chu Zhi went through such miserable experiences, they feel like his singing carries extraordinary power. That was where the Emperor Beast performance made a huge difference. To become the emotional anchor and pillar in the hearts of little fruits, I'm truly honored. I'm also grateful I wasn't eliminated from the entertainment industry. 8 years later, I'm still releasing albums. I once said you're my starry sky, so I brought a home to share with you. Here are 2 mysterious codes, SKA 42531 and MPC 116431. That was Emperor Beast logic. Do 7 parts of the work, but let people see 10 and make them feel 12. The short video lasted just over 2 minutes. Those 2 codes immediately caught people's attention. Everyone knew how broad Little Fruit's fanbase was, so among them were astronomy enthusiasts who instantly figured it out. MPC stood for Minor Planet Center. MPC 116431 was the official designation given by the International Astronomical Union, while SKA 42531 was a temporary ID, SKA marking that it had been discovered by the Jodrell Bank Observatory in Manchester, UK. Less than 5 minutes after the video dropped, Little Fruits had already dug up the details. On July 22, 2024, in Bulletin Number 175987, the Minor Planet Center formally approved the permanent naming of asteroid 116431 as Little Fruit Star. Enthusiastic fans even pulled detailed data from the IU. The orbit of asteroid 116431 was officially confirmed on December 7, 2018. It lies between Mars and Jupiter in an elliptical orbit. Perihelion distance is 1.9221663 AU. The semi-major axis is 2.43138811 AU. Eccentricity 0.23252285. And so on. They skipped the long string of numbers about minimum orbital intersections with Earth, Uranus, and Mars, as well as right ascension, declination, orbital period, eccentricity, etc. But Little Fruits weren't done. They made connections right away. Count of Monte Cristo 1980. The cover of the last album Besieged on All Sides was filled with a starry sky, and the brightest star in it was our Little Fruit Star. Image video. Not everyone's phone could play the video, so people described what it showed. A Little Fruits fan belting out a single lyric. Musical note. Whenever I'm lost in the night, brightest star in the sky, please guide me forward. Musical note. The singing was full of raw emotion, no technique whatsoever. That fan even went off key, but the feelings were real. And that's what moved people. That's exactly what moved them. Tears, without question. Little Fruit Star. I grew up fostered with relatives. Thought I'd become a money-making robot with no feelings. But one line from Joe about giving us a home completely broke my defenses. I cried my eyes out. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy. Our very own global Little Fruits planet. Astronomy newbie here. When can we see it with our own eyes? With an apparent magnitude of about plus 17.0, you'll need a telescope. Just to explain, apparent magnitude measures brightness. The smaller the number, the brighter the star. The sun is minus 26.74, so anything negative is super bright. I'm digging out my albums. I didn't even realize there was a surprise hidden like this. I'm gonna buy more copies. The starry sky is full of twinkling lights, and now one of them is our home. Ah, this is so romantic. Before long, tons of Little Fruits were singing the brightest star in the night sky at home. They couldn't help it. Their moods that day were like riding a roller coaster. They felt awful because there was no concert. Then suddenly things turned around with a huge surprise. Their hearts were racing. Even Lin Fei, who kept a special eye on Chu Zhi, found it unbelievable. Before he became a top star, Chu was in practice rooms creating Vine IDs and Star Cluster IDs. After he made it big, he dragged fans on midnight climbs to see the Milky Way. Now that he'd shifted gears, he went as far as buying naming rights to an asteroid. How could anyone keep up with that? Lin Fei was exhausted just trying. Shooting dramas every day was exhausting too. To be precise, acting seriously was exhausting. More than once he thought about slacking off like other young idols and just cashing in on easy rom-coms. But if Chu Zhi was still grinding, how could he just stop? Lin Xia immediately called his manager Brother Xian to discuss. At the very least, they had to purchase naming rights for a minor planet to do something for his fans. Brother Xian hung up, lit a cigarette, and stayed silent for a long while. His mind churned over who he could ask about this. His thoughts settled on a friend who was an astronomy buff. Xia's vision is way sharper than mine, Brother Xian muttered. Years had blurred away, but one memory stayed vivid. Back when Chu Zhi was being torn apart online, he went on, I really am a singer. Lin Xia had felt Chu Zhi would rise again, but Brother Xian dismissed it, saying, even if the sky falls, it's impossible. Looking back now, that judgment was laughable. Maybe because it was laughable, it stuck in his memory. People always remember their most awkward, shameful moments. Follow him. Just follow him. Stick with him and you'll get fed. Brother Xian dialed his astronomy friend, asking about buying naming rights. Meanwhile, fans of other celebrities could only watch. Enviously, only Little Fruits were celebrating nonstop. But that harmony wasn't going to last. The time was almost 8 o'clock. Ticket platforms like Piao Neo and Demai went live. Little Fruits were ready for battle, having prepped everything. Preparation meant this, because concert ticketing cracked down hard on scalpers. Each ID and phone number could only buy one ticket. Refunds were allowed, but no resales. So fans had to make sure their platform accounts were real name verified and bound to their phones, and their internet stable. Most important of all, don't use fingerprint or face recognition. Those payments lag. Pure hand speed was the fastest. 19 hours, 59 minutes, and 55 seconds. 19 hours, 59 minutes, and 56 seconds. 19 hours, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds. Time ticked down. 20 hours and 1 second. Countless people held their breath, but by 20 hours and 2 seconds the payment buttons had gone gray. The page flashed sold out. Every price tier, from stands to floor, was gone. And not just for one show. Tickets for all 3 stops, Shanghai, Shenzhen, and Guangzhou, were gone. The internet instantly erupted in wails. Do you know why 85,000 tickets for the first concert vanished on Piaoniao and Damai in 1 second? Because they eat wontons every morning. Wontons make your fingers fast. Sincere doghead. Thanks for telling me. Otherwise, I'd still be clueless. Bullshit. I love wontons too. Why didn't I get a ticket? Are they animals? My 01 app showed data error. Then at 03, all tickets were gone. That's tens of thousands of tickets. And then, a mathematically gifted fan, screen name Sugar Eating Ace, who was at least grad school level, posted a thread that got 290,000 likes. Sugar Eating Ace, tens of thousands my ass. Shanghai Stadium seats 85,000. Shenzhen Baoan Stadium 70,000. Guangzhou Olympic Center 70,000. That's 225,000 seats total. Don't tell me all that vanished in a second. The system must be broken. Exactly. Fans realized they'd been grabbing tickets for 3 stops at once. No way they were gone that fast. Mass complaints flooded Piaoniao, Damai, and other platforms. To put it bluntly, give Li Yunlong 200,000 men, and he could conquer all of Jinsei North. How could 225,000 tickets just vanish? With so many complaints, the main platforms began investigations. Even Igwa Entertainment launched a review. Wang Yuan believed in Chu Zhi's strength. To her, not just 200,000, even 300,000 tickets vanishing instantly was plausible. But they had to check. If there really was a problem, it'd be a disaster. The company's data department cross-verified with Damai, Yongla, Maoyan, Piaoniao, and Motionlun. All 5 confirmed their numbers were normal. Every account that bought a ticket was a verified real-name account bound to a phone number. Director Wang, do we need to release a clarification? Asked staffer Xiao Wu. What exactly would we be clarifying? Wang Yuan shot back. To outsiders, the unsmiling Wang Yuan was the ice queen of upper management. Her question left Xiao Wu flustered and stammering. Clarify that there wasn't a system error, that the tickets really are sold out. Xiao Wu nodded like mad. With so many fans worried, it felt necessary. After all, he remembered the company motto. Nothing involving fans is a small matter. If it's something our company should clarify, we'll never delay. But if it's not our place, we won't say a word, Wang Yuan said. Little fruits complained to the platforms. The platforms will investigate and respond. If we step in now, something simple becomes complicated. I didn't think it through. Xiao Wu admitted fault. Wang Yuan nodded and went back to her files. She had piles of lawsuits against counterfeit merch and pirated goods to handle. A little later, she noticed Xiao Wu still standing there. What else is it? She asked. I just wanted to thank you for helping me when I joined the company. Do you have time tonight? I'd like to buy you dinner. Dinner with me? Wang Yuan's gaze pierced him, like she could see straight through. With her blue light glasses, elite aura, and queenly presence, Xiao Wu didn't dare meet her eyes. Xiao Wu instantly regretted saying that, but it was too late to take it back. Standing there in silence, he felt like he was being roasted alive. Where? Wang Yuan asked. If it hadn't been for her during the interview, Xiao Wu probably wouldn't have even gotten hired. Rhino's home. The boss said you like steak, Director Wang. So I booked a table there, Xiao Wu explained. She frowned. Rhino's home was a ridiculously expensive steakhouse. The average cost per person was over 3,700. That wasn't much for her, but for Xiao Wu's salary, it was outrageous. This kind of thank you gift went way past his means. Should she refuse outright? Wang Yuan hesitated. Then she suddenly thought of Brother Jiu. I've been feeling a little overheated lately. Don't really want beef. If it's all right, let's go for something lighter. How about coconut chicken? No problem. I know a really good place. I'll book it right away, Xiao Wu said quickly. then excused himself so she could keep working. Spending too much time around Brother Joe really does rub off on you, Wang Yuan muttered. He always managed to reject people without making it awkward. Everyone at Igwa Entertainment was buried in concert prep. For Chu Zhi, this show meant stepping back into the public eye. Meanwhile, the internet was still in chaos over the tickets. Well-known critic Zui Yang Feishing posted, "What if it's not actually a system problem? Let me say this up front, I've got trash hands and didn't get a ticket either, but it reminded me of something. Last year, Scarlet Youth's 60,000-seat concert sold out in seconds. Chu Zhi's got over 200,000 seats, and those went in seconds too. Weird? Not really." That one comment woke everyone up. Nobody could refute it. Holy shit, makes sense. Seats are about 4 times Scarlet Youth's. Isn't Zhi's popularity more than 4 times theirs? Why are you even comparing that tofu block Scarlet Youth to Zhi? Yeah, I thought 200,000 seats gone in a second was impossible, but now it feels weird if they didn't sell out instantly. So no tickets left for real? The uproar died down fast. Most of the little fruits realized the issue wasn't the platforms, it was their own speed or connection. Scarlet Youth, though, caught a stray bullet. Scarlet Youth, for the record, I didn't provoke any of you. Damai.com posted an official statement regarding the September 25th with Chu concert tickets for Shanghai, Shenzhen, and Guangzhou. Tickets showed out of stock within 1 second. We randomly sampled thousands of buyers for phone verification. Every purchase was made by the account holder themselves. All accounts were verified with real names. Compared to that, Maoyan's announcement was blunt, sold out. Fans did it. Later, Yongla, Piaonyo, and Mo Tianluan ticketing all followed up with similar notices. That didn't stop little fruits from spinning nonsense over tickets. What's so great about Chu Zhi's concert? He's injured. His performance will definitely suffer. Plus, parking at those stadiums is terrible. If anyone regrets buying tickets, hit me up. Tickets for Brother Joe's concert can't be transferred, but honestly, everyone should just refund. Spending so much money to see a show isn't worth it. Yeah, don't throw away your money. You can listen to Chu Zhi's songs for free on music apps, even the lossless versions. Why waste your cash? Those shameless little fruits were telling people online to refund while frantically refreshing pages themselves, hoping for return tickets. Too bad it was useless. Anyone fast enough to grab tickets in that bloodbath didn't buy on impulse. They were locked and loaded, well-prepared, one-shot killers. They weren't refunding a damn thing. As for the Emperor Beast, he was grinding hard, loading up on spicy food and carbs every day, sometimes downing drinks like water if he was feeling good. He cherished his life, though. After asking the system if his body had fully healed and confirming it had, he could relax. Grinding achievements was fun, but keeping his health mattered more. He didn't need to burn health for personality coins anymore. After pushing himself, he hit Hangover *55, earning 7 coins. His balance now sat at 63. At the same time, achievements like Smoke King, Ruthless Butcher, and I Love Carbs all leveled up too. Only downtime gave him the chance to push them. Didn't the host always want to try a 10 pull? Why not do it now? The system popped up. Is there a pity system? Chu Zhi asked. No pity system, but a 10 pull has a very high chance of giving a special prize. Very high still means maybe not. If the odds don't actually go up, why bother? Besides, pulling 10 at once floods me with junk. I might overlook something good. The pace I'm pulling it now is perfect. But since you brought it up, system bro, I'll do it once. Chu Zhi rubbed his hands together, went to the bathroom, and washed up with Tiara hand soap to pick up some good vibes. Alright, let's see the prize pool. Tap Dance Mastery. Curio. Soft, fluffy ice. Curio. Musician's Dream Elixir. Gift Pack. Missing You is a Sickness. Album. The Freewheelin' Bob Dylan. Special prize. Bob Dylan's Musical Genius. The curios always got him excited, and this pool was no different. Fluffy ice was something he'd eaten before, but as a curio, it had to be more than a snack. The soft, fluffy ice made your body super flexible after eating it, even more than a yogi with decades of practice. Huh? Weird. Not sure what I'd use that for, but I've got a feeling it's useful. The musician's dream elixir was even stranger. Its effect? Fall asleep and snore rhythmically. The description said, even a musician's snores can echo beautifully. That's insane. I kinda want it, Chu Zhi muttered. Tap dance mastery wasn't anything new. He'd seen Latin and jazz dance skills in the pool before, but never pulled them. Maybe this time. Missing You is a Sickness was Zhang Jinyue's signature track. A classic. The last two prizes, the freewheelin' Bob Dylan and the special prize, both came from Dylan. The album was his second release, more famous online in China for its cover than its songs. The cover showed Dylan and his girlfriend Susie walking arm in arm down 4th Street. Nothing special about the shot itself, but the album's fame made people overanalyze it. Its main tracks, A Hard Rain's A Gonna Fall and Blowin' in the Wind, were legendary in the US. Especially Blowin' in the Wind, considered one of the country's greatest folk songs, maybe even the greatest, and one of the most famous anti-war songs in the world. Bob Dylan's musical genius really deserves to be called a special prize, Chu Zhi whispered. Dylan was the only singer in the world to ever win a Nobel Prize in literature. Sure, that prize always had a political slant, but still, America had no shortage of music legends. Choosing Dylan said a lot. All right, time to open this blind box. Number 574. A double win. Soft Snowy Ice and the special prize, please. The Emperor Beast prayed. Chu Zhi chose to trust his gut and casually picked a blind box. Blue light flashed. Album, The Freewheelin' Bob Dylan. Not bad at all. The album pack came at the perfect time, since he'd been mulling over his third foreign language album. To be fair, no matter what he drew, the Emperor Beast never let himself wallow in disappointment. He'd quickly spin it. Oh no, he'd quickly convince himself. As for the theme, no rush. The third foreign language album will only happen after the tour ends next year anyway. He rubbed his head. Even with the passive effect of the drunken immortal, 2 hangovers a week still left him with a faint headache. He wondered if it was because the system had upgraded, since it had been ages since he'd drawn a single song pack. Or maybe his system bro was just looking out for him. Earning personality coins wasn't easy, and spending 5 coins on one song really was a loss. Like before, the difference between a single song pack and an album pack was simple. The former auto-registered copyright, while the latter required some work. The Emperor Beast wasn't stupid, so he transcribed the songs from memory, then immediately sent them to his company's copyright department, which would apply for rights worldwide. Only double digits left. He looked at the balance, 58 coins, and decided to pull again. The second blind box glowed. Album, What's Going On? Marvin Gaye's masterpiece, the one Chinese internet users mocked endlessly. Not because of Marvin himself, but because of Rolling Stone magazine's 500 greatest albums of all time. Every few years, they revised the list. In the third revision, What's Going On landed at number 1, knocking the Beatles off the top. That was when Beatles superfans lost it, yelling that Rolling Stone was just playing the political correctness card. After all, Marvin was black. They instantly tore What's Going On to shreds online. But saying it was worthless was just plain wrong. Before the third revision, in the first 2 versions of the list, the album already sat at number 6. Critics had long hailed it as the pinnacle of soul. Whether jumping from 6th to 1st was politics or not, the Emperor Beast didn't really care. This isn't bad at all. Fits me, actually. He judged calmly. The theme's anti-war. 2 anti-war albums in a row. Maybe my third foreign album's supposed to take that route. Not impossible. He just had to think carefully. The goal of the third foreign album was to cement his popularity. No matter how much outside help he had, songs were still the core strength of any singer. My custom album voucher still has 6 slots left. Add today's 2 prizes, and I could totally build a full anti-war album. He paused, then remembered something. Wait, anti-war, isn't Woodstock happening next year? And they're holding it in the war-torn Sahel region? If I go, witness the suffering firsthand, then release an anti-war record afterward, that'd feel right. The details can wait. He started drafting plans for the new album. Step by step, steady as always. One of the reasons the Emperor Beast had succeeded in his past life was that he never let things go to his head. He always stayed grounded, knew his place, and knew what he had to do. Feed the cat, read a book, finish his assignments, practice singing to recover his state, process documents. His daily life was calm, but the internet was anything but. Headlines exploded. The brightest star in the night sky is Little Fruit Star. Chu Zhi spoils his fans again. a second home among the stars. 200,000 tickets gone in 1 second. A collapse of morality or human greed. The King's Return. Chu Zhi shows the entertainment industry he's in a league of his own. Not just in China either. All of Asia's online platforms were filled with concert and Little Fruit star news. Worldwide, the story wasn't trending everywhere, but it was still a hot topic. After Voice of an Angel, the Pope's praise, Unsinkable, and even the assassination attempt, he was already a world-class superstar. But to climb even higher, he needed one more spark. And then it happened. In South Korea, fans had called themselves students or apostles. In Japan, they were ragdolls. In Qatar and across the Arab world, fans had their own names. But after today, all of them unified under one banner, Little Fruits. Who wouldn't want a home among the stars? The reveal of Little Fruit's star was a perfect double win. First, global fan cohesion strengthened. Second, the Chinese version of Besieged on all sides skyrocketed overseas, selling another 1 million copies in a single week. It was Thursday, bright daylight in a meeting room. Mr. Davis, I can really see the sincerity from your crew. Chu Zhi looked at the director with genuine emotion. He'd read the 22nd Century Killing Network script before. His team had been willing to take it. Talks had even started on price. But his injury had put things on hold. A project this big waiting half a year for an actor? Unthinkable. He hadn't expected anything. But today, Director Davis had shown up in person and insisted, Mr. Chu Zhi is the most suitable actor for the role. We have no plan B. It sounded flattering, but realistically, it couldn't just be that. No matter how much the director liked him, producers would never allow such an expensive project to wait. More likely, they couldn't find a proper lead, and his fame and box office draw had tempted the investors. How's your recovery, Mr. Chu Zhi? Davis asked with concern. I'm doing well. If filming starts next year, I'll be fully ready. He reassured him. That was a relief. Davis had flown to China after hearing news of Chu Zhi's world tour. Concerts drained stamina, and he needed to be sure. As for salary, that was between the investors and his agency. Igwa's cash flow was strong, and Nyo was bold enough to want in, especially since Unsinkable's profit share was so juicy. But shares in this project were long locked, and getting a piece was tough, so negotiations were fierce. The script was solid. Even though AI and artificial intelligence weren't new themes in cinema, the philosophical depth, sharp commentary, and even its Sangwon, Shuang Wn, punchiness made it stand out. Mr. Chu Zhi, Davis said seriously, is the title really that bad? Producer Jim suggested changing it. My wife agrees. What do you think? Chu Zhi raised a brow. It's a series, right? We're planning a trilogy, plus one side story if the box office does well, Davis explained. With you in the lead, we're confident. In that case, the 22nd Century Killing Network 2 would sound awkward. That struck home. Davis hadn't thought of it that way. He'd liked the title himself, and the more people complained, the more stubborn he'd gotten. But Chu Zhi's perspective made him rethink it. Number 575. When Poems Shake the World. Tickets for Tianjin, Phoenix City, Shidu, and Coconut City went on sale 1 week apart. No one knew where Chu Zhi's limit really was. What people did know was that the second batch of tickets also disappeared in just 2 seconds. Shuidi Stadium, Wuyuan River Stadium, Shidu Olympic Sports Center, and Phoenix City Stadium together had close to 250,000 seats, but they still only lasted those 2 seconds. Well-known music critic Zui Yangfeixing gave an example. Crimson Boy Band had once sold 60,000 tickets in seconds, but that was just the first show. Their second show's sales were already stumbling. The industry now had a new understanding of Chu Zhi's diehard fans. No wonder people said Little Fruits outnumbered fangirl circles. The title of king of this era wasn't an empty phrase. Everyone in the circle wanted to know just where his ceiling was. Of course, not everyone could handle it. For example, Gu Peng, who insisted on buying tickets on his own. He'd struck out in both rounds. And in the end, he had no choice but to message the man himself. Calling was out of the question. For Gu Peng, if it could be explained with text, he'd never use his voice. Thankfully, each show had more than 20 reserved seats. Chu Zhi knew how to play the social favor game well. Just look at director Wang Yuan, who'd already gotten tickets for 2 shows. Being close had its perks. If it weren't for work, Wang Yuan probably would have gone to all 30-plus shows. Plenty of celebrities wanted to attend too. Even the walking dictionary Ho Yubin had called personally, asking for 3 tickets. Entertainment companies that had hoped to split Chu Zhi's inheritance were left dumbfounded. They'd thought his injury would force him to step back, but his comeback had turned out to be a royal flush. So they all quieted down. After all, the ceiling really did exist. Finally, the ceiling's back. What would this industry even look like without one? Lin Feifei muttered. The recent wave of PR fluff had been shameless. Stuff like Meng Wuping's acting crushes Lin Xia. Lin Feifei nearly gagged reading that. That Meng Wuping who only knew 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Lin Feifei had never felt so insulted in his life. Sure, Meng Wuping had blown up thanks to a Xinxia drama, but he was originally a singer. His acting was average at best. And yet, they dared say he crushed Lin Feifei? They'd even acted together. Not long ago in a dual male lead historical idol drama. Damn, so unlucky. That's how Lin Feifei felt. But in the 2 weeks since Chu Zhi's return, those kinds of puff pieces had noticeably dropped. Not because agencies didn't dare anymore, but because no matter how hard they hyped things up, the moment Chu Zhi stirred, all the heat vanished. Lin Feifei wanted to go to Chu Zhi's concert too, but filming left him no time, and he didn't have the face to beg for tickets. Some things you only understand once you've done them yourself. When Lin Feifei held concerts in the past, people always asked him for tickets. Now he realized how awkward it felt. Like how readers complain. This crappy author only updates 4,000 words a day. What does he even do with the rest of his time? Then when you try writing yourself, you realize even 2,000 words a day is tough. Same deal. When Chu Zhi hadn't prepared concerts before, he'd thought, isn't it just singing on stage? What's the big deal? Reality slapped him hard. First, you had to decide on a theme for the night. Then decorate the stage and choose outfits based on that theme. Over 2 to 3 hours. How many outfit changes should you plan? When should the fan song request segment go? Everything had to be carefully arranged. He was busy until midnight every day. Another bright, sunny day came, perfect for lying in bed doing nothing. On Weibo, Douyin, and other platforms, almost all the hot topics were about him. With the Shanghai concert around the corner, little fruits who hadn't gotten tickets grew even more restless. Because of the anti-scalper system, reselling was impossible. Fans who wanted to spend extra money were left scratching their heads in frustration. Amid all the Chu sounds, another piece of news broke out in early October and became a hot topic. The 2025 Nobel Prize in Literature would be announced at 1300 hours, September 29th, Sweden, Morocco time. Just 2 days left before the winner was revealed. Why was it getting so much attention from netizens? Mostly because of media hype. Southern Metropolis Daily. Chinese Nobel hot poet, Huainan. Why the prize values him. Today News. A Hermit's Romance. From Huainan's new work, Mr. Cogito. Discover the most mysterious poet of the 21st century. Penguin Hotspot. Nobel announcement tomorrow. What are Huainan's real chances? And so on. Thanks to all this hype, Huainan became the strongest contender for the prize. I've never read Huainan's poetry, so let me just ask, does he badmouth the motherland? I skimmed some. Doesn't seem like it. His Xinghui, no, the circuit, even turned Chinese mythology into an epic. He's a really talented poet. I love this piece. Musical note from tomorrow on, be a happy man. Tend horses, chop wood, travel the world. From tomorrow on, care for food and vegetables. I have a house, facing the sea, with spring flowers blooming. Musical note. It's written so fucking well. My Chinese teacher loved facing the sea, with spring flowers blooming. And there's this one too. Musical note. You came from afar, I go to afar. The long journey passes through here. The sky holds nothing at all. So why does it comfort me? Musical note. I always thought modern poetry was just chopping up sentences. Nothing compared to classical verse. But Huainan's poems really are romantic. They made me feel the beauty of modern poetry for the first time. Holy shit, those lines. The sky holds nothing at all, so why does it comfort me? And the whole from tomorrow on bit. I even used them as my online signature. So those were all Huainan's. Mr. Cogito, The Great Riddle, and Do Not Go Gentle Into That Good Night are harder to read, more highbrow. But Stray Birds, The Circuit, and I'm a willful child are perfect for us. Poetry should be like this, not like that blind fool stuff. Say what you want, but dreaming of winning a Nobel without trashing China? Keep dreaming. Earlier, online influencer poet Qian Wanyan had tried to step on Huainan for clout, and netizens mocked him for it. Too much. When Qian Wanyan's fans insulted others, he thought it was fine. But when strangers dragged him, it was like stepping on his tail. He had to bite back. He wasn't a complete idiot, though. He knew he was weaker in terms of raw poetry, so he tried another angle. Qian Wanyan posted, "What's all the fuss? Do Chinese people really love? Exaggerating? You really believe online hype? Huainan nominated for a Nobel? Come on. In history, no Chinese poet has ever been nominated for the Nobel Prize in Literature. Stop with the fake news just to sell books. Here's some science for you. The Nobel doesn't even have an official candidate list." He wasn't wrong. The so-called Nobel candidate lists floating around online were just odds published by betting company Nicer Odds. They had no official weight at all. The Nobel Prize for Literature keeps its candidate list sealed for 50 years. Simply put, when people say Haruki Murakami's always the perennial nominee, or that Qin Shui and Yin Lianke are underrated writers who've supposedly been nominated, it's all just irresponsible talk. At best, it's what betting sites like Nicer Odds in the UK are guessing. Qian Wanyan was right about some things, but he got one part wrong. Huainan didn't rise to fame because of domestic hype. He was already well-received abroad and only later came back to China with that reputation. Don't tell me you think Huainan's like you. All hype and no substance. Picture. Maybe foreigners hype him up even more than we do. It's like how so much of our culture gets real respect overseas while folks at home just tear it down. That's what a living 500,000 looks like. Picture. Somebody salty, huh? Picture. Huainan's the real deal. I even heard his poems were supposed to be included in middle and high school textbooks, but since the education department couldn't reach him, they had to shelve it for now. Picture. All those pictures were from European and American newspapers praising Huainan. And when Westerners praise, they do it straight. Take the Kenyan Review, for example. Founded in the 1930s by poet and critic John Crow Ransom, it later got acquired by Kenyon College, but the legacy's still there. After all, it's called the finest literary magazine in American history. Mr. Cogito Huainan, the strangest landscape in the world of poetry. Students don't have to explain why they study. Chefs don't have to explain why they cook. Housekeepers don't have to explain why they arrange meals and clothing every day. And even writers who imagine meals don't need to explain when they started writing. But we always want poets to answer, why do I write poetry? Because poetry is the form of writing farthest from cognition, yet closest to the heart. Perhaps Huainan writes because of thinking. From his very first poetry collection, he showed the world a completely different ability, a multi-angled gaze, staring at life, death, and history. Sometimes like clouds in the sky, sometimes like the abyss beneath the earth. In Mr. Cogito, you can see his reverence for heroes. In a non-heroic age, truth-seeking heroes are mocked and despised. The multiplicity of historical narratives, the suppression of truth by power, and the ambiguity of language make the line between good and evil blurry and indistinct. Yet facing history's suffering while calmly confronting reality's twists is what Huainan wants to tell us in his poems. Musical note: when heaven's light points at you, rise, walk slash. So long as there's darkness haunting your chest, beware slash. Repeat humanity's ancient curses, fairy tales, and legends slash. So you may reach an unattainable good slash. Repeat those great words, without cease for a moment. Musical note: if the Swedish Academy were to give this year's Nobel Prize for Literature to a poet, or to a writer rooted in cognitive history, then Huainan would be the first candidate. Compared with that, the domestic reports don't sound so bad. Qian Wanyan backed down and shut up. The 2025 Nobel Prize for Literature ended up going to the American writer Robert Hossein. But as one netizen reminded everyone, sure, Huainan didn't win this year, but Roberts has been researching his poetry. In fact, he even published Huainan, where two rivers of East and West converge this March. You're welcome. That internet poet's attempt at clout-chasing totally backfired. Instead, he pushed Huainan's name recognition even higher in China. Without him, So many people wouldn't have translated and reposted those foreign articles and pictures. Online, the Little Smuff account got a bump in fame. Offline, today was a different story. An important figure was visiting Chu Zhi for a formal meeting, arranged in a private room at Jingxi Hui in the Magic City, right by Starry Sky Plaza. I wasn't sure what Secretary Liu likes to eat, so I booked here casually, Chu Zhi said. Though he put it that way, he knew the guest was from Meizhou, so he deliberately chose Jingxi Hui, which specializes in modern Chaozhou cuisine. He wasn't sure how good the food was, but the price and atmosphere fit the occasion. Consultant Chu, you're too polite, Liu replied. I really must apologize for intruding on your rest like this. About a third into the meal, Liu sipped his oolong tea and got down to business. Consultant Chu, are you close with the Santander Group chairman's children, Pablo and Monica? Never met them, Chu Zhi answered carefully. Mr. Pablo and Ms. Monica just appreciate the Spanish songs I've performed. In other words, they're fans. Liu only asked because during the recent unrest in Bolivia, the Santander Group helped with evacuation. And just days ago, they sent news of a donation that stirred up multiple departments, especially the Palace Museum and the Nanjing Museum. If it were a gift between friends, Liu could understand. But purely as fans, that didn't sit right with his values. Is there something you need from me, Secretary Liu? Chu Zhi asked. I'll need to trouble you again, Liu said. The Santander Group wants to donate the snake head, and the people in charge are Ms. Monica and Mr. Pablo. The reason given was because of Mr. Chu Zhi. We admire Chinese culture. That back half was clearly tacked on. The real reason was just the first half. The 12 zodiac heads from Yuanminjuan. Chu Zhi was startled. Then he asked for confirmation. If it wasn't those legendary relics, the two museum directors wouldn't be running around. Liu nodded. One of the 12, the horse head, was auctioned at Christie's years ago for over 60 million Hong Kong dollars. Now it'd be worth over 100 million. Thinking that two fans he'd never even met were donating something like this, Chu Zhi was stunned. Giving up a priceless cultural relic just to honor their idol? Liu couldn't wrap his head around how wild fandom had become. Business deals with Qatar's natural gas at least made sense as win-win. The donation ceremony scheduled for 2 o'clock the day after tomorrow, Liu said. We'd like to invite you to attend. I don't know if you're up for it physically. No problem, Chu Zhi replied. Liu explained the ceremony would be hosted by both the Foreign Affairs Office and the Palace Museum, held at the State Guest House's reception hall in the eastern suburbs of Purple Mountain, broadcast live by CCTV. Pretty high profile. From an artistic or monetary perspective, the 12 zodiac heads weren't the top relics of the Qing dynasty, but their history gave them symbolic weight. Among the public, they were even more famous than many true national treasures. People had long dreamed of seeing all 12 return. 7 were already back: ox, tiger, monkey, pig, horse, rat, and rabbit. The rest were missing. Now the snakehead would return thanks to the Santander Group. Nothing wrong with that. Dinner wrapped up, the important stuff covered. Jingxi Hui's dishes weren't heavy in portion anyway, and since both were focused on business, plenty went untouched. After sending Liu off, Chu Zhi, the self-proclaimed emperor beast, packed up all the leftovers. Warm this up later, then order 6 gene of bullfrogs for dinner. That'll cover today's carbs. Usually he'd order 8 gene just for himself. With the leftovers substituting 2, it was badass and frugal. Saved enough to buy 2 tea eggs. Liu rushed to Hangzhou Airport and caught a flight back to Beijing. As the plane lifted off, he couldn't help but marvel. Since when could a celebrity actually help the country? It sounded absurd, but Chu Zhi really did. Especially in Asian diplomacy, things that could go either way often got pushed through thanks to him. Neither the state nor Chu Zhi publicized it, but the truth was there. At least in Liu's eyes, Chu Zhi never used his honorary post for gain. On the contrary, he gave a lot back. Back to real business. As Liu's flight was still in the air, donors Monica and Pablo were landing at Capital Airport. They'd been set up with a local guide to visit tourist spots like the Great Wall and the Palace Museum, but they refused. Too excited to do anything, they holed up in their hotel. They couldn't help it. Soon they'd finally see their idol face to face. I read online that Brother Joe really has a strange fragrance, Monica said. It's the same as Irarji in mythology. She was referring to an obscure Basque myth, popular only in parts of central Spain and southwestern France. Irarji was the name of the moon god, said to carry a fragrance that soothed all who smelled it. That was why everything in the world could fall asleep at night. A photo, an autograph. I need a picture with Brother Gio. They'll all die of envy. Pablo grinned. By they, he meant their friends at the Pomegranate Flower Club, fellow little fruits. Online I also read that Brother Gio's pupils are everyone's envy. I have to see them up close, Monica added. Snap a close-up with my phone. Make it my lock screen. How about that? Pablo mused aloud. Xiaomache will definitely beg me. Mr. Pablo, please send me a copy. I'm so nervous. What should I wear? I can't make a bad impression on Brother Gio. Monica was stressed. She'd only brought 3 suitcases with her, but felt like she had nothing decent. If Brother Gio has time to share a meal, this trip would be perfect, Pablo said. You could tell they weren't really talking to each other. They just rambled out their own fantasies. But they had one thing in common. They both thought time was crawling. 2 days to go. What could happen in 2 days? The Emperor Beast wrapped up his Japanese translation of Jing. Oh right, forgot to mention. He'd been working on translations just to pad his own bio with another title. Translator. Selected works of Bai Pu, Japanese and Russian editions. Selected stories from Flowers in the Mirror, Japanese and English editions. Yuyang Zazu Volume 1, Japanese and French editions. And now the Japanese edition of Jing. He only had bits of time between his busy schedule, so he chipped away at them little by little. Because Flowers in the Mirror had passages that were nearly impossible to translate, he cut them, hence selected stories. Yuyang Zazu couldn't be done in a single volume, so he planned for 2, though the second was still stuck. Tang Dynasty's Yuyang Zazu was full of bizarre records. Like one passage describing the moon, it said the moon was a sphere, with pits on its surface being patched up by over 80,000 households. The imagination of the ancients really was something. Anyway, compared to his poetry, translation hadn't made much of a splash. Total global sales for all these editions combined didn't even hit 50,000. The silver lining was professional recognition. One chapter from his French Yuyang Zazu, Strange Instruments, got included in a university French curriculum. Should I just agree to it? Chu Zhi wondered. Earlier this year, a publisher approached him. A talented mangaka's work, The Hypocritical Minister, was being adapted into an anime. They wanted to collaborate with the great poet Huainan. Kyoto Animation hoped Huainan could translate Yuewei Chaoding Biji into Japanese as a tie-in. Forget it, there's no need. Chu Zhi shook his head. Early to bed, early to rise, stay healthy. And just like that, the day of the donation ceremony arrived. Number 576. Call him over to play. Before the Dongjiao State Guest House was ever opened to regular tourists, its very name wasn't known to outsiders. People only whispered about it as Zhongshan Mausoleum No. 5. The Jinling Museum might be wealthy and ranked among the top 8 national museums, but it still wasn't bold enough to book out the entire guest house. They'd only reserved the conference hall and the lobby bar. The main entrance was still busy with cars and people, since plenty of tourists and official guests invited by Jinling's government continued to stay there. As a side note, the rooms at the Purple Mountain Guest House cost about the same as a 3-star hotel, so ordinary travelers could afford them. Someone donated the bronze snake head from the old summer palace, but the government hasn't made any announcements. How many of the zodiac heads are still overseas? I think most have already been returned. What about the dragon head, the most important one? Where's that now? Which rich guy donated this one? Visitors muttered among themselves. Their chatter was sparked by the signboard at the entrance. On a red background, golden letters announced, guests attending the donation ceremony for the bronze snake head from the old summer palace. Please proceed to counter 2. Many stopped in their tracks, hesitant. Like people often said, the 12 bronze zodiac heads were too well known across the country. Counter 2 was on the left side of the lobby. On the right, Counter 1 stood as usual, where government greeters welcomed guests. Today, the ones arriving were Ku Hyo-yun and Ku Yun-pyo, along with the rest of the Ku family's entourage, one of South Korea's 5 major chaebol families. The official assigned to receive them was Deputy Director Sun from Jinling's Investment Promotion Bureau. If the bureau chief hadn't gone to South Korea to lead another delegation, the Ku family would have been received by the top leader himself. That was the level of formality this visit deserved. Biopharmaceuticals were one of Jinling's 8 major industries. LG Life Sciences had been a leading company in that sector for nearly 30 years in Jinling, investing more than $22 billion US. They definitely deserved respect. Ku Hyoyun was the eldest daughter of LG Group's current head, managing LG Chem, while Ku Yunpyo, the third son, had taken over LG Electronics. Their visit to Jinling this time was driven by plans to expand investment. When their car pulled up at the guest house, Ku Yunpyo frowned the moment he saw the crowd of reporters, Guangming Daily, Jinling Daily, Shanghai Morning Post, China Youth Daily, all pointing cameras and microphones at him. Sister. He removed his sunglasses, irritation bubbling up. He was already in his mid-30s and had been president of LG Electronics for 2 years, yet his temper hadn't changed at all. Take another look. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Ku Hyoyun stopped him from losing his cool. Deputy Director Sun also stepped out of his car. Seeing the situation, he quickly explained, "There's a donation ceremony today. A celebrity's attending, so the media came." The translator passed the explanation along. Both siblings relaxed immediately. They were here to discuss new investments, but the funding size and direction weren't finalized yet. For a moment, they thought Jinling's officials had leaked the news to the press to pressure them. That had happened once before in the Philippines, and the fallout forced LG Electronics to practically pull out of that market. Which celebrity? Is it someone named Meng? Meng Whooping? He was in that drama palace within the palace, right? Ku Yunpyo asked with interest. The historical idol drama starring Meng Whooping and Lin Xia had gone viral across Southeast Asia, even gaining popularity in South Korea. Clearly, he had a particular fondness for Meng Whooping. And no, that wasn't a typo. Fondness spelled as Xingqir had more to it. Since the museum and the investment bureau weren't related, Deputy Director Sun had no idea who the celebrity was. All he knew was that Jinling's museum had fought tooth and nail to secure the right to exhibit the donated snake head instead of Beijing's Palace Museum. "I'll send someone to ask," he replied. "If it really is." Ku Yunpyo wanted to say he'd absolutely treat Meng Whooping to a meal, but a light cough beside him shut him up immediately. He closed his mouth at once. No matter how much he liked Chinese celebrities, this wasn't South Korea's entertainment industry, where he could throw his weight around. "Deputy Sun, let's head in first," Ku Hyoyun said. The bureau staff led the way while Sun quietly told his secretary to find out which celebrity was there. If LG confirmed another $2 billion investment, that'd be huge. Last year's target was utilize at least $4.5 billion in foreign investment, aiming for $5 billion. An extra $2 billion could create countless new jobs. In that case, what was wrong with inviting a celebrity to dinner? Deputy Sun thought it made perfect sense. Meanwhile, Ku Yunpyo wasn't thinking about investments at all. He was already daydreaming about sleazy fun. "Keep yourself in check here in China. If you screw up our cooperation, you'll explain it to father yourself," Ku Hyoyun said coldly. He hurriedly promised he'd never let that happen. Celebrities didn't matter to her anyway. From the age of 17, she'd schemed against her brothers for the family inheritance. She'd even orchestrated things so her third brother, Ku Yunpyo, was labeled gay, and had long manipulated their fourth brother until he feared the very sight of her. To rise as a woman and become president of LG Chem in South Korea, her methods were ruthless. Among the Gusons, they secretly called her the praying mantis queen. Inside a small conference room, LG's senior executives sat with Jinling's investment bureau to negotiate preferential policies. Deputy Sun, the celebrity at the donation event, is Chu Zhi, the secretary whispered in his ear. Deputy Sun froze. "You mean Counselor Chu, the one who got shot recently?" The secretary nodded firmly. Deputy Sun's mind spun. Their city's museum was really this powerful? They'd invited Chu Zhi of all people? The donor's actually Chu Zhi's fan. That's why the bronze snake head was given, the secretary added after asking around. No wonder Chu Zhi stood above other celebrities. With his political standing and influence, he could bring back national treasures on his reputation alone. Who could compare? Deputy Sun instantly abandoned the idea of inviting him for dinner. What rank was he? What rank was Chu Zhi? The gap was enormous. After 2 hours of back and forth, LG's executives and Jinling's officials reached a preliminary agreement on the main conditions. The details still needed more meetings. For investments of this scale, it was normal to hold 20 or 30 rounds of talks, sometimes even drag it out for half a year. Deputy Sun, may I ask who the celebrity is at the other side's donation ceremony? Ku Yunpyo asked quietly while his sister was away. He was still hung up on Meng Whooping. In Palace Within the Palace, Lin Xia's acting was better, but he had a soft spot for Meng Whooping's wooden face. What could Deputy Sun say? If he told the truth, and this brat made an unreasonable request, he couldn't possibly deliver. But staying silent also felt wrong. Just then, Ku Hyoyun returned. Ku Yunpyo shrank back like a mouse spotting a cat. But her next words stunned Sunday. Deputy Sun, will Mr. Chu Zhi also be staying at this hotel today? Number 577. Your idol too? Ku Hyoyun's eyes stayed fixed on the deputy director. Deputy Director Sun looked puzzled. He'd thought this Korean woman was normal, but now she was acting strange. Then it hit him, Chu Zhi's over-the-top popularity in South Korea. People there even had a Chu Zhi Day. Chu Zhi, the celebrity attending the donation ceremony, is Chu Zhi. Ku Yunpyo perked up at the familiar name. Wait, you mean the Chu Zhi who starred in Unsinkable? Deputy Director Sun nodded with some difficulty, mainly because he had no idea what this Korean was about to say. Of course Yunpyo knew Chu Zhi. In their circles, the man was called the only thing we have in common with the lower-class brats. South Korea's class system was even more rigid than Japan's. Among the chaebol heirs, it was a matter of pride to distinguish themselves from ordinary citizens, right down to what majors they picked at university. For example, both Hyoyun and Yunpyo studied at Ua Women's University, but since she liked horseback riding, she entered as a riding specialist. Before that, Ua had no such program. Liking Chu Zhi was literally the only overlap between the chaebol heirs and ordinary people. Yunpyo wasn't a Little Fruits fan himself, but one of his best buddies was a diehard. He was about to say more when he suddenly felt a chill up his spine, his seat turning into a bed of nails, his throat tightening. He turned his head and realized it was his sister's death stare. I'm sorry if it sounds abrupt, Hyoyun said calmly. I just learned this myself. The Santander Group of Spain donated the bronze serpent head out of admiration for Chu Zhi and Chinese culture. To be honest, I've admired Mr. Chu and Chinese culture for a long time, and I've also thought about donating cultural relics. She added, on my 20th birthday, my father gave me a present, a Tang Dynasty copy of Funeral Lament. Deputy Director Sun didn't know much about relics, but just by the name, he could guess it was valuable. Still, he wasn't sure how valuable. The secretary, however, quickly looked it up on her phone when no one was paying attention, and her breath caught in her throat. Funeral Lament was one of Wang Shiji's masterpieces. The original was preserved in the San-no-maru Shizuokan in Japan. Since Wang's surviving works were so rare, later dynasties produced countless reproductions. The Tang court's double-outline ink copies were considered the best, preserving the closest likeness to the original calligraphy. To give an example, even the world-class Crescent Museum, despite its vast collection, considered its Tang copy of Timely Clearing After Snowfall one of its 7 greatest treasures. No exaggeration, if the 12 zodiac heads had historical hype behind them, then the Tang copy of Funeral Lament was the real deal. In terms of rarity and artistic value, it was one step short of being a true national treasure. For reference, a Tang copy of Wang Shiji's Pinyin letter fetched 308 million yuan at auction 10 years ago. The secretary whispered the value to Deputy Director Sun, and his face turned pale with shock. What the hell, an over 100 million yuan treasure just dropping from the sky? Even Yunpyo was stunned, as shocked as if South Korea had just beaten the US to a pulp. South Korea's extreme feminist movements had their roots in real discrimination. Daughters of chaebol families never had inheritance rights. If there was no son, the company would go to a son-in-law or even a nephew before a daughter. That Tang copy of Funeral Lament was one of 3 priceless gifts their father had bought from Japan, worth about 1 billion yuan in total, for Hyoyun's coming-of-age ceremony. Hey, note here, Koreans officially celebrate adulthood at 20, but with their unique Korean age, that's basically equivalent to 18 in China. Don't think their father spoiled his eldest daughter too much. What it really meant was, this is all you'll ever get. The company and everything else won't be yours. Yet somehow, Hyoyun later convinced their father to hand over LG Chemical, the most important part of the conglomerate, to her. Donating cultural relics is a serious matter, Deputy Director Sun said after regaining his composure. It needs to be handled with the appropriate departments. I consider China my second homeland, and Mr. Chu is my only idol. I hope you can understand my sincerity, Hyoyun added. Rest assured, Ms. Ku. We can feel your affection for China, Deputy Director Sun replied. He understood what she meant. She wanted some benefits in return during the fine details of negotiation. That was normal. If the Tang copy went to auction today, it'd fetch at least 5 or 600 million yuan. If she donated it outright without asking for anything, just to chase after a star, that would have been abnormal. After coordinating with the Jinling side, the Ku family checked into the Dongjiao State Kust House. Yunpyo felt he had to say something. His sister already knew he liked men. If she thought his eagerness about Chu Zhi meant he was harboring indecent thoughts toward her idol, he'd be dead meat. His childhood fear of her was bone deep. When there was no one else around, he asked carefully, Sister, you're a fan of the professor too? Too. You mean you're also a fan of Mr. Chu? Her gaze softened a little. Of course, he declared righteously. The professor isn't like other celebrities. I only feel respect and admiration for him. She patted his shoulder. This time your taste is actually good. Hearing her praise made him happier than hearing their father's. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, what kind of ability did this Chinese singer have to win his sister's admiration? Honestly, a ruthless mantis like her admiring an idol singer was bizarre. When they reached their 7th-floor room, Yunpyo wrinkled his nose at the core. That was normal. Aside from a few exceptions like the Shijiao Kust House or the Shihu Kust House, most state goose houses were a bit outdated in style. Even the Zhudao Kust House, recommended by Premier Zhou, had the same problem. For someone as pampered as Yunpyo, disliking it was expected. Kim Seo said that once you attend one of Chu Zhi's fan events, you'll automatically become a fan. That's too much, I don't buy it. He wondered if he should try it out himself. Then he hesitated. What if he really did get inappropriate thoughts? With Chu Zhi's status, that would be suicide. No, I still want to meet him, he muttered. He immediately called their contacts in China to arrange a dinner with Meng Wuping that evening. His buddy, Kim Seo, by the way, was the third son of Kakao's founder, the one who married Pan Ku Bank's president's youngest daughter, Chen Wu. After attending the Orange Festival with his fiancée Chen Wu, Kim Seo ended up becoming a Little Fruits fan himself. Back in the guest house's main hall, a giant banner caught everyone's eye. Thank you to Ms. Monica and Mr. Pablo for donating the Yuan Minjuan bronze serpent head. Reporters filled the space. A journalist from Kuangming Daily interviewed the siblings in Spanish, but they seemed distracted. Ms. Monica, what do you think of China? The journalist asked. China is a mysterious and beautiful country, Monica said, spouting polite words at first. Later, her voice carried more sincerity. I really hope to visit these places. She pulled a tiny square notepad from her bag, even smaller than a Rubik's Cube, and scribbled some crooked Chinese characters. Honestly, if the journalist hadn't been skilled, he wouldn't have been able to read them at all. Cuising and piecing it together, the young Spanish beauty's destinations were 3, the Dazu rock carvings, the Little Three Gorges, and Fairy Mountain. The journalist's hobby happened to be studying travel. As a hardcore cloud backpacker, he instantly realized those 3 spots were all in Chongqing. Dazu, Little, Mountain were all 5A rated scenic spots, but China had too many of those. He needed to ask why she picked them, even if he already guessed it. Was because Chu Zhi came from there. He needed it on record. Because the MVs for All Nations, Volume 1 and Besieged on All Sides were filmed there. I want to see them in person, Monica explained. MVs? The journalist had bought the one gazed upon by gods, but most filming locations had been overseas. So Chu Zhi had been quietly promoting his hometown? Why didn't he ever say so? Clearly the journalist didn't use YouTube. The Dazu rock carvings, Little Three Gorges, and Fairy Mountain were beautiful, sure, but to get foreigners to fly thousands of miles for them was extreme. Still, when Chu Zhi walked slowly along the rock walls in the MV, countless foreign little fruits flew over just to walk that same path. At that moment, Chu Zhi entered through the main doors, flanked by his bodyguards Huang and Su from Zongnanhai. They'd even scouted the location the day before. One reason Zongnanhai bodyguards were so elite was that they could get advance intel not only in China, but in most countries abroad, forcing local authorities to cooperate. Monica wore a Hermes winter runway outfit, satin textures stitched together with embroidered feathers. The curves of the design fit her figure perfectly. She nearly lost control of her excitement when she saw Chu Zhi. "Mr. Chu Zhi, I'm Monica, Monica Alicia Patricia Botten," she said nervously, her voice trembling with expectation. "Do you still remember me?" "Of course I remember. Thanks to Ali's help last time," Chu Zhi greeted warmly. Hearing him call her by her nickname made Monica's joy overflow. And me. I'm Pablo Pilar Cruz Patricia Lopez," her 14-year-old brother interrupted. "Of course I remember you too, Pilo," Chu Zhi said. He didn't actually remember clearly, but his Emperor Beast memory trick kicked in. He'd once drawn a Spanish-language proficiency card, so he knew how nicknames worked. Spaniards had fixed diminutives. For example, Pablo Pilar could become Pili, Paluca, Pillow, or Pilo. Poppy was also possible, but since Poppy had certain suggestive meanings in Spanish, it wasn't used casually. So when he heard it, he could naturally piece it together. The donation ceremony followed a set procedure. The Jinling Museum and the Palace Museum announced the start. Donors gave short speeches. Chu Zhi expressed his thanks, and finally the museum director promised to protect the relics. "I've grown up, and I've inherited the Patricia family. One day, I'll donate all our family antiques to Mr. Chu Zhi," Pablo declared loudly. One could only imagine how his grandfather would react to that. Chu Zhi didn't take it seriously. By the time the boy was old enough to inherit, he'd have changed his mind. One detail stood out. Monica and Pablo's last names didn't match. As explained before, Spaniards used their mother's surname at the end, which meant the two had different mothers. Pablo Pilar was his given name, while Cruz was his baptismal name. Monica didn't have a baptismal name. Monica Alicia was her full name. Seriously, my grandpa bought a ton of Chinese vases and plates. Seeing his idol didn't take him seriously, Pablo repeated himself with extra emphasis. Chu Zhi responded with genuine gratitude and anticipation, which finally satisfied Pablo. Honestly, CCTV's publicity skills weren't great. Even though the donation ceremony was broadcast live on their network, not many people even knew about it. Well, it also had something to do with Chu Zhi's own team. For other celebrities, something like this would call for massive promotion across every platform. For him, it was just business as usual. Not that these things were useless. Stack enough of them up and the publicity would explode on its own. See, at the post-event banquet, Elder Dan from the Palace Museum and Director E from the Jinling Museum were practically praising him to the heavens. October 6th, the In Harmony with Chu World Tour officially kicked off in Shanghai. For the city, it was no small challenge. First challenge, the subway was already crowded on a normal day. Today, lines 4, 3, and 11 were literally hell. Every car was packed, so tight people were about to be squashed into meat pies. Even with the tourism center right by the stadium and buses like 754, 985, and 44 connecting, the pressure on passenger flow was brutal. The 80,000-seat stadium had sold 84,980 tickets, but the crowd inside easily topped 100,000. Some were diehards who came without tickets, hoping scalpers with magical powers might sell them one at sky-high prices. Others just wanted to join the atmosphere. Next round, I'm definitely getting a ticket. 2 rounds, more than 400,000 people trying to buy. I feel like only the speed demons managed to snag one. But the third round in Mountain City, Fog City, Spring City, and Forest City, I think I can do it. As long as Insta sold out doesn't turn into 5 seconds, I've still got hope. The ones chatting were Xiao Zi and Xiao Qi. They didn't even try to get in. They just wanted to hang out outside and hear the echoes. Xiao Zi had been a Little Fruits for 5 years, starting from I Really Am a Singer. Once, just for her idol, she dragged her best friend out at 3 in the morning to deliver breakfast to sanitation workers as charity. Because she set a star goal on the Orang Home app to get into Fudan, she studied like crazy, and now she was actually majoring in atmospheric sciences at Fudan University. That's right, she really reached her star. Falling for this idol had changed her life. Her best friend Xiao Qi used to be a fan of the boy group Chu Zhi. But after the Lone Brave firefighter incident, she quit the fandom entirely. She'd overperformed on her exams and made it into Shanghai Institute of Technology. Not bad, but still not on Chu Zhi's level. She'd lost count of how many times she sighed. An idol's influence on a fan is just too much. With that thought in mind, she ended up as a casual fan of Chu Zhi. Picking up some trash a Little Fruits had tossed, volunteer Xiao Wu. Yes, the same young guy who got hired at the company thanks to one line from King Toten, was here too. He had the day off, so he came. Listening to the Little Fruits around him hyping themselves up about round 3 tickets made him smile. But dreams are sweet, reality's rough. Working at Igua Entertainment, he knew more than most. For the first 2 rounds, you had to bind your ID card on the platform, which meant foreign fans couldn't buy it all. Starting with round 3, tickets would go up on E+, Interpark, TTM, C, and more than 10 other sites, finally allowing international fans to try. Their speed might be weak, but their numbers were terrifying. Round 3 would be even harder. There are still plenty of Little Fruits rushing in from other provinces. Little Smartass, remember to shift your position. That was what he heard on the phone. Little Smartass was his online handle, and honestly, hearing people call him that out loud was kind of embarrassing. At that moment, public transport was already collapsing, let alone fans who drove or booked rides. Shaoxi North Road and South Zhongshan Second Road were completely jammed. Traffic cops from 3 districts were called in, and it still barely made a dent. The concert was at 7, but by 5 or 6, the entrance to the stadium was already packed tight with fans. You guys planned this? Everyone's wearing orange. Kai Jia asked her cousin Sinisen. Looking around, it was a flood of orange jackets, hoodies, hats, and orange sea crashing in waves. Nope, no planning. It's just that when Little Fruits come to JY's concert, of course we wear something orange. Sinisen herself wore a pale orange dress, with a black jacket over it since the weather had turned chilly. Thankfully, under her cousin's relentless persuasion, Kai Jia had put on an orange coat before leaving home. Otherwise, she really would have looked out of place. Looking out over the orange sea glowing under the sunset, she thought orange was the color of joy. At this moment, it felt like anyone could be happy. Please don't push. If there's an accident, the concert might be canceled. For the 8th anniversary, don't push, please. The volunteers in orange vests kept repeating the warning, trying to keep order. Whether at album signings or here at the concert, the volunteers were always organized by Wang Yuan. A mom fan could go to insane lengths for her star. Because tickets couldn't be resold, only refunded, and thanks to a bunch of scalper assholes refreshing the app nonstop, even if 2 fans coordinated one refunding while the other bought, success was rare. So the mom fans turned to Wang Yuan, volunteering en masse. Honestly, the volunteer lineup for this concert was absolutely unprecedented. Number 578. The Orange Sea and the Lonely Star. A little fun fact, the 80,000 stadium in the Magic City doesn't actually hold 80,000 people. The name came from when it was first built, since they wanted to meet the IOC's standards for a main Olympic venue, so they slapped the slogan 80,000 Stadium on it. In the end, because of all kinds of limitations, it was finished with just over 50,000 seats. But the name had already spread, so they just went along with it. With extra chairs set up on the floor, they could force a 90,000-seat concert, but that would be way too crowded. After running the numbers, Chu Zhi's team decided on 85,000 seats. At that very moment, outside the venue, 6 long black lines of people wound around the building again and again, all because there were only 6 ticket gates. La la la, we ordinary folks, today we're so happy. We ordinary folks, truly so happy. Wang Zishuan had managed to snag a ticket. His internet speed and reflexes were solid, so he slipped through the entrance with ease. Do you want a light stick or cheering goods? A volunteer girl asked. How did he know right away she was a volunteer? Sure, everyone was in orange, but the volunteers' clothes were all matching, with a giant G character printed across them. Anyone who joined the 4th Orange Festival would recognize it as the same merch set once given to the Little Fruits. That was one of the perks of being a volunteer at the concert. The light sticks were just glow sticks for waving, usually free at concerts unless you ran into some shameless celebrity who charged for them. The cheering goods were orange balloons that said, "Together with Chu, my heart burns for Xi," and orange scarves. How much for everything? Wang Zishuan asked, tempted by the scarf. The end of it had a cute cartoon orange slice. The scarf's 5 yuan. The balloon and lightstick are free, the volunteer said. 5 yuan. He froze. That was a Pinduoduo price if he'd ever seen one. Even though he'd never been into idols before, he'd gone to offline League of Legends matches, and even the cheapest keychains or scarves there were 50 yuan at least. Was she missing a zero? He almost asked, but the little fruit behind him couldn't wait. 5 yuan? I'm definitely getting one. So the volunteer handed over the full set, light stick, balloon, and scarf. Can I pay with WeChat? I'll take a set too. He scanned and paid right away. The scarf's material actually felt pretty nice, almost like it was sold at cost price. Maybe it was psychological, but when he wrapped it around his neck, he felt warm inside. Every little fruit who came and got a set, some even bought 3 or 4 for their friends. To put it in perspective, among the volunteer mom fans, for we're on Forbes' 40 under 40 most influential women. 2 were listed on Fortune's global most promising women in business, and 1 even cracked Huruan's top 10 female billionaires in China. These women could have easily handed out the scarves for free, but Wang Yuan decided charging cost price was still best. Wang Zishuan found his seat, an 1888 yuan floor ticket in VIP Zone 4, Row 6, Seat 7. He hadn't even looked at the Zone 1 or 2 tickets. They were completely out of his budget. Overall, he thought the price wasn't bad. He'd checked online and found that concerts by Sun Shi or Zhou Yu charged over 2,000 for floor tickets. As for the first few rows, they never even made it online. If you got them from scalpers, you'd pay 5 digits easy. I'm ready. Wang Zishuan muttered as he sat, everything prepared except for Chu Feng's arrival. The once empty stadium filled up fast. He noticed fans around him holding not only glow sticks, but also self-made banners, with Brother Gio for life. Protect our Xiao Gio. I9, Jiawai shines, forever by your side. The lighting, sound, and crew were all ready. The backup dancers waited in their tent-like prep area, full of energy. The stage had been specially designed. Spotlights pierced down like sunlight through clouds, breaking the dark sky and shining on the ground. The stage floor had responsive lighting, pushing the visual experience even further. All 4 sides opened to face the crowd, and the central steel frames were wrapped in light-absorbing materials, like a great tree connecting heaven and earth. Around it were 3 elevating platforms. The giant screen started its countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Chu Zhi stood on the rising platform, silently rehearsing his opening lines in his head. He felt calm. As Emperor Beast, he'd been through too many big stages to lose his cool. When the platform rose level with the stage, the spotlights hit him, and the sight before his eyes was something he'd never forget. At 7 o'clock sharp, night had fallen. Normally, the stadium would be pitch black, blending seamlessly into the night sky. But tonight, all he saw was a sea of orange. Like an ocean with fish, shrimp, crabs, jellyfish, and corals, this orange ocean was full of dazzling vitality. He didn't see sea creatures, but he did feel life. Real, raw life. Xiao Gio, with you forever. Zhi with you, always together. One heart, one mind, long and lasting Gio. Unchanging heart, Zhi forever lives on. Tens of thousands of fans shouted in unison, their voices crashing together like waves. Everything he'd prepared to say vanished from his mind, drowned in orange. He stood frozen for half a minute, while the cheers thundered on nonstop. He tried to speak once he snapped out of it, but happiness swelled in his chest, wrapping his heart in a thin, fragile layer that stole his words. It wasn't like winning the lottery or having a crush accept his confession. This fragile joy pressed on his tear ducts until his eyes stung. You're the brightest orange in the night, he finally said. Tonight's concert is our time, so let's be happy together. The crowd erupted. His passive skill, life of the party, activated, sharpening his senses. He hadn't touched a drop of alcohol, but he felt tipsy on pure emotion. The first song is a new one, he said. For every fan here, and every fan who couldn't make it. And for the Little Fruit Xiao AI who went to the Little Fruit Star, he added silently. The cheers softened into quiet anticipation. No matter how excited they were, listening to their idol came first. Only Jiawai would dare to start a concert with a new song, Wang Zishuan muttered, balloon in one hand, glow stick in the other. He caught the title, Kepler. Weird name. Clearly, his astronomy and math weren't great, since Kepler's laws, the 3 laws of planetary motion, were middle school science. Not that it mattered. The warped synths and pounding drums in the intro already hooked him. Faint astronaut comms drifted through the mix. Musical note. Even if I can't reach you, become my brightest star, I'll still lend you my light. Musical note. Musical note, casting it to you, until your brilliance hangs gently in the faraway sky. Musical note. Chu Zhi thought of the little fruit named AIU. With the memory came the sterile hospital room, the suffocating air. Even after 2 or 3 years, her frail, thin face was carved deep into his mind like lines in the folds of his brain. I saw Brother Gio. I bet. A lot of little fruits are jealous. Doctor said you've lost faith in chemo, Xiao AI. That's not okay. We promised to meet at the 8th anniversary concert. I'll fight with everything I've got. I'll wait for the song Brother Gio sings just for me. In his heart, Chu Zhi whispered, Xiao AI, you didn't keep your promise. He didn't add any special effects, no voice of despair or angel's gospel. His voice alone, raw and unembellished, carried the emotion. Musical note. When you're quiet, in the cold galaxy above, will the shimmering waves be warm enough for you? Musical note. Musical note. When you think of it, that light born from me, I'll still sing for you. Musical note. Musical note. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, like your body, hidden among countless lonely stars, yet I can still find you. Musical note. He lifted his gaze toward the night sky. The little fruit star couldn't be seen with the naked eye, but he knew exactly where it was. Musical note, shining above, reflecting my solitude, reminding me I'm just another lonely star. Musical note. Musical note. When you're quiet, in the cold galaxy above, will the shimmering waves be warm enough for you? Musical note. Musical note. When you think of it, that light born from me, I'll still sing for you. Musical note. The hospital memory folded into squares, flattening until they became 4 sticky notes. Get better with Jiwai. Earn a star on Orang Home app. Buy mom a massage chair for her back pain. 8th anniversary concert. Must get a ticket. The last sticky note was in Chu Zhi's pocket right now. Musical note. In this vast world, in this endless sea of people, we reflect each other's light. Musical note. Musical note. When we carry on, pouring every ounce of longing into this one song for you. Musical note. The volunteers finished their tasks and finally sat down to listen, including Zheng Xianbi, the founder of Qifeng Tech. She hadn't worked this hard in a long time. But the moment the song began, she felt everything was worth it. All the hassle, all the stress, turned into little background details that didn't matter in the glow of the music. There were no dancers for this warm-up track, but the crowd came alive. His voice was pure and crisp, like ice-cold orange juice at the perfect moment, refreshing to the soul. Musical note. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, like your body, hidden among countless lonely stars, yet I can still find you. Musical note. Musical note. Shining above, reflecting my past, reminding me I'm no longer a lonely star. Musical note. 80,000 fans wave their orange light sticks in perfect rhythm, waves upon waves rolling through the stadium. Number 579. A monster in others' eyes. Don't let thorns prick you. Don't let bugs bite your fingers. Even the tiniest little things can ruin your happiness for the day. Xiaohua was that kind of sensitive person. The smallest actions from people around him could flip his mood, whether it ended up being a happy day or not. Normally, he enjoyed his quiet walks, where he could lose himself in the glow of street lamps and near empty roads. Compared to fancy, luxurious places, it was the quiet and shabby spots that touched him more. Another concert? He muttered. He lived nearby and had the habit of strolling around 8 after dinner. Walk after dinner and you'll live to 99, as the saying went. He knew whenever the Magic City Stadium hosted concerts, traffic clogged up the area, but tonight the crowd was insane. He cut his usual hour walk in half and turned back toward home. What a shitty day. But just as he grumbled in his head, he heard a familiar melody. Sure, the sound was distorted, the vocals a little faint, but it was still clear enough. Musical note. The world's so big, I just want to fly. Even if I'm covered in scars I'll never regret. No one's cheering, but I'm still expecting. The rainbow after rain is always so amazing. Musical note. Musical note. In the blink of an eye, everything's changed. A new starting point. A new world's right in front of me. Musical note. Proud Youth. Xiaohua instantly recognized it. He knew the song well, and even when he went 0 to 5 on the solo lane in King of Glory, just hearing this track gave him the guts to turn it into a 5 to 0. Without realizing, he followed the sound. By the time Proud Youth ended and he snapped back, he was already at the south gate of the 80,000 stadium, surrounded by a whole crowd of outside listeners. And not just a few either. He looked around and saw at least 1,000 people packed into the empty space. Is it really that crazy? He thought. Then he overheard a conversation that shocked him even more. A newbie reporter from Tushio, hair as sparse as an online author's word count, was giving a report to his senior. Let's call him Xiao Shi. Brother Liao, I checked the surrounding high-rises, the Huafu Building, Beihai Building, Donya Hotel, every tall place you can get into. All of them are filled with Chu Zhi's fans. They brought telescopes to watch the concert. Xiao Shi said. I even checked Donya Hotel. Room 1311 usually costs a few hundred yuan, but today more than 10 people tried to book it at a high price. The manager said someone had already locked it down 2 weeks ago. The balcony in 1311 faces the stadium perfectly. Xiao Shi smacked his lips. I randomly interviewed a few people. Hundreds, maybe thousands of little fruits are ready to watch the entire concert from rooftops with telescopes. 2 years as a reporter, and I've never seen anything like this. I've been at it for more than 10 years, and this kind of scene's rare even for me. Last time was ages ago, the senior said. Take more photos, this could blow up. How about the headline tens of thousands of little fruits singing outside the stadium? Put that in the entertainment section, clicks for sure. Better yet, breaking. Superstar Chu Zhi draws tens of thousands to sing outside the venue. That'll hook not only entertainment readers, but anyone remotely interested in him. Hi. Really hot. Lots of tricks to learn. Xiao Shi replied, flattery dripping. Xiaohua tuned out their back and forth. Still, the thought of thousands outside the stadium listening, even renting hotel rooms for a glimpse, left him speechless. Did young people today really have nothing better to do? He was about to leave when another familiar lyric hit his ears. Musical note, at the edge of the world there's only sand. Stories of the mortal world are all about longing. The blade sheathed hides away by the eastern fence. Musical note. That sounded like Red Destined. He had that one on repeat himself. Sure, outside the stadium the vocals weren't crystal clear, but it was still basically live. He stayed put, especially when the chorus came. Musical note. The swords drawn, grudges ended. Who's laughing now? All I want is to hold you in my arms tonight. Musical note. The 1,000-strong crowd outside sang along in unison. Xiao Shi thought the whole thing was surreal. What was even crazier was that he found himself singing along too. The song was too familiar, and he couldn't resist. He'd seen Billy Don't Sing challenge compilations built around it. If the outside atmosphere was this good, the inside must have been electric. Chu Zhi changed outfits every 2 or 3 songs. Almost every chorus had the 80,000 little fruits inside, singing in full force. An hour passed, and aside from the opening new track, Kepler, he'd already sung Legend, Beauty, Blue Lotus, Blue, and White Porcelain, Red Dust in 11 songs in total. Even without dancing around wildly, he still had to move across the stage, which was tiring enough. Good thing his Emperor Beast body had fully recovered. His vocals and stamina held up fine. Musical note. Wine banner rustling in the wind. The swords drawn, grudges ended. Musical note. With the last lyric, the timing was perfect. A massive wine banner dropped from above, the kind you'd see in ancient dramas, just blown up bigger to cover his 6-foot frame. Concert costumes had to fit the theme and lyrics, but also be quick to change, giving fans that seamless thrill. The next song was Moonlight, and he reappeared in a black short coat. Now, short here didn't mean length. It came from ancient folks miswriting su, shu, as dawn, short. Same as how shri became a unit for volume because illiterate people used it instead of dawn. Over time, dictionaries adjusted. Language evolved with usage, unlike Latin, which is dead. That's why science uses Latin names. It won't change with time. Anyway, the point was, Don't picture shorts and t-shirts. Chu Zhi wore black tiger leopard boots with firm grip, a crimson sash tied at his waist, wrist cords, a knotted headband, and a few loose strands of hair falling free. He perfectly embodied an ancient swordsman. The banner lifted, and the audience screamed as they saw his new look. Meanwhile, the last notes of Red Dust In, with its hallucian flute, finally faded. All that in 10 seconds flat. "Isn't tonight's moonlight beautiful?" he asked. Maybe it was good weather, maybe it was just the mood, but to the little fruits, the sky really did look stunning. "Beautiful. So pretty. Not as pretty as Jawai, though," came the shouts. "Then let's sing Moonlight," he said. Musical note, moonlight glow, the scent of a woman, tears break the sword, how long's love? How much pain can words not say? Musical note. With the first line, he drew the crowd straight into a martial world. He didn't dance, but a concert needed hype, so he worked himself to the bone. Tickets were expensive. If you're cutting leaks, at least make sure they feel they're getting their money's worth. When the chorus hit, dancers rushed the stage in black night gear, faces hidden by eerie ghost masks, moving in wild motions. The wire rig yanked him upward. Even expecting it, he staggered, but quickly regained balance. With his mic switched for a prop sword, he glided as if walking on water, landing light as a feather. He swung once, and the front row of dancers flipped back, as if slashed by invisible sword chi. Musical note. Who dares cross the gate of love? Beneath the bright moon my heart is chilled. Musical note. Musical note. Reincarnating through eternal hate. Eyes closed. Who's the wildest of all? Musical note. Musical note. This world's fickle ways. It's doomed that those who love will be scarred for life. Musical note. He kept his breathing steady, even with Farinelli's freakish natural gifts, singing while performing. Like this wasn't easy. The masked dancers swarmed him, while the wires let him spin and flip through the air, somersaults, side twists, midair swordplay. It wasn't just a chase scene. Every move had beauty to it, more like opera than simple dancing. The performance was worth every penny. All 80,000 fans felt pure joy. What's happiness? This was happiness. Holy shit, holy shit. He's singing Moonlight while on wires? Every cover online flops because they can't catch the original vibe, and Joy's here flying midair like it's nothing. Wait, isn't the song's range not even that high? Is it really that hard? Of course it's hard. Try singing it yourself. The runs twist and turn 81 times. The falsetto switches are seductive but not tacky, just unique. Even pro singers crash trying to copy Brother Joe's runs. And he's doing it while on wires. In other singers' eyes, Brother Joe's a total freak. I've seen plenty of concerts, but Xiao Jiu's on another level. Every song has its own stage design. That firework burst during Blue Lotus, not just random sparks, but flower-shaped fireworks filling the sky. Stunning and romantic. Fans could feel it. His insane physical ability, his vocals, and above all, the thought poured into every detail. In the seats, Wang Zishuan frowned. Rock and fireworks are a perfect match. I've seen other rock singers' concerts. Why don't they do this? He stared at the stage. By the end of Moonlight, Chu Zhi wasn't panting, but sweat soaked his forehead. The stage rained down red confetti like drops of blood. The next track, Dream Like Swords, kept the martial theme. He didn't need a costume change, but the stagehands and dancers did, and he needed a quick wipe of sweat. Number 580. Notes across the universe. Don't panic. Drink some water while it's a red rain. The Emperor Beast glanced at the two cups in front of him. Both were filled with red liquid. Huh, where was the big black thermos? Chu Zhi twisted it open, and a strong scent of liquor spilled across the stage. He tilted his head back and gulped it down. The burn of the liquor was like a blade down his throat, instantly triggering his passive skill. His state recovered immediately. For him, activating immortal wine worked even better than doping. He was holding a black-glazed, reflective wine jar, with a red paper label stuck on the front, the character, wine, written boldly on it. It felt light in his grip. No way it was real. If it were a genuine jar that size, it'd weigh more than 10 pounds. The design was styled after a heroic rogue, chest partly exposed. Well, not that exaggerated. Since the Emperor Beast was playing the bad guy, he still had to keep a mistress in his look. So the collar was just left open a little. He swung the wine jar around a few times for effect, but only doing motions felt fake. At a concert with over 50,000 people, the top screen showed a close-up of the stage. Unlike the central effects screen, this one broadcast the singer's performance in real time. After all, tickets in the outer sections cost hundreds, and from that distance, without good eyesight, you couldn't even see the performer clearly. The big screen was their only hope. Thinking of that, the Emperor Beast poured the liquor from both thermoses into the jar. Perfect. Within just a minute and a half, the backstage crew had finished setting props, several rows of green bamboo. Up close, you could tell it was plastic, but from the audience's view, it delivered the right bamboo shadows and slim song mood. The opening notes of Blade and Sword, A Dream, rang out. Since its release on the album, for dramas had bought it as their opening or ending themes. 3 were garbage, but one was hailed as a legendary wuxia drama of the post-TVB era. It had gone viral, smashing decade-long ratings records when broadcast on CCTV. So whether you were a millennial or born in the 80s, whether you liked this style or not, the melody was burned into your brain. Why only the melody? Because most listeners couldn't remember the lyrics, just humming along off-key. Like Wang Zishuan down there, yelling at the top of his lungs. Musical note: I'm drunk in the haze, da-da-da, da-da-da empty. I wake, mumble mumble, dreams of life and death, empty 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 empty. Musical note: he was dragging everyone nearby off rhythm. The fans in the crowd might go off-key, but the singer on stage had to hold steady. With immortal wine active, Chu Zhi unconsciously layered in the emotions fitting the song. He activated the honey badger voice. The wild, restless emotions spread through the stadium. Blade and Sword, A Dream was pure wuxia. The backup dancers swung swords in sync with the lyrics, blades flashing across the stage like arrows hidden in the shadows of the Jianghu. Musical note: come in a rush, leave in a rush, hating that we couldn't meet. Love in a rush, hate in a rush, everything drifts away on the wind. Musical note. Musical note: laugh loud once, sigh long once, live joyfully once, live sorrowfully once. Who'll share life and death with me? Musical note. He tilted the jar back, Wolyangya pouring down his throat. Some overflowed, running past his Adam's apple and soaking his collar. If immortal wine gave him 1 degree of drunkenness before, now it soared to 5. Li Bai once wrote that wine turned 7 parts into moonlight, and the other 3 into sword qi, spilling a Tang dynasty with 1 verse. For the ragdoll, wine became 7 parts chivalry, 3 parts the weary emotions of the Jianghu. Musical note: I cry, tears soak my heart, joy and sorrow mocked by the heavens. I laugh, I go wild, I lose control, heaven and earth rise with storm and cloud. Musical note. His techniques were smooth, every emotion flowing naturally. The audience wasn't just little fruits. Plenty of casual music fans had fought for tickets too. They didn't follow idols, but they knew a good show when they saw one. That was what was insane. The tickets sold out in seconds, yet plenty had gone not to hardcore fans, but to casuals, simply because Chu Zhi's songs had national-level reach. Holy shit, I'm only here for the music. I don't even care about singers. But his vocals are insane. How can he merge the helpless bitterness of the Jianghu with its wild heroism so perfectly? Every note screams, Jianghu. I'm calling him the wuxia singer. I want to smash something right now. Give me a sword. I'll roam the world, singing to my wine. I thought the CD version was flawless, but this live performance beats it. Every song feels like a textbook. That line, I laugh, I go wild, I lose control. I actually heard 3 different emotions. For context, I can't even tell the difference between lossless and standard audio. And on it went. Zhu Zhan was just a pure music fan. If he weren't worried about blocking the view behind him, he'd have stood and stomped his feet. Whatever feuds or grudges were in the lyrics, the rhythm made his legs want to move. He'd prepared himself, thinking live could never beat CD. After all, live shows relied on years of stage experience. But this was flawless. No in-ear monitors the entire time. That's Jiwai, Zhu Zhan muttered. He'd always hated fans calling singers why like elders, but after tonight, he felt Chu Zhi deserved it. The wuxia passion ended. Some in the audience still weren't ready to calm down. The stage crew rushed in with new props. Chu Zhi's costume changed drastically, from a black rogue outfit to an extravagant tuxedo. Why extravagant? Tassels dangled everywhere. Rhinestones glittered on the chest, knees, elbows, and collar. On his head was a tall top hat, with strings of clear beads hanging like droplets, circling the entire brim. Each strand reached down to his chin, blocking his sight. The next two songs were massively popular Japanese tracks in China: Fireworks, Yukiage Hanabi, and Loser. The outfit matched the mood. These were tragic songs. During the choruses, the stage lit up with digital ripples, simulating stormy rain. Light shining through the beads created a curtain of water. The rhinestones glittered like he was being drenched in downpour. The backup dancers performed specially choreographed modern dance pieces. Every detail screamed effort. This concert scale feels like the New Year's Gala on Lychee TV. Are shows this advanced now? Yin Xian asked. Yin Xian, head of Su Commerce Group and a top 10 female billionaire on the heroine list, was also Wang Yuan's best friend. She'd long since been pulled into the Little Fruits. Volunteering here let her sneak in, and she was loving it. Just the dancers alone, there are 4 troupes. The props, the lighting design. It's even stronger than Lychee TV's New Year concert, she added. She'd been front row at that event once, thanks to her company's clout. Brother Joe's concert's an exception, Wang Yuan explained. Other singers also use dancers and lights, but not on this level. His songs span classical, modern, martial arts with wirework. You can't cover it all with one troupe. That's why he hired 4. As for the lighting, props, and effects, this concert's cost is 3 times the norm. No other star would dare. Yin Xian suddenly realized. So he's the most fan-loving singer out there. Of course. Just look at the Little Fruits smiling down there. If the Emperor Beast had heard, he'd have been confused. A normal 80,000-seat concert cost 4 to 5 million yuan to stage. With average ticket prices at 1,000 each, sales were 80 million. Even deducting taxes and expenses, profit was still close to 50 million. Spend according to what you earn. That was his principle. If he made this much, he'd go all out. Simple. Still, can his body handle it? Even the dancers are panting, and they take turns. He hasn't rested once. And it's only been 4 months since his gunshot wound. Is he really okay? Yin Xian frowned. Wang Yuan's smile faltered. She sighed. Brother Joe's always this serious about his fans. Once he decides, we can't stop him. They both turned toward the brightest figure on stage. The Japanese songs ended. His outfit changed again, this time into something surprisingly plain. A brown parka, tan hiking boots, a climbing stick in hand. What? Then a Little Fruit shouted. Journey among the stars. A sea of stars. The spark caught, and the whole crowd roared. The brightest star in the night sky. The sound shook the heavens. Which Chinese song of his was most famous? Debatable. But which one was dearest to the Little Fruits? No question. The brightest star in the night sky. They even called it their love song. The moment they bonded with him, one-sided or not. Musical note, the brightest star in the night sky. A woo. Musical note, he handed the mic out. Some froze, others joined in. Musical note, the brightest star in the night sky. A whoa. Musical note. Normally howling like a husky in public would be embarrassing. But when tens of thousands did it together, the vibe was magical. Soon half the stadium was howling. Musical note, a whoa, musical note. Chu Zhi raised the key higher. They howled harder. Outside the stadium, passers-by froze. What the hell? Everyone inside was howling like wolves. As the key climbed, the crowd struggled to keep up. Then they realized, with each howl, the effect screen above showed a galaxy. Stars twinkled, lights dimmed. Musical note, the brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear the loneliness and sighs of the one looking up? Musical note. Musical note, the brightest star in the night sky. Can you remember the figure who once walked with me, now gone in the wind? Musical note. It became a chorus of 80,000. On screen, the galaxy zoomed in. One tiny white, Earth. Another, labeled Little Fruits Planet. A faint line connected them. Musical note. Whenever I can't find meaning in life, whenever I lose myself in the dark night, brightest star in the night sky, guide me closer to you. Musical note. The louder they sang, the brighter the line grew. Notes floated from Earth along the line toward Little Fruits Planet. Mom fans in the volunteers section screamed along, desperate to see what would happen when the notes arrived. Musical note, brightest star in the night sky. Do you care if the sun rises first or disaster comes first? Musical note. Their chorus even drowned him out. On screen, the barren little fruits planet slowly bloomed. Grass and trees sprouted where the notes landed like rain. Tears filled countless eyes. It really felt like their voices had given life to a dead world. It's your voices that turned this planet from barren to alive, Chu Zhi said. This is the theme of my world tour. When the tour ends, Little Fruit's planet will become the most beautiful planet. 5 mosts, because it's important. He continued, remember when we stopped shouting like children? When all our little emotions piled up into mountains we couldn't hold back. We all face life's pressures, so I know you can't stay kids forever. But I hope that childlike side of you will always remain, remembered, never lost. Little Fruit's planet is where it'll be kept. The planet will open on the Orang Home app. There, you can preserve your inner child forever. He looked serious. As long as the internet exists. The first resident of Little Fruit's planet was AI. Use account. Remembering Chu on the 9th of September. Even Wang Yuan was shocked. She hadn't known he'd launched this plan. Number 581. The night that shook the stadium. On paper, the Orang Home app fell under Wang Yuan's jurisdiction. But since she was buried in building her personal brand and managing merchandise, she basically had no time to care. Still, for such a huge plan to be completely hidden from her, it was kind of a miracle. Is there some issue with the app? I've seen Xiao Jiu going upstairs a lot lately. Just a little secret you don't need to know yet, Sister Wang. As she dug through her memory, Wang Yuan remembered this exchange from about 7 or 8 months ago. She might have been company staff, but everyone knew she was also a little fruit. So letting her discover the surprise at the same time as the fans actually worked better. It hit harder, it moved her too. Once she realized that, a smile spread across her face. She muttered under her breath, Xiao Jiu even kept it from me. The words sounded like blame, but in her heart, she felt her support hadn't been wasted. When she snapped back to reality, she noticed things had gotten quiet around her. A glance to the side showed dozens of mom fans already downloading Orang Home. They doted on their kids, but mom fans had one thing in common. They had their own jobs and families, so they were busy. If something happened to their idol, they could drop everything for a while, but in daily life, they didn't have time to play on Orang Home. Tonight was different. The feature called Little Fruit's Planet that will never be deleted hooked them all. You can even build relationships with friends here. What's your username? Yin Xin had just registered and discovered the forum allowed binding relationships with fellow users. The options were couple, friend, brother, bestie, and custom. Yin Xin set hers as a custom little nemesis. Don't get the wrong idea, it wasn't weird. It was just a way girls teased each other. Silly if you wanted to play it off, sweet if you wanted to lean into it. Permanent messages will always be on Little Fruit's planet. Ugh, I feel like crying. Let me ask, if you want to store data forever, don't you have to rent servers? How much would that cost every year? They say a person dies 3 times in life. Heh, Little Fruits will never face the third. The crowd of Little Fruits whispered back and forth. Meanwhile, the concert rolled on. Chu Zhi sang 3 English songs, Counting Stars and Enemy. People always say the atmosphere at concerts can't compare to music festivals. He paused deliberately. 80,000 fans raised their glow sticks and roared. The sound alone could have toppled the 12 towers and 5 cities of Bingeing. But I don't think that's right, he said. Tonight, we're the most hyped people in the world. As he spoke, the backstage crew scrambled to set up DJ equipment, turntables, condenser mics, mixers, soundboards, monitor headphones, the works. What's the difference between monitor headphones and regular ones? Condenser mics and dynamic mics? If you know, you know. Even though the staff were skilled, it still took about 5 minutes to get everything wired and running. Once everything was ready, he declared, "Tonight, let our voices shake the sky." The next song was Waiting for Love. The Emperor Beast transformed into a DJ, spinning live. Since he'd drawn Avicii's album, of course he could spin, and he wasn't half bad either. Xiao Jiu knows how to DJ too. How many surprises has he kept from us? Good thing I brought loquat syrup in advance. Let's keep this party going. The audience went wild. Musical note, where there's a will, There's a way, kinda beautiful, and every night has its day, so magical. Musical note. If rock concerts were about being rowdy, then electronic ones were about going absolutely crazy. Especially after the chorus, when the beat exploded, the entire stadium seemed to shake. 80,000 legs bouncing in rhythm felt like the building itself was trembling. Everyone knew this night at Shanghai's 80,000 stadium was destined to be carved into music history, a classic people would talk about for years. The next 3 songs shifted back to Chinese-style classics: East Wind Breaks, 1,000 Miles Away, and Hair Like Snow. Some fans even noticed the setlist was arranged in units of 3-3-2. Song after song, the dance troupe kept up. The modern choreo group was from Capital Dance Jiamu, and they appeared the most. Lead dancer Yang Hao was panting hard, gulping water like crazy. He knew chugging after intense exercise was bad. Blood sodium levels could crash, but he couldn't help it. Once he quenched his thirst, he leaned on his knees, eyes glazed. Is this guy made of iron? Even an Iron Man should have melted by now. Watching the singer on stage still holding perfect pitch and breath, he felt like he was staring at an alien. The concert had been going for 3 hours straight. 34 songs, from 7 p.m. all the way to 10. Chu Zhi closed with applause rings out. Musical note. Standing lonely on this stage, hearing applause ring out, my heart overflows with emotion. Musical note. Musical note. So much youth is gone. So many feelings have changed, but I still have your love. Musical note. Musical note. It feels like my first stage again. Hearing that first cheer, I can't stop my tears from falling. Musical note. The song came from the fan-dedicated album Little Fruits Are Sweet. It wasn't one of the big hits, but it was perfect for a closing track. The arena quieted, letting everyone sink into his voice. Musical note. Applause rings out. My heart understands. In the crossing of our voices lives our love. Musical note. Those words weren't sung but spoken, one by one, like a confession to the fans. The upper stands roared in response. If it weren't for you, I'd never have become a singer. Thank you for coming to hear me sing. That boy named Chu Zhi, knowing he has so many supporters, will be happy. So happy. 5 so's, because it's important. He bowed deeply to thank the crowd. Sensitive little fruits covered their mouths, eyes red, tears spilling. To many, their idol was the one who had always led them forward. As a seller of dreams, Chu Zhi had nailed it. The Emperor Beast's ability to draw tears was top tier, but there was truth in his words too. With perfect timing, the mechanical lift descended, lowering him from sight. Encore, encore, marry me, husband. The arena thundered with encore chants, plus a few questionable extras. It was practically tradition. Singers always came back for extra songs, a bonus outside the planned runtime. Usually 20 minutes, maybe 4 or 5 tracks. The generous ones stretched to half an hour. So what about Chu Zhi? The big screen lit up with a progress bar. It looked like it was charging energy, slowly climbing. The bar rose with the crowd's passion. Once they realized, their shouts grew even louder. 2 minutes later, the bar hit 100%. A clear ding rang out, crisp as a metal clock striking the hour, even over the noise. The next second, the singer reappeared. Encore time. What song do you want? I'll sing it for you. As soon as he asked, the neat encore chant shattered into chaos, fans yelling random titles. No wonder. With 5 Chinese albums and over 60 total tracks, half of them hadn't even made the setlist tonight. It was even messier than the 66 clan wars of Japan's Sengoku period, louder than the noise itself. Opera 2. I want to hear Opera 2. Zhu Zhan's veins were popping. His face flushed red as he shouted with all his strength. Inwardly, he muttered, since the live version sounds way better than the CD, is there seriously anyone who doesn't want to hear Opera 2 live? Don't strain your throat, Chu Zhi said. Since everyone's shouting something different, we'll use the lights to randomly pick one audience member. Made sense. Otherwise, with voices splitting in every direction, there was no way to decide. Whoosh, 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 the stage lights swept over the audience. Seconds later, they stopped. Whether it was fate or coincidence, they landed on Zhu Zhan. When the lights hit him, the display screen lagged by a couple of seconds. For a moment, his curious face didn't show. Then it popped up, and curiosity quickly turned into shock. He straightened his collar, stood up, and under the gaze of tens of thousands, his legs trembled a little. "This audience member, please wait. The mix on its way," Chu Zhi said. "I'm not nervous. I'm really not nervous." Zhu Zhan nodded to himself, reminding his heart to sound bold when he spoke. After all, he'd bought the ticket with real money. That made him an investor, right? Soon enough, a volunteer brought the mic over. "Jiwai, I'm your diehard fan. I want to hear you sing opera too." For some reason, all that boldness he'd been rehearsing disappeared once the words came out. "This song." Chu Zhi looked doubtful. Then in the next second, he flipped it around. "Of course, no problem." The first half of that sentence had made Zhu Zhan sweat, thinking maybe he was too exhausted to sing it. The second half made the stone in his chest finally drop. Damn it, why'd he have to pause so long? But annoyance faded quickly, because when Chu Zhi started singing opera 2 live, it was absolutely earth-shaking. Musical note, oh aha. Oh aha. Musical note. The high notes felt like they were peeling the top of his skull open. Compared to a couple years back, his skills had clearly leveled up. His technique, his control, and how fully he'd drawn out Farinelli's body, all of it was more refined. If 2 years ago he was in full form, then tonight's Emperor Beast was the ultimate form. Even with his stamina burned down to a 10th, with his 2 passives Drunken Immortal and Frenzy stacked together, hitting C6 was easy. For context, at the St. Petersburg International Cultural Forum, the limit was only C5. He'd jumped an entire octave higher. Put it this way, listening to his high notes was like sailors in the endless sea hearing the song of a siren. Beautiful, seductive, and impossibly high. Holy shit, this is basically the quality check song for audio equipment. But the sound system at Brother Joe's concerts really is top-notch. Fuck, this reminds me of the time I searched for a sleep aid playlist on my music app during a nap, and, holy fuck, who the hell put this song in there? Not sure if it's just me, but the live version feels even more overwhelming. Same, I feel that too. Amateurs could only describe their feelings, but pros heard the details. In the first 2 rows sat people who'd pulled strings for tickets, like industry peers. A lot of celebs had come to watch, including Ho Yubin and his family. Jiwai sounds even better live than on CD, doesn't he? Dad, wasn't that high note higher just now? Ho Jinjin asked in a not-so-soft voice, though in this noisy outdoor crowd, whispers would have been pointless. You just need to understand this. It was a high note most singers wouldn't dare touch, Ho Yubin replied, staring at the man on stage. After 5 or 6 years of refinement, his singing really had reached this level. No exaggeration, even if you ignored all his works. Just Chu Zhi's vocal ability alone was enough to call him a true master singer. When Opera 2 ended, he didn't rest. It was encore time anyway, no need to change outfits, so he kept it light and casual. The same routine, lights searching for a lucky fan. Next came Stars, 7th chapter of Night, Rosemary, Backlight, and more. Someone even cheekily requested, Visit Home Often, and he actually sang it too. Night deepened. Time slipped by with the music, and for the audience, it felt even faster. Some fans were still buzzing with energy, but fatigue was creeping in. When they finally pulled out their phones to check the time, shock hit. This concert had gone on way longer than expected. If I'm not mistaken, the encore alone had 16 songs, over an hour. That's as long as a whole concert for a lot of singers. One little fruit who knew her way around fan culture muttered to herself. Her throat was sore from screaming when she noticed it was nearly 11:30. Ticketing sites had all said the show would last 150 minutes, about 2.5 hours. But now they'd blown past it by an extra 2 hours. More and more people began realizing it, mainly because they were exhausted. Even if you were an armored robot or a transformer, you'd be feeling it by now. My God, what kind of ultra-value bundle is this? A single ticket for 4.5 hours of hype? At first the price felt steep, but now I feel like I underpaid. Did Chu Zhi not know he'd gone over time? Of course he did. A singer might stretch it by 2 or 3 songs, but to go over by 2 hours? No way. Not even if he was the Barbarian King or K with his ULT. The truth was, pulling in $500 million in one night. If he didn't sing longer, the Emperor Beast felt like the money would burn a hole in his hands. If conditions allowed, he'd go all night. For the last request, I'd like to use a little bit of privilege. Can I designate a listener myself? He asked. The crowd answered yes, though their voices were weaker now. Their throats couldn't take much more. I want to give the last request slot to my manager, Wang Yuan. Sister Wang, Chu Zhi said. She's always treating company staff to meals, handing out perks at events, all out of her own pocket. I'm sure you've all guessed by now, Sister Wang's also a little fruit. People in the company often joke she works on a loan. He turned toward the volunteers' rest area and bowed slightly. Thank you, Sister Wang, for everything. Mama fans were one of the strongest groups among little fruits, and Wang Yuan was their figurehead. The Emperor Beast knew how to win hearts with small acts of kindness. For him, it was nothing. But for Wang Yuan, who carried herself with queenly grace, hearing it live on stage in front of everyone made her cover her face in tears. Who could handle that? Mama fans never really asked for anything in return. Well, not exactly. Their return was seeing their idol grow and thrive. That's why they were called Mama fans, because they treated their idols like kids they were raising, hoping they'd soar high. And who could be more rewarding to raise than Chu Zhi himself? Add to that how thoughtful he was in daily life, always sending gifts on birthdays, always checking in when someone was sick. Wang Yuan felt like her journey as a fan was already bliss. But now, to be publicly thanked in front of thousands? How could her heart bear it? Number 582. Chu Zhi cried. The mic was passed to Wang Yuan, but her throat choked up and she couldn't get a single word out. She tried hard to hold back her tears, telling herself not to cry and ruin her makeup. But the moment the camera zoomed in, her carefully done makeup was already smudged. Sister Wang, what song do you want to hear? I'll sing it for you. Chu Zhi knew her personality. He didn't say anything kitsch like, don't cry. After taking several deep breaths, she finally calmed herself a little. My favorite song is Sleepwalking, from the third album 25,117 Possibilities. What an obscure choice. Chu Zhi thought seriously about it. If she hadn't requested it, there's no way this track would have appeared on the World Tour set list. Musical note. You once could have easily chosen to give up. Thank you for not forgetting to be yourself. Musical note. Since Wang Yuan couldn't carry a tune, she just recited that one line, then said, I've sung this song to my past self countless times. Every family has its own troubles. Even someone born into wealth like Wang Yuan had her share of pain. At concerts, it wasn't rare for singers to forget lyrics. With hundreds of songs and years gone by, that was normal. But not for the Emperor Beast. He never forgot. The memories of creating each song were his to draw on. Even if it had been years, a little recall was all it took. Zheng Xianbi, Yan, Xin, and the other Mama fans who'd volunteered just to sneak into the concert watched as he gave Wang Yuan this special treatment. Their hearts swelled with both gratitude and envy. The gratitude came from thinking, what could be better than seeing your kid express real appreciation? The envy came naturally. Wang Yuan was not only a representative Mama fan, she was also a high-ranking exec at Igor Entertainment. No wonder she'd become the one standing in that spotlight. Even Yin Xin, who normally avoided interviews, wished she could trade places. During Sleepwalking, Chu Zhi clearly saw Wang Yuan's expression of satisfaction, as if all her wishes had been fulfilled at once. The spiritual satisfaction an idol could bring was overwhelming. Just then, a cool midnight breeze swept across the stage, making him shiver. Chilly, he muttered. Even though the encore section didn't involve jumping around, singing a dozen songs back-to-back had drained him like running a half marathon. The hoodie that should have kept him warm now felt like punishment. The fleece lining was soaked with sweat, and once the wind blew through, the chill was unbearable. It was about time to wrap things up. Following the concert plan, Chu Zhi moved into the final segment. I want to switch roles with the little fruits. I'll be your fan tonight. He smiled, holding the mic. Can you grant me this one wish? The 80,000 fans roared their approval. Singing for their idol, it sounded impossibly romantic. All right, then I'll be waiting. He sat at the edge of the stage, legs swinging like a kid on a swing. The stage itself had been built higher than most people imagined to fit all the gear and lifts. He had no clue what the fans would sing. With so many voices, the loudest ones won out. At first, it was a mess. Brightest star in the night sky, most beautiful sun, angel. Then suddenly, one female voice rang clear. Musical note. My friend, do you know, Because of you, I've found the most caring embrace in the world and the best prayers, lasting until the end of time. Fate is so important, so strange. In the crowded world of chaos, you're still in my arms. Musical note. It was Wang Yuan again, flat and out of tune, 9 words out of 10 off key. But because she still had the mic from earlier, her voice spread through the whole stadium. The song was You Are My Greatest Pride in Life, a fan-dedicated track from one of Chu Zhi's albums. Many stars had covered it as a thank you to their fans. Even if it wasn't as famous as Brightest Star in the Night Sky, plenty had heard it before. Some little fruits reacted instantly and joined in. Musical note. I want you to live better than anyone else. I want your life to be filled with sunlight that I want. I want you to stand taller than the sky. I want you to get the most beautiful, complete return. Musical note. It was a strange reversal, fans singing back the song idols usually sang for them. Soon the entire stadium realized how perfect it felt. The lyrics matched the mood so well. More and more voices joined in. Even those who didn't know the words just howled along. Musical note. If I worry, it's because I see you worried. Do you know my smile exists so you can smile? You suffer for me, I know it. But I'll never give up, because you've become my greatest pride in life. Musical note. Realizing her mic was overpowering everyone else, Wang Yuan stopped using it after the first line. Still, she sang with raw emotion, the most unrestrained she'd ever been in public since adulthood. When she reached the words, You've become my greatest pride in life, her voice cracked completely. That line struck deep, not just for her, but for countless mama fans and little fruits. Among them was Xiao Yi, a 33-year-old hardcore fan. He never missed a fan event. People joked he didn't even have enough body hair to match the number of flames in his name, but everyone knew him as the guy who lacked fire in his life. His obsession with Chu Zhi was rare for a man his age. But to him, the idol was a source of confidence. Born with congenital hair loss, he'd always been insecure. Put simply, before 30, he'd never even dared raise his voice in an argument. It wasn't because he was mild-tempered, but because he was too afraid, too self-conscious. That all changed the day he saw Chu Zhi on a National Day parade float. His first thought had been, holy shit, what kind of insane background does this kid have? So young, yet already standing there. Curiosity drove him to search more. He found clips, especially Chu Zhi's interview on Perch with Bass. When asked why he worked so hard, the idol had said, I don't actually have much confidence. I've never felt worthy of so many people's love. I'm scared of waking up one day and realizing it's all a dream. So I want to be better, to deserve them more. But I'm afraid of getting lazy. That's why I wrote my goals into an app for all the little fruits to see, so they could hold me accountable. No way out, no excuses. I just hope I can be worthy of their love. Xiao Yi recognized the truth in those words. He'd read novels where authors made bets with readers, swearing to update or face humiliation. Most failed. But Chu Zhi? He'd written down goals equal to become a global superstar, back when he was just another fresh-faced idol. And he'd done it, even surpassed it. That gave Xiao Yi immense strength. Over the past 2 years, he'd grown far more confident. Now, with Chu Zhi one of the world's biggest singers, it only proved the words of that song. During the second chorus, Xiao Yi screamed with all his heart. Musical note. I want you to live better than anyone else. I want your life to be filled with sunlight that I want. I want you to stand taller than the sky. I want you to get the most beautiful, complete return. Musical note. Chu Zhi, the idol who often made his fans cry, felt something off right from the start of this song. Then he looked at the fans' eyes as they sang. Eyes brighter than the stars, filled with sincere blessings. Holy shit, I let my guard down. Obviously, a brick had just flown into his eye. He turned his head quickly, blinking hard, secretly wiping away the water dripping from his eyes. The singing didn't stop. Most beautiful sun, brightest star in the night sky, and more poured out, all dedicated to him. With tears he couldn't hide, the 6-hour concert finally came to an end. Even though the last half hour had been led by fans, his own performance still spanned over 330 minutes. He sang 58 songs in total, without a single guest. Without question, even in hyper-competitive South Korea, nobody had ever done this. In China's entertainment scene, the king of involution had made his move again. Number 583. 6 hours of madness. Normally, concerts don't even make it onto trending searches. They're mostly shared around on friend circles and Penguin Space. After all, concerts only bring in tens of thousands of people. For the whole fan circle, or even the internet, that's tiny. But Chu Zhi seemed determined to try something completely new. Number 6-hour extreme concert hashtag. Hashtag Little Fruits star that'll never be deleted hashtag. Hashtag hundreds of fans with throat hemorrhage hashtag. Hashtag thousands standing outside hashtag. Hashtag sincerity is still damn sincerity hashtag. Hashtag you're my greatest pride in life hashtag. Hashtag you can always trust. Brother Gio to pamper fans hashtag. The concert ended at midnight, but even past midnight, Chu Zhi was still changing the colors of internet keywords. To borrow a line from Zhou Yu's sleepy muttering while meeting the Duke of Zhou in a dream. If one day I become Chu Zhi, I'll dare make heaven and earth change color. That was exactly the feeling right now. The discussion exploded. User Bai Dong Hui Yurt Zhou Huaying Shu was in disbelief. 6-hour concert? No way, there had to be guest singers, right? Forget singing. Even if you just live-streamed 6 hours of talking, your throat would be ruined. I was a volunteer on site. No guest singers. It was 6 hours straight of Xiao Jiu performing alone. Of course it was exhausting. Do you even understand the weight of performing over 50 songs in a row? I was outside the venue. Even standing there from 7 to 12, I was exhausted. Between songs, his breathing breaks never lasted more than 2 minutes. Fine, I wasn't there. Boo-hoo, I didn't get a ticket. Boo-hoo. Explosive, straight up explosive. Even people who don't chase stars or follow celebrity circles understood the weight of 6 hours. What kind of concept is that? Just imagine your ass sitting on a hard plastic stool for 6 hours. It'd hurt like hell. Little Fruits and fans who didn't get tickets regretted it like crazy. Think about it, 1,000+ yuan interfield ticket. Divide that down, it was barely 200 per hour. That's what you'd pay at a decent massage parlor. At first, it was only Little Fruits who regretted missing tickets. But once this news blew up, even passers-by regretted it. After all, Emperor Beast's albums had stood the test of time on Earth, and in this parallel world they spread even further. No matter how you looked at it, the value was insane. This move by Emperor Beast? The entire domestic industry got rolled hard. The shock was felt strongest among the 5 new generation top idols. Zhou Yu thought to himself, if one day I become Chu Zhi, forget it, I don't want to be Chu Zhi. That's too damn exhausting. The badminton boy didn't even have any standout works, and he'd only debuted less than 5 years. Still, he'd held several concerts. Counting the encore, each was only about 130 minutes, and he'd already been wiped out. In his own words, it was more tiring than playing 2 official badminton matches. Yet Chu Zhi casually threw down 360 minutes, equal to 3 of his concerts back-to-back. Just thinking about it was despair-inducing. There's only one Brother Gio. No one can imitate him. Zhou Yu muttered, then suddenly hyped himself up. But there's also only one Zhou Yu. Then there was Lin Weiran. His reaction leaned toward embarrassment. When he'd first become a top idol, he and Min Zhongbei had been regulars on Ace vs. Ace. Back then, young and arrogant, he thought the gap between himself and Chu Zhi was just 90 to 100. Until the production team invited the real deal. Even the TV station producer and vice president treated him with respect. Lin Weiran realized the truth. It wasn't 90 to 100, it was 90 to 1,000. One missing zero, worlds apart. Sometimes I really envy Chu Zhi. Meng Whooping saw the trending search and thought maybe this was why he'd never achieve Chu Zhi's level. Because he simply couldn't. All he felt now was admiration. Not that it stayed long in his mind. Soon his thoughts were overtaken by another matter. The heir of LG Group, Ku Yunpyo, had invited him to dinner. He wasn't a newbie in the entertainment circle. A little asking around told him exactly what kind of man Ku Yunpyo was. He'd turned him down once, but that wasn't a long-term solution. His agency couldn't protect him against LG. He even thought, why not Chu Zhi? He's way more good-looking than me. But then he remembered how the nation reacted when Chu Zhi was assassinated. No matter how big LG was, they wouldn't dare. The last one was Sun Sure. He'd just finished a round with his girlfriend back at his apartment, and now life suddenly felt like a void. His group had just released a new song this week. Forgot to mention, Sunshine was a member of Little Dot Moon. Though the group was basically dead, each member flying solo now. Sunshine had only recently reached top traffic star status. This album was their last as a group. With company funding and their fanbase, it sold well digitally and sparked plenty of discussion. Then he looked online, and all the hot searches were about In Harmony with Chu World Tour, Shanghai Stop. How the hell can someone sing for 6 hours straight? Doesn't he care about his voice? I figured it out. Strip away all the impossible, and what remains, however impossible, must be the truth. Chu Zhi's not human. Sunshine felt dizzy. He didn't know if it was low blood sugar after exercise or just how much the trending searches hit him. Either way, his thoughts were nonsense, but they echoed the gut reaction of countless stars seeing the hot search. Absurd. Straight up absurd. What kind of monster rolls this hard? One trending tag fit perfectly. Hashtag hundreds of fans with throat hemorrhage hashtag. The report came from Tushio, and this time it wasn't clickbait. They had video evidence and even interviewed 2 patients at the hospital. The video showed a man in pajama-like trench coat. Let's just call him Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee was excited beyond words during the interview. Now this is a concert. A sore throat's totally normal. Even at KTV, you shout for 2 or 3 hours and your throat hurts. But 4 or 5 hours of live singing. Of course it hurts, but it's awesome. He gestured wildly as he spoke. His body was clearly tired, but his brain was still hyped. Netizens commented, "Wild horse law. Holy shit, what a trash concert. I went home and my throat felt like it got slashed. By knives. Worse than tonsillitis. Moon moves among the stars. No doghead emoji? Switch the guy upstairs into enemy uniform and bury him already. Am I okay? So jealous, 6 hours straight. I might as well chop off my hands. I didn't get a single ticket. Yi_Zui. Saw tons of videos in my friend's circle. The atmosphere was amazing. After it ended, Brother Joe worried fans couldn't get rides, so he literally booked 2 subway trains to send the audience home for free. Seriously, I never knew you could even book subway trains. No clue how much that costs, but I've never seen it before. This was why Chu Zhi could unify the fan circle. Some even said the number of little fruits had surpassed all fangirls combined. It was this kind of unique, one-of-a-kind fan pampering. The next morning, the sun was bright, and Chu Zhi still woke up early. Jiwai, who was that call from just now? The cultural committee in Shanghai. No wonder. You went way over time yesterday. How's your throat holding up? 2 days rest should fix it. As long as my vocal cords don't rupture, it's fine. Cutting it close. Lao Qian's chat revealed 2 things. Chu Zhi's vocal cords were slightly congested, and he'd already had nebulizer treatment that night. Also, the cultural committee had called because the concert had run way over. Every city's cultural committee is a bit different, usually made up of divisions like Culture Bureau, Heritage Protection, Press and Publishing, Broadcasting, and so on. Wait, Brother Qian, I need to take this call. Chu Zhi's phone buzzed again, this time from the City Public Security Bureau. He gestured okay, and Lao Qian went quiet. Sorry for the trouble. My apologies. Whatever punishment is necessary, please go ahead. I should set an example. After hanging up, Chu Zhi had accepted a penalty for disturbing the peace. Even without complaints from residents, going over so much time affected traffic and forced police to work overtime. The calls from the cultural committee and the bureau were all about this. As a counselor in the advisory office, plus holding honorary posts, Chu Zhi could have easily smoothed things over with a phone call. It really wasn't a big deal. But he wasn't the type to abuse privilege. He even suggested they use his case as an example. He wanted to lead by example. After all, if he didn't say anything, how would passers-by and little fruits know? Ahem, slipped out his true thoughts there. Either way, Chu Zhi was determined to brand integrity on his forehead. Bird'll be back soon. Jiwai, better lay low. Lao Qian suddenly said. Good idea. I'm flying to Sydney anyway. Heading out now. Chu Zhi thought a moment, then hurried off with Xiao Zhuzi. While he was on his way to the airport, here's some background. To hold a stadium concert in a city, you first apply to the cultural committee for a performance permit. Then you apply to public security for a safety approval. Both permits are tough to get. Add in the stadium schedule, and you often have to queue. Like the Bird's Nest concert in the capital with 100,000 seats, it's slotted for the end of December. 10 minutes after Emperor Beast left, Fei Ji knocked on the office door with a grim look. No answer. He knocked harder. Inside his head, open up, I know you're in there. Jiawai went to the airport. Lao Qian said lazily from the side. Airport. Fei Ji glanced at his watch. According to the schedule, there were still 2 hours before departure. The flight got moved up, so he left early. Lao Qian lied smoothly, then asked, "What did you need Jiawai for? If it's urgent, just call him. He should still be on the road." "Not that important," Fei Ji said after a pause. "I'll talk to Brother Jiao after he's back from Australia." What he'd wanted to say was, that 1.5 million penalty for overtime at Shanghai's 80,000 stadium could have been avoided. Total wasted money. Fines for overtime aren't unusual in the industry. Contracts set usage time, and if you go over, you pay extra. Even though tickets said 150 minutes, the contract with the stadium was actually for 240 minutes. The Igwa team had expected the 8th anniversary concert would run long, but never thought even that wouldn't be enough. Since he couldn't find Chu Zhi, Fei Ji decided to talk with Nyoto. Maybe they could extend stadium usage next time, pay an extra few $100,000, and avoid multi-million fines. By midday, while Chu Zhi was en route to Sydney, the internet shifted again. Voice of Culture and Tourism. Hashtag deepening governance in entertainment sector. Hashtag strengthening supervision of concerts. Hashtag concerts are a platform for fans and idols, but please remember public order. At Eat a Big Orange. Out of respect for Chu Zhi's position, even though he'd suggested making himself an example, the official account kept it mild. But right after, China News Weekly reported another Chu Zhi matter. Chu Zhi faces massive fine for overtime concert. Hashtag Chu Zhi fined 1.5 million. Hashtag according to the stadium manager, fines were applied per contract. What's pouring oil on fire? What's tossing salt into flames? These two reports explained it perfectly. The internet was already buzzing. Little Joe pampers fans too much. He's getting fined for it. Even got called out by officials. Jiawai has always been a positive image. This time it's so sad. I don't think it's his fault. He just doesn't know how to say no to little fruits. Wah. Fined and named. Jiawai must be heartbroken. Fans were devastated. Their idol had always been the nation's positive energy, and now, just this once, he'd been named because of them. It cut like a knife. Plenty of little fruits lost appetite from the guilt. Even Zhang Ning came out to speak. She was a hugely popular actress, once part of the Beautiful Hero Squad, and a well-known little fruit. Maybe not as crazy as Koguchi Yoshihiro, but her account was filled with Chu Zhi posts. Whenever he dropped a new song or movie, she always shared it. Zhang Ning. It's a little over the top. It was supposed to be 150 minutes, but it ended up over 350. That's like 2 concerts plus another hour. Little Gio, you can't spoil fans without limits. Looking at today's hot search, hundreds of fans hurt their vocal cords singing along. Even though singers have better vocal techniques, you still need to take care of your throat if you want to sing for decades. Pampering fans is good, but don't hurt yourself. Her post wasn't just shared by little fruits, but even by passers-by who didn't chase stars. They didn't care about the fines. They just wanted Chu Zhi to take care of his voice and keep singing great songs. More and more people joined the chorus advising him. One math genius netizen even calculated. Bro, take it easy. You promised to sing until 90. That's 70 more years. 2 albums a year, 15 songs each. That's around 3,000 songs still owed. Don't slack off. Keep your voice and body healthy. Another asked, why was the Ministry of Culture and Tourism involved when it was just a stadium fine? In China, performance regulations strict. Foreign singers coming to hold concerts have to file even the number of backup dancers and performance content. For domestic artists, the application's looser. But you still need to state minimum duration and song count. Usually, Culture only checks if the company has proper licenses and meets consumer guarantees. But since Chu Zhi went way over time, them stepping in was a first. Just shows Chu Zhi's way too generous. Number 584. Who the hell is Laura? When Chu Zhi landed at Kingsford Smith International Airport, the staff waiting for him was a guy named David, whose build really did look like a kangaroo. It wasn't Emperor Beast's imagination. His arms and legs bulged with muscle, like he worked out a lot, but his belly sagged back down to balance it all out. Add a small head on top, and the man looked exactly like a kangaroo turned human. Mr. Chu Zhi, we've got tons of little fruits in Australia. My current boyfriend and my ex-girlfriend both love you, David said, then added the real kicker. And Sydney's Olympic Stadium can hold 100,000 for a concert. Something about that phrasing sounded odd, but he didn't have time to think about it. The Sydney concert idea immediately pulled his attention. When they'd planned the world tour, they hadn't considered Australia at all, only cities like New York and Tokyo. Back then, his international popularity wasn't this explosive. It was only after the American version of The Masked Singer that his name skyrocketed 2 levels worldwide. David grinned. My ex-boyfriend and my current girlfriend are both dying to see you. I'll think about it, Chu Zhi replied after a moment of thought. He planned to bring it up with the team tonight. Since his global popularity had already reached this point, maybe they should add more stops abroad. After all, overseas fans were waiting to be harvested too. The tour spanned 3 or 4 months. Even if they added a few more shows, time wouldn't be an issue. That's fantastic news, David said, beaming. Of course, he didn't take, I'll think about it literally. He wasn't stupid. Tour schedules were announced ages in advance. They couldn't just add a city because he asked. He was only trying to get closer to the superstar. Smart move. David, John, Peter, those were the most common names in Australia. Toss a brick on a Sydney street, and you'd hit 3 of them. This particular David worked as crew on the Matrix set. Crew basically meant doing every dirty and heavy job around, and picking up a celebrity from the airport definitely counted. The movie The Matrix had actually gotten its name after Chu Zhi chatted with director Davis, changing it from the 22nd Century Killing Network. Not exactly a genius title, but at least it didn't scream flop anymore. They headed to the Fullerton Hotel at Martin Place, right next to George Street. The sandstone building looked gorgeous, and since the hotel was inside the Sydney General Post Office, a World Heritage Site, the architecture was stunning. This was Chu Zhi's second meeting with the main cast. First was Gregory Walker, a bald black man, with sharp, intimidating looks. His cheeks were rough and fatty, so when he smiled, he looked even scarier. He was playing the captain of the Nebuchadnezzar, the one searching for the savior. Next was Gwen Tana, a striking beauty cast as Trinity, one of the ship's fighters and a key figure helping others escape the Matrix. Judging from the script, she was clearly the female lead. Then there was the villain Smith, the Matrix's killer program, played by Rupert Russell, Hollywood's golden supporting actor. The cast wasn't exactly A-list compared to Unsinkable, but it wasn't bad. They were fun to be around too. Gregory was hilarious, cracking American jokes that had everyone laughing, even Chu Zhi, who normally wasn't easy to break. Rupert was a total social expert, subtly flattering Chu Zhi in a way so smooth it actually impressed him. Emperor Beast had met plenty of sweet talkers, but Rupert definitely ranked top 3. The first time they'd met was in Los Angeles, but that was just a quick hello since Chu Zhi had been rushing schedules. This time, they had more time to chat and even swap contacts. Later, when he had a break, he pulled up his notes app. These people were all big names, so finding their birthdays wasn't hard. Wikipedia plus Twitter birthday posts did the trick. Rupert's birthday is July 5th. Perfect, that fills the last gap. Chu Zhi grinned. His perfect meant that his notes now had a birthday for every single day of the year, so he could always send greetings to someone. Achievement unlocked. While they were chatting, Gwen suddenly slid into the seat next to him. Emperor Beast immediately assumed she was making a move, and his brain started prepping excuses to reject her. But her first words completely blindsided him. It went nothing like what he imagined. Captain G, Laura asked me to apologize to you, Gwen said. Who the hell was Laura? Confusion flashed in his eyes as his brain started spinning. Only Russian fans and a few close friends ever called him Captain G. That clue narrowed it down immediately. Aurora. She'd once been his teammate on Journey Among the Stars. I didn't realize Ms. Gwendolyn and Laura were friends, he said. It's been ages since I've seen her. Why is she apologizing? Laura's my boyfriend, Gwen explained. Boyfriend? Wait a second. If he remembered right, Aurora was a girl. Emperor Beast paused, wondering if he'd misremembered someone else from Russia. She's been busy. Her father, Mr. Vadim, has been very sick and hospitalized. Laura's been caring for him, so when you were injured, she didn't get a chance to check on you. The pronoun she used was her father, not his father. All right then. Aurora was gay. Chu Zhi realized it a beat late. If her father's in the hospital, handling family matters must be exhausting, he said, then asked, concerned, is Mr. Vadim doing all right? They talked about Aurora a bit longer, then. The topic shifted back to the movie. This was Gwen's first time working on a major film. She was nervous and wanted advice. Although he was only making a cameo, since she asked, Chu Zhi shared what he knew. I've done a drama series before. The biggest difference between series and movies is how you show character. My explanation's kinda rough, so let me spell it out, he continued. TV shows have plenty of time to show a character's personality and backstory. Movies don't, so you've got to slip that into your performance through small details. For example, in Unsinkable, I played Li Dang, a wandering painter. The script didn't give much about his past, so I designed a few subtle touches myself to bring it out. Just my personal view, not sure how useful it is, he added. It was a bit unorthodox, but it was honest advice from experience. Gwen was grateful regardless. Of course, Chu Zhi couldn't start filming right away. He was still in the middle of his world tour. Today he was only here for the opening ceremony. His own scenes would be shot 3 months later. Warner Brothers had spent big to bring him into the movie, so they had to use him to the fullest. Even just attending the opening ceremony meant they could ride his popularity. The Fullerton Hotel's Grand Hall was packed for the banquet, with over 20 major media outlets present. Los Angeles Times, Global Times, Asahi Shimbun. All the big names had shown up. Warner Brothers wasn't wasting money either. The Fullerton Hotel doubled as a filming location, a residence for actors like Rupert, and now a press conference venue. Number 585. That dumb. Facts are facts, reason's reason. World-famous newspapers all have branch offices in Europe and America, but here in Australia, most national papers only station a few correspondents at best. Take South Korea's Dong-A Ilbo, for example. They don't even have a correspondent in Australia. If big news breaks here, they just reprint AAP reports. This time, though, the paper actually sent a whole team over, and it's obviously because of Chu Zhi. Mr. Chu Zhi, after Unsinkable became a hit, you turned down a lot of films. Why'd you agree to star in The Matrix? Mr. Chu Zhi, what are your box office expectations for The Matrix? Do you think you can beat Titanic? You rejected the offer to score Star Wars, yet you took on The Matrix. Does that mean there's bad blood between you and Tony Hope? News is spreading online that your old injury flared up during your concert in China. Is that true? Fans staged a march in New York. What's your opinion on that, Mr. Chu Zhi? Every other member of the crew, even the director, was basically reduced to background props. Every microphone and camera lens was aimed squarely at Chu Zhi. At first, reporters at least pretended to stick to the movie, asking questions about the new project. But after a while they stopped pretending and went straight for gossip about Chu Zhi's personal life. In today's world, if Mr. Chu Zhi isn't a global superstar, then who is? Gregory's shiny bald head glowed under the spotlight, but even so he faded into near invisibility next to him. In this age of distraction, stars who can focus the whole world's attention are incredibly rare, Gwen said. Just the other day, I saw Vanity Fair's 2025 list of the 100 most powerful and influential people. Chu Zhi was ranked second, right after Zuckerberg, and even ahead of Google's 3 giants. Google's fame hardly needs explanation. The 3 giants referred to its trio of core leaders, each billionaire CEOs taking home a $1 annual salary. Excluding Chu Zhi, the top 18 on that list were all entrepreneurs. The first athlete, an NBA star, didn't appear until number 19. That alone shows just how hot Chu Zhi is in America right now. I used to think all those online stories about him were exaggerated. But then I read about that woman in Georgia who was so obsessed with Chu Zhi's looks she got plastic surgery to resemble him. Too bad it failed miserably. Rupert clicked his tongue. Seeing the way these reporters react in person, I can finally grasp what true international stardom looks like. Plastic surgery to look like Mr. Chu Zhi? Gwen looked stunned. People actually do that kind of thing? There are crazier cases, Rupert said. One fan wanted to tattoo Chu Zhi's face on his leg, but he missed by a few centimeters and ended up with my face instead, Rupert Russell. Hold on. Gwen cut him off quickly. If the tattoo artist missed by that much, then it's not just a few centimeters. That's the difference between a sturgeon and an octopus. Worlds apart. My apologies, Rupert. I didn't mean anything else. Gregory tried to smooth things over. He admitted that Chu Zhi's looks as an Asian man were top tier, and Rupert, well, his looks were objectively less fortunate. Don't you know? I actually share similar features with Chu Zhi, Douglas, and Zimmerman. It's just that I've aged. Rupert put on a straight face. Mr. Rupert, you really are funny, Gwen said. Your sense of humor might even be sharper than your acting, Gregory added. While the three of them whispered on the side, Chu Zhi fielded the reporter's questions. Since this was a Matrix press event, he refused to answer anything unrelated. Priorities were priorities. I wanted to devote more time to music, so I turned down other film offers. But Mr. David was incredibly patient. He kept inviting me, over and over again. And honestly, being the savior was my childhood dream. I couldn't realize it in real life, but playing the role in a film lets me fulfill it. He didn't mention that he'd accepted the role because the script was strong or personally appealing. He simply emphasized the director's sincerity and his own childhood dream. Director David and the producers were perfectly satisfied with his answers. The launch ceremony wrapped up successfully. Sure, Chu Zhi's personal shine eclipsed the film itself, but at least the buzz was there, and Warner Brothers got what they wanted. That night, he stayed at the Fullerton Hotel. He'd originally planned to fly home immediately, but there wasn't a good flight, so he settled for an early departure the next morning. As for the Emperor Beast's stay at the Fullerton, well, aside from poor front desk service, outdated decor, and mediocre cleanliness, everything else was fine. Like the location. And the location. And oh right, the location. What about that fan march? He still remembered the Los Angeles Times' question. He hadn't answered on the spot, but he kept it in mind. When it came to his little fruits, no matter how small the issue, the Emperor Beast always cared. In New York, his fans had organized a march. The reason? His world tour picked Los Angeles instead of Madison Square Garden. The New York Little Fruits insisted it must have been because he'd been sabotaged in Washington, so he had no choice but to skip New York. That somehow escalated into a march with several thousand participants demanding the city release a financial report. So much money spent, yet the nation's security isn't guaranteed. Chu Zhi was speechless, but it didn't take him long to figure it out. He sighed. American politicians really are T1 level. They'll use absolutely anything as a bargaining chip. The march was riddled with holes. First, his injury happened in Washington, D.C., which has nothing to do with New York. Second, Madison Square Garden may be legendary and is coveted by singers as Hong Kong's Coliseum, but concerts aren't obligated to happen there. Venue scheduling, costs, and countless practical reasons make it easy to justify another choice. A fan march based on such flimsy reasoning? Obviously manipulated by some hidden force. Once he understood, the Emperor Beast lost interest. The next morning, Chu Zhi boarded a flight back to China. The second stop of his world tour, in Pingcheng, needed preparation, and the timing lined up. At Bowen Stadium, he didn't repeat his 6-hour miracle, but the show still ran for 4 hours, longer than 99% of other concerts. Fans were thrilled. Even though their tickets only promised a 2.5-hour show, they got nearly double that. Especially since he'd recently been fined and criticized. This was his way of giving back. The Pingcheng show went off perfectly. Once again he greened his Little Fruits planet, leaving the audience touched all over again. Naturally, the Orang Home app exploded with new registrations and activity. But in the grand wheels of history, Chu Zhi's concerts were small things. What was big? Shanghai was hosting another World Expo in 2026. After months of submissions, the official theme song was decided, 2026 Waiting for You. These promotional anthems are always pre-recorded with a star-studded lineup. Everyone gets a line. But here's how important Chu Zhi was to officials. He got two. He, Lin Xia, Ho Yubin, Zheng Hua, Li Fei, and 20 others were all present. The Emperor Beast, with his endless connections, knew most of them. That's just how the entertainment world works. Once you're famous, suddenly everyone around you's a good person. An 80,000-seat concert, huh? You really stole the spotlight, Zheng Hua said. In all my years, the biggest I've ever pulled was 50,000. That's just because you never tried. If you wanted, not just 80,000, even 100,000 wouldn't be an issue, Chu Zhi replied. Zheng Hua nodded. He believed it. At the Bird's Nest and the Coliseum, his shows had maxed at 50,000, but he knew plenty more fans couldn't get tickets. Still, a 6-hour show, that's real rock and roll, he said. Lin Xia chimed in too, amazed by the scale of 80,000. The Emperor Beast was puzzled. He'd Googled a bit and thought, isn't 200,000-seat concerts in the golden era a thing? Even 600,000? So what's the big deal about 80,000? That alone proved how out of touch he was. He never considered that 200,000 meant 2 days added together, and 600,000 meant 500,000 people standing outside. Realistically, thanks to venue and stage limits, 100,000 is the max unless you go fully outdoors. Quick question, how do you even book a subway? I've never heard of such a thing, so I'm curious, Lin Xia asked. The Shanghai subway stops around 11:30. If you want to book extra trains, you've got to apply months in advance. It's even harder than chartering a plane. Takes layers of approval, so if you ever need it, apply at least 3 months ahead, Chu Zhi explained. I don't. Lin Xia waved his hands, then couldn't resist. But how much would it cost, roughly? If it's not expensive, then it's actually pretty cheap. Chu Zhi gave him the perfect Lin Xia-style answer. Lin Xia's eyes widened. He hadn't used his old Lin the Waster persona in years, but Chu Zhi's words triggered it right back out of his DNA. If you put it that way, Brother Gio, then you didn't really say anything at all, he muttered. The two bantered casually. Lin Xia, now a content actor, shared some acting anecdotes, like working with Meng Wuping, the infamous numbers guy who recited 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 instead of lines. I've asked Brother Gio out so many times, and you were always too busy. Finally met you today, Lin Xia added. As they chatted, Li Fei showed up. He'd stayed away at first because he and Lin Xia had once been rival second-generation idols, fighting over resources. That rivalry only deepened when Li Fei was eventually knocked off the top charts while Lin Xia remained. Sizing Chu Zhi up, Li Fei said, still as dazzling as ever. But hey, I've still got my old charm too, don't I? Same old Li Fei, still the awkward poser. For those who don't remember him, a quick intro, classically trained in opera at the Central Conservatory, once a top idol. His fans were called reporters. He'd first met Chu Zhi at the Harbin Summer Music Festival. Loved to act superior, but compared to Chu Zhi's flair, his attempts were downright childish. Still, the Emperor Beast had a way of catching even the most awkward boasts. That's why Li Fei saw him as a kindred spirit. Of course, Chu Zhi nodded seriously. Unlike Lin Xia, Li Fei had stuck with music, but his opera albums in recent years had flopped for being too niche. Now, with a new project on the way, they naturally discussed music. Chu Zhi mentioned his third international album. The Vision, Brother Gio, The Vision. Li Fei gave a thumbs up. Making world peace your theme. It's ambitious, but hey, foreigners eat that stuff up. Sales will be strong. I don't really care about sales, Chu Zhi said calmly. My wish is world peace. Li Fei paused, then asked seriously, can you teach me how to pose as naturally as you do? Ho Yubin also wanted to chat, mostly to remind him to protect his throat. His whole family had attended the 6-hour Shanghai concert, and even his daughter Ho Xinjin's vocal cords were inflamed after cheering, taking 2 days of bland food to recover. But Chu Zhi was just too busy, greeting everyone he knew and even those he didn't. Ho Yubin decided not to squeeze in. That's who the Emperor Beast was. Even at the height of fame, he greeted every senior with respect. Uncle Ho, seeing you so healthy is a relief. Your voice is strong, your breath steady. Truly a model of hale and hearty, evergreen spirit, and scholarly dedication. Chu Zhi threw out 3 idioms at once. Ha, the first 2 kind of fit, but the third's way off, Ho Yubin chuckled. Everlasting dedication refers to studying classics even in old age. Still sharp despite age would have been better. Of course, Chu Zhi knew the original meaning. He even knew the phrase came from an old poet notorious for erotic verses. Half an hour later, Punk walked in. Chu Zhi recognized the golden-handed producer, behind several albums netizens hailed as divine works. The Expo Bureau had spared no expense. With over 20 professional singers, recording went fast. By late afternoon, everything was done. Then the Emperor Beast's tour rolled on, to Guangzhou, Tianjin, and Phoenix City, 3 shows in 2 weeks, each still over 4 hours. By October 30th, the MV for 2026 waiting for you, featuring 28 stars in chorus, was released online to promote the expo. Truth be told, events like expos, summits, and world forums don't excite the general public. People just see them as symbols of national power. This time, though, attention was higher than usual because Chu Zhi, Lin Xia, and Li Fei were involved. Especially Chu Zhi, whose every move sparked hype. His little fruits flooded timelines with shares. Awesome, awesome, awesome. 2026 waiting. For you. Little Gio, today's a happy day, but I've gotta announce something sad. He's marrying me. Don't spread rumors. I'm already pregnant with Gio's second kid. Don't say weird stuff here. This is Expo promo. Don't drag brother Gio into scandals. I'm his real girlfriend, and I don't even say anything. And so on. Even after getting a small slap on the wrist over his concert, the little fruits were convinced. He was still the official's favorite child. Usually, official promos don't need heat. Platforms pin them automatically. This time was no different. But a day or two later, public opinion shifted. Music critic Gu Duofu posted, 2026 Waiting for You is the official Expo theme song, selected from the City Song Contest. Composer Miaomo. Lyricist Wang Shi. The lyrics aren't much to discuss, but aren't two passages of melody way too similar to the Japanese song, As Long As You Don't Change? I hope the Expo Bureau investigates. Maybe Teacher Miyamu can clarify. Links attached. As Long As You Don't Change was sung by Hiragomo Ryoko, a Japanese singer once hailed as a beautiful witch back in the 90s. It was the theme of a flop drama, so even in Japan hardly anyone remembered it, let alone in China. Most melon-eating netizens dismissed the post at first. How ridiculous. The Expo's official theme song plagiarized? Laughable. But then some listened. Wait, it really does sound alike. I thought this was just nonsense. But hey, official side. Care to explain? Maybe they bought the rights? Bought? If they did, then Hiragomo's name should be in the credits. Unless you're telling me her Chinese name is Miaomo. Easiest way is to compare the sheet music. You can't just talk. Suddenly, the Expo theme song itself was ignored, and the plagiarism scandal exploded. Hashtags like hashtag Expo song plagiarism shot straight to the top. No promotion needed. Miaomu posted, the melody of 2026 Waiting for You is my original work. Absolutely original. At Goodwafu, stop spreading lies or I'll pursue legal action. But comments flooded in. Bro, you didn't even tweak the stolen melody. Think we're deaf. They've already compared the sheet music. Except for the intro synth, the rest is identical. You call that coincidence? Even though I hate Gu Duofu, this time he didn't even make an accusation. He just asked a question. Seriously speechless. Big guts, plagiarizing a 99 song and pretending it's from 2025. Sure, with decades of pop music, overlaps happen. But this overlap was way too blatant. If Miaomu had admitted to borrowing, maybe things wouldn't have blown up. But denying it flat out only fanned the flames. Soon, memes and parodies flooded in. An hour later, Miaomu shut down his comments section. As China's voice in the world grew stronger, so did global scrutiny. Soon, the whole of Asia knew about the plagiarism scandal. Number 586. The Expo scandal rekindled. YouTube was flooded with independent channels re-uploading the news, and audiences across Asia were eating it up. After all, apart from pop music, there weren't many things about China that could be mocked on a national level. If there's a weakness, people will jump on it. South Korean blogger, Chinese pop music? Isn't it just as bad as Chinese soccer? None of my friends listen to it. It's all filled with cheap knockoffs. Thai blogger, I know Chinese pop likes to borrow ideas, but I never thought even the Expo, such an important stage, would feature something so blatantly copied. Unbelievable. Indian blogger, if they don't have good composers, as a leading power in the East, we could lend them a couple. Honestly, the Expo should have been held in Mumbai. Isn't Shanghai often called Little Mumbai? No way it compares. Vietnamese blogger, I've followed Chinese pop and even did a breakdown on my channel. It's been getting worse. Back then our pop music copied China's melodies, but now our EDM is what Chinese netizens listen to most. Soon bloggers from the Philippines, Malaysia, and Singapore also joined in, chasing the heat and offering their opinions. At 7 p.m. Tokyo time that night, the person whose work had been plagiarized finally spoke up. Hiragomo Ryoko quietly posted a screenshot of her song on Instagram with a short caption. No copyright purchase request received. That single line sent the discussion spiraling higher. Chinese independent media reposted it nonstop, and even a couple of official outlets joined the pile-on. Coincidentally, music critic Zhang Mingyi, who'd been silent since Guduo Fu's fiasco, jumped into the fray. He didn't post, but instead replied in a Dubon discussion thread. Woke up to this huge news. Saw the composer's name, Miao Mu. Ah, the old offender, then no surprise. I know of at least 3 of his songs accused of plagiarism, like Plum Blossom Tune, Mandarin Ducks by the Stream, and Ever-Changing. What's worth roasting is, why'd the expo pick his song anyway? Zhou Wei, Lin Feifei, Zhang Gu. Any of them could have written one. His comment dragged up Miao Mu's shady history, and netizens started digging. The gossip crowd went wild. Whether or not the expo boosted the nation's image, at least it shouldn't embarrass it. Amid all the ranting, the Expo Museum's official Weibo, which had only a few thousand followers, suddenly shot up to hundreds of thousands in just 2 days. Here's a joke: 1.4 billion people and not one composer. 80% of their songs sound the same. Easier than buying an essay. Too easy to cash in. Hey, do a giveaway. No official statement yet. Geniuses everywhere, but they waste their resources. Weren't Brother Joe's Chinese people and as wished good enough? Plenty of nastier comments got filtered out by the system, but the outrage was clear. That night, the official account even shut its comment section. Truth be told, Zhang Mingyi knew the expo song came from a City Song Collection campaign, meant to give newcomers a chance. Chu Zhi and the others hadn't even participated. He was deliberately stirring things up. There wasn't much choice. Ever since Chu Zhi became a global superstar, Chinese music critics had been sidelined. Little Fruits used to share their praise, but not anymore. Everyone already knew his albums were world-class. Why would fans bother with Chinese internet critics? With that door closed, critics like Zhuiyang Feixing, Guduo Fu, Hudu, and Zhang Mingyi had to find other ways to stay relevant. Of course, not everyone in China was angry. Nan Kuei, the lead singer of Crimson Youth, was thrilled when he saw the news. He nearly burst out laughing. TSK crashed and burned, huh? Good thing I didn't join that chorus. Would have been dragged down too. That was his inner monologue. Ever since Chu Zhi had turned down their offer to write a trashy pop song, Nan Kuei had been holding a grudge. And about the chorus, the truth was they were never invited. The 20-something stars involved were all big names, either with massive followings or solid skills. Crimson Youth, already fading, had no seat at that table. Interestingly, none of the 20-odd stars who sang "See You" in 2026 spoke up. Without an official stance, they couldn't say a word. The expo was supposed to promote economic, cultural, and technological exchange. The stronger the nation, the more often it hosted. The U.S. had already hosted 14 times, the most in history. The Bureau International des Expositions, BIE, was in charge of oversight. With plagiarism accusations threatening the expo's brand, of course they'd call Shanghai's coordinating bureau to demand an explanation. For Director Zhou of the Shanghai Expo Bureau, this was a nightmare. How had his staff overseeing the City Song Collection been this careless? Forget quality, they hadn't even run plagiarism checks? How do you even check for plagiarism? He shook his head. That wasn't the point. The point was how to clean this up. Even if they pulled the song now, the damage was already done. Covering it up at home was easy. Silencing Asia and the rest of the world, impossible. The biggest problem was how to restore face abroad. Even with years of administrative experience, Director Zhou was stumped. After a moment's thought, he took action. First, he called the Internet Supervision Office to contain the spread domestically. Then he called Miao Mu himself. His tone was sharp. Miao Mu flatly denied everything. He insisted, there are only so many notes. The chorus progression is just 1563412, a super basic chord sequence. Tons of pop songs use it worldwide. Technically true, but when the similarity's that high, it's bullshit. Zhou wasn't fooled. He ordered him to reach an amicable settlement with Hirokomo Ryoko. If the original author stepped in and downplayed things, the flames would cool. It wasn't the best fix, but it was something. Sure enough, the next morning, Miao Mu released a statement. Since the first World's Fair in London in 1851, the Expo has been a global celebration of economics, science, and culture, a platform for all nations to share technology and envision the future. Winning the bid to host the 49th Expo in 2026 marked the first time a registered expo was held in a developing country. This reflected international trust and support for China's reform and progress. Don't let ill-intentioned voices mislead public opinion. Regarding recent rumors online, I clarify here. I've already met with Ms. Hirakumo, and after friendly discussion, we ruled out plagiarism. Ms. Hirakumo stated, although the two songs sound similar, they're fundamentally different works. Please stop spreading misinformation. Wang Yuan muttered after reading it. Wonder what price he paid for that. Money, obviously. Toss her a few million to say one line. What's the problem? Brother Fei snorted. If it were me, I'd say it too. A good thing turned into this mess. Wang Yuan sighed, scrolling further. Since Miao Mu's comments were closed, netizens took to reposting instead, roasting him relentlessly. Everyone assumed he'd just bought her off. But like director Zhou expected, the heat slowly faded. Especially once news dropped that Chu Zhi's fourth batch of concert tickets was about to go on sale. That hype completely buried the scandal. Xiamen, Longcheng, Luzhou, and Quancheng were the next stops. Stadiums seating 65,000, 65,000, 80,000, and 65,000. Nearly 280,000 tickets. This time I'm definitely getting one. The third batch was swarmed by foreign fans. But come on, with over 600,000 tickets already sold, no way they'll sell out instantly again, Zhang Mingyi told himself. But as soon as the sale opened, 1 second, and they were gone. He even suspected it wasn't truly a full second, just that the system couldn't measure smaller units. These 4 stops. Longcheng should have the least competition, he thought, choosing the one he thought gave him the best shot. He focused like his life depended on it. Saved the tickets in his app card, set up one-click payment. At 0 hour, he pounced, only to howl in despair a moment later. Gaia! The sound was so tragic it could have been a dying cuckoo or a sobbing ape. Again. Nothing again. Are these people insane? How many years single, huh? I swear I clicked within a second. As the first critic to praise Chu Zhi, he thought of himself as a talent scout. Yet the man had already held 5 or 6 concerts, and he hadn't seen a single one. Ridiculous. I don't care. Over 40 concerts worldwide, over 2 million seats total. One of them has to be mine. And so the cycle repeated. First rounds, Chinese little fruits cried. This time, foreign little fruits cried. Overseas fans were at a disadvantage with payments. So of those 280,000 tickets, over 90% went to domestic fans. On the 4th, Toshio interviewed Maya Sakatsu, vice president of Yamaha Music Publishing. Toshio had recently partnered with Yamaha, securing all their song rights for China. Of course, they wanted to celebrate that cooperation. Maya Sakatsu proudly shared Yamaha's legacy, both in music and in instruments and motorcycles. Rest assured, President Maya, granting your company's rights to us was the right choice, the reporter said with a smile. At least we won't see another suspected plagiarism mess. At the word plagiarism, Maya Sakatsu's ears perked up. After all, Hirakumo Ryoko was under their label. Could you update me on that incident's outcome? He asked. The reporter frowned but answered. After Miao Mu claimed to have settled things with Ms. Hirakumo, the expo quietly pulled the song and replaced it with another. Excuse me, but what settlement are you referring to? Maya Sakatsu asked in confusion. She released a statement saying the 2 songs weren't really related, the reporter explained. A statement? When? His head filled with question marks. Excuse me, I need to make a call. He stepped aside to confirm, leaving the reporter guessing. Had Hirakumo agreed privately without telling the company? Possible. The ever-youthful Hirakumo Ryoko was known for her fiery temper. A few minutes later, Maya Sakatsu returned with news that left the reporter stunned. The next headline on Toshio blew up the internet. Why does Miao Mu keep lying? The article said, Mr. Maya Sakatsu, vice president of Yamaha Music Publishing, confirmed with Ms. Hirakumo Ryoko that no one from China ever contacted her by phone, email, or otherwise. He expressed confusion over Miao Mu's statement. Video evidence came with it. Good Lord. Netizens had assumed he'd bribed her into silence. But this was next-level shameless. He'd made it all up. The plagiarism scandal exploded online once again. Tokyo, Roppongi, Asahi TV's new headquarters. November 3rd, afternoon, during a music station taping. Person, Gunanshi. Music Station was Japan's iconic music show, later imported to Hong Kong and Taiwan as Japanese Music Live. For many born in the 80s and 90s, it was their first exposure to J-pop. Gunanshi had struggled in mainland China, so her agency sent her to Japan to try her luck. With the mainland golden years over, Hong Kong singer identity doesn't mean much. At least in Japan you might scrape by, her agent had told her. She still remembered it, and her sharp tongue couldn't help but mutter now. If Lee Patesy hadn't completely flopped here, I might have believed the company really could open a new market. Her agency, Media Asia, was a giant in Hong Kong entertainment, with partnerships in Japan, Korea, and Southeast Asia. But strong-arming a foreign market was another matter. Lee Patesy was their top diva back home, yet in Japan, she didn't even cause a ripple. No surprise. Japan lacked food, veggies, and resources, but idols? They had plenty. Another few years, and I can retire comfortably, Gunanshi whispered. Thanks to I Really Am a Singer, she'd revived her career in China for a while, cashed in on variety shows, and saved a tidy sum. The couch is too stiff. Her back ached as she stretched. Compared to Mango TV's rest lounges, Asahi TV's green room was tiny and cramped. A knock at the door. She straightened up and said, "Come in Japanese. "Sorry to disturb. Here's the guest list, Ms. Gunanshi," a staffer said, handing her a sheet. "Thank you," she replied, and the staffer left. Scanning the lineup, she muttered, Flyby and Firebird, plus Hirakumo Ryoko. This episode stacked. Hirakumo Ryoko had once been one of Japan's 4 divas, with countless hits to her name. Flyby and Firebird were a hot rock band, rivals in sales, even with Koguchi Yoshihiro. Then she spotted a familiar name among the overseas guests. Chu Zhi. "JYS here too?" she whispered in surprise. "Number 587. No one can fix this, right? JY must be here because of that, right?" Gunanshi's that referred to the hottest headline on today's internet. Penguin News. Reporters confirmed with Hirakumo Ryoko that she hasn't made any statement, and Meow Moo hasn't reached out either. Southern Metropolis Daily. The plagiarism scandal at the expo once again shrouds China in shame. Tonight, we all lose face. Sina News. Meow Moo hung up on reporters, giving no response. The paper. Why does the Shanghai Expo keep running into problems? What on earth is going on this year? Last time, Director Zhou of the Expo Bureau didn't step up, and the officials stayed quiet. They thought it'd be best to let the one who tied the knot untie it, meaning Meow Moo should handle it himself. Even if he refused to admit plagiarism and cut ties with the authorities for good, Zhou never expected him to stab them in the back again, forcing him to come out and give a wheel-spinning interview. This whole thing's blown up so big, even if JYS here, it won't be easy to fix, Gunanshi sighed. Not that it had anything to do with her. She'd better just focus on preparing for the show. Wait, isn't this a music chart show? Can I sing a song that's not mine? She suddenly wondered. She almost called her manager, but international calls were expensive, so she set the phone down. She typed a WeChat message instead, but replies on WeChat weren't instant. After staring for a while with no response, she gave up and focused on the song she was about to perform, Beyond the Thousand Mountains. It was the theme for a hit Japanese drama that year. As long as she sang it well, viewers would love her by association. For someone with no footing in Japan, the company's arrangement wasn't half bad. Her mistake was thinking Music Station was like a chart show. The program did show the weekly best-selling top 10 singles, but only by playing recorded tapes, with no guest appearances. Of course, if a single broke the artist's own record or the national sales record, then there'd be a live performance. The next part of the show was what mattered. The production team invited a lineup of stars based on audience votes. Many Japanese artists chose to debut their new singles here. Music Station also invited the most Western stars of any Japanese variety show. It often brought in overseas acts. This time both Gunanshi and Chu Zhi were invited as overseas guests, but their slots were completely different. She was the opening act, meant to warm up the stage, while he was the grand finale. Speaking of him, on the plane he drew another blind box and got selected poems of T.S. Eliot. Just like when he'd drawn Mr. Herbert's poems earlier, both were obscure at home, but influential abroad. Herbert was big in Eastern Europe, Eliot in the English-speaking world. Plenty of people might recognize the ending of Eliot's The Hollow Men. Musical note: this is the way the world ends, not with a bang, but a whimper. Musical note: the line's been quoted in countless essays and speeches. Read enough modern poetry and you'll realize so many sharp, timeless sentences come from it. Eliot even won the Nobel Prize in Literature. If I put out another poetry collection, he thought about it for a while, then dropped the idea. He already had 7 collections published, enough to contend for a Nobel someday. What he lacked was time to build reputation. Fine, let's open another blind box. Still got 43 left. Voice of the Fairyland. Curio, Alarm Pill. Title: King of Love Songs. Album pack: Wait for You. Drawsword Anthem Bundle. Special prize: Fred Astaire's Talent. Such a weird prize pool. He paused at the Drawsword Anthem Bundle. What the hell's that? He checked the definition. Originally, Drawsword Anthem referred to Io's, the theme of Guilty Crown. The song's intense and tragic melody often played when a sword was pulled from a Nori's chest. Later it evolved into a term for any blazing hot anime track. The bundle included nuclear explosion anthems, transformation anthems, and more. System bro, do you hang out on Bilibili a lot? Don't tell me you're actually a closet otaku system. No, the system replied. The Emperor Beast didn't keep teasing. He shifted focus to Voice of the Fairyland. Another new emotion buff. This one let his singing sound dreamlike, as if out of a fairy tale. Feels like it overlaps with Angel's Gospel, but they're different. One's holy, the other's childlike and carefree. I'm almost 30, childlike doesn't exactly suit me, he thought. The King of Love Songs title was also interesting. It made him better at handling breakup songs, sweet ballads, tragic love songs, basically all kinds of love tracks. The Curio, Alarm Pill, was useless. It gave an insanely accurate biological clock, but his internal clock was already solid. Fred Astaire was a name he didn't know much about. He didn't dig deeper, just summed him up in one line. Michael Jackson dedicated the opening of his autobiography Moonwalk to Astaire. System bro, how about you pick one for me? I'm not picky, an album pack or a special prize will do. Don't worry, whatever I get I won't blame you. We're brothers from different mothers after all. His scheming was loud enough to be heard on Earth. This system has no lottery function. Then do you think I should draw 2 at once to boost my odds? He asked. Silence. Fine, he'd do it himself. He was the super ultra lucky star. Why would he be afraid? He opened a blind box. Drawsword Anthem Bundle. Not what he wanted. The Japanese tracks inside were good, but he wasn't releasing Japanese albums anymore. Pretty useless. When the plane landed, the one meeting him was the head of Asahi TV's marketing division. By the time they got back to Asahi TV, recording had already started. Hosts Motari and Rika were on stage, though the real anchor was Morita. His sunglasses look was iconic, copied by many. He even played the sunglasses uncle in the opening of The World's Strange Tales. They chatted casually as they announced the top 10 singles of the week, then invited guests one by one. One thing about the live audience, it was all women. The only male present was a dad with his wife and kid, literally a single case. Reporters once asked the show's director about this. He denied any deliberate choice, but the facts spoke for themselves. When Johnny's boy groups performed, the room went wild. Even trainees with no name recognition got cheers, as long as they were handsome. The dancing's out of sync, Gunanchi muttered from the guest seats on the left. Singers who'd finished performing sat there. Oh, a flip. She raised a brow. Weren't people saying the new generation of Johnnies dropped the tradition of acrobatics? Guess not. Handsome guys got the crowd going, but beautiful women got even louder cheers. People say women don't like watching women, but that's nonsense. When Hirakumo Ryoko, Flyby, and Firebird came on, the atmosphere hit a peak. Hirakumo sang Dream Lover, one of her classics. This year marked its 25th anniversary. The audience was swept into nostalgia. They'd first heard it as kids, now they were in their 20s and 30s. Whether they loved it or not, the song was part of their youth. Many women in the audience were in tears. Rika, the younger host, even joined the chorus. Motari, older and in his 60s, just clapped along. He had no deep attachment to the song. Flyby and Firebird were debuting a new track. The vibe was strong, no surprise for a group that once pulled a 100,000-person concert in a Yokohama parking lot. Even if it wasn't her style, Gunanshi's foot tapped to the beat. The Showa era's eternal beauty, Miss Hirakumo's stunning, Rika said. If you could become a woman like Miss Hirakumo, would you? Motari asked. Rika's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. Which female star in today's entertainment world wouldn't want to be Hirakumo Ryoko? Forget the hits. Just her title as a Yamaha Music Executive Board member was enviable. How about you, Miss Hirakumo? Motari turned the question on her. Rika's already excellent. Everyone in this world has value. It's not important whether there are two Hirakumo Ryokos, but having one Noda Rika matters a lot, she said warmly. Morita applauded the words, and Rika was clearly moved. And next up, another overseas guest. Rika, I'm sure it's an idol you like, Motari teased. Number 588. An over-the-top scene. Huh. Did Gao Yitzi-san come to Japan? Rika was thrilled. Of course not. Motari had his sunglasses on, making it hard to see his eyes roll, then asked, Is Gao Yitzi-san your only idol overseas? She nodded without hesitation. I care more about the quality of idols. Gao Yitzi-san gave us classic films with his very life. Since I was a kid, I wanted to become an artist like him, but I failed. Gao Yitzi-san was basically 80% Jackie Chan of Earth, Asia's famous martial arts superstar. The missing 20% came from the fact that when he tried to break into Hollywood at his peak, he suffered a serious injury and half-retired ever since. Even so, he was still a super idol in Japan. Motari couldn't help but sigh. Gao Yitzi-san has the purest performer's heart. He's a role model for everyone in the industry. In that case, let's welcome our guest. Motari's old voice dragged on. Time magazine called him the savior who rescued the record industry. People magazine listed him as one of the 100 greatest foreigners from 2000 to 2025. Rolling Stone credited him with the longest-running #1 single on the UK charts. People's Daily named him among the 60 Chinese who shaped New China. Asahi Shimbun named him one of 20 foreigners who've had a major influence on 21st-century Japan. He kept listing accolades. Gunanshi had been on plenty of papers too, praised during her peak, but when she appeared on stage, the host only said, Apple Daily called her one of Treasure Island's 3 most beautiful new generation voices. Now she realized why they dragged out Apple Daily. She just didn't have much impressive coverage to mention. Apple Daily might be the highest-selling paper in Taiwan, but compared to the outlets Motari was reading off for Chu Zhi, the gap was enormous. His reviews came from either world-famous entertainment magazines or national mainstream media. To be flashy, you need someone heavyweight like this. Even the Johnny's Juniors in attendance couldn't hold back their awe. They didn't even have access to the show's full script, but one glance at those accolades was enough. Who else could it be? Only one Chinese singer fit that description. The not-yet-debuted boys all stared, full of envy. If only they could achieve a tenth of that someday. Music Station's team was brutally honest. They listed every single honor the guest had, and Motari went on for a full minute and a half before he was done. Welcome, the voice of angels, Chu Zhi, Motari announced. Chu Zhi walked out slowly from backstage, and the venue erupted. Exploded, in fact. That's the only word for it. The cheers were louder than for any of the handsome guys or pretty women earlier. The audience, who'd all been sitting down, were now off their seats, leaning forward as if pulled by a tide. Even veterans like Flying Bull and Firebird stood to applaud. The scene matched that phrase you always see flying across bullet screens. Everyone stands up. Oh. Rika made noises like a howler monkey. Wasn't Gao Yitzi-san your only idol? Motari teased. Chudano isn't just an idol. He's my everything. My faith, she declared without hesitation. And she wasn't the most exaggerated one. Glamorous diva Hirakumo Ryoko outright left the guest seat, intercepting Chu Zhi before he even reached center stage, begging for an autograph. Ryoko-san, calm down, Motari shouted. Rika, stop her. But Rika also rushed up with her notebook, not stopping Ryoko at all, but making it worse. With someone leading the charge, half the guest artists followed, and the stage turned chaotic. Japanese stars really know how to play up variety shows, Gunanshi muttered. She had the schedule, so the other guests must have too. They knew Chu Zhi would close the show. This was partly dramatized, but she couldn't help admiring him too. If the production team dared to hype it this much, it meant the Japanese audience believed Chu Zhi deserved it. More than that, if Ryoko wasn't really a fan, TV Asahi couldn't have forced her to act this way, not at her level. Even when Gao Yitzi came to Japan, the reaction wasn't this wild. Gunachi thought as Chu Zhi kept signing autographs. Someone even dropped to one knee and proposed marriage on the spot. Everyone knew it was exaggerated, but it still whipped the audience into a frenzy, almost causing a stage accident. How could someone propose marriage? Even as a joke, that was too much. If anyone was going to propose, it should have been her. It took more than 10 minutes for order to return. Motari picked the show back up. Music Station's been running for over 20 years, and Chu Zhi is the first guest ever to throw the entire stage into chaos, Motari said. So what song will you bring us today? I'll perform an English song I wrote a long time ago, Chu Zhi replied. Back then, I didn't dare sing it. Now I finally have the courage. The song's called Come On to Sweet Death. The name made everyone tense up. Japanese people spoke decent English, and in the entertainment industry, it was impossible not to understand. Come on, sweet death. Damn. Hosts, guests, even the audience stiffened. What kind of song was this? Thanks to Sony Music's Amori Genjin's little scam, Japanese ragdoll fans had once been mercilessly gouged. So anyone who knew even a little about entertainment news also knew Chu Zhi's tragic past. With that in mind, hearing this song title felt ominous. The hosts handed the stage to him. Musical note. I know I've let you down. I've been a fool to myself, musical note. He sang with his angel's gospel voice, but the opening lines were painful. I know I let you down. I've always been a fool. Hirakumo Ryoko and Flying Bull with Firebird had just given great live performances, but Chu Zhi's song was on another level entirely. The contrast between the beautiful voice and the heart-wrenching lyrics created an extreme kind of beauty. Musical note. I once thought I didn't have to live for anyone else. But after all this pain, it's time I learned respect, musical note. His English lyrics were raw and unforgettable, yet somehow comforting at the same time. Side note. There's a rumor on Chinese internet that lip-syncing is illegal in Japan. The truth is, in Japan if you're not singing live, you must label it, just like juice drinks there. If it's not 100% juice, the label has to say what percent it is. So if you label a performance as live but lip-sync, that's consumer fraud. Number 589. I've offended him. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work today. With Motari and Rinka's final bow, this week's recording of Music Station came to an end. The cameraman and lighting crew started packing up their gear while the guests split off into small groups to chat. It's my first time seeing people actually faint in a live studio audience. What a sight. Gunachi clicked her tongue. How many passed out again? 5. 17. A backstage staff member corrected. 17 audience members fainted. A female voice suddenly joined in, making Gunachi glance over. The speaker was Imoto Raku, a well-known Japanese actress and voice actor who'd voiced many male leads beloved by Chinese anime fans. Music Station often invited crossover performers, so it wasn't strange to see her here. I'm sorry, Gu-san. Imoto Raku quickly realized she'd spoken out of turn and bowed apologetically, her movements smooth and practiced. There was a reason for that. Her stage name, Imoto Raku, Amen, literally meant pickled fish. She'd once said she just wanted to drift through life like a salted fish, but her looks and voice acting talent were too exceptional. She became popular without trying, which earned her plenty of jealousy from her peers. After countless times being nitpicked and forced to apologize, bowing had become second nature. You speak Chinese, Imoto-san? Gunachi raised an eyebrow. She'd never heard of that before. I love Chudano's songs, so I started learning Chinese a little, Imoto Raku explained. A little? Her pronunciation was more accurate than most university students majoring in Chinese studies. Another damn genius, Gunachi thought. Then she asked, that song, Come On, Sweet Death, made that many people faint? 17. Imoto Raku said softly. Chudano's voice always reaches the soul. If you were a die-hard ragdoll fan, that song would wreck you. Some fans burst into tears, others fainted outright. Even just remembering it now, Imoto Raku almost swooned. Yeah, that's one kind of talent no one can ever copy, Gunachi murmured. She'd covered some of Chu Zhi's songs before, with perfect technique and deep emotion, but it just never matched the real thing. There was no logic to it, no reason, it just was. The two chatted for a while, exchanged contacts, then went their separate ways. I should stop Little Fruits from watching this episode, Imoto Raku muttered, then gave up immediately. Her best friend Little Fruits was a hardcore ragdoll fan. If her idol had a show, she'd watch it no matter what. She changed her plan instead. She'd watch it with her. She knew exactly how lethal Chu Zhi's Come On, Sweet Death was live. If Little Fruits fainted, at least she'd be there to catch her. Gunanshi was heading out through the staff elevator when she ran into another group of people, big names, all of them. She started wondering how she should greet them, but before she could speak, "Sister Gu, it's been a while. We're having dinner later, come join us," Chu Zhi said with a smile. She was stunned. Then joy burst through her chest. She hadn't expected Jiwai himself to personally invite her. And looking around, the people with him, Flying Bull, Firebird, Hirakumo Ryoko, the head of J Agency, and TV Asahi's president Takayama, were all industry heavyweights. Even Imoto Raku hadn't been invited. Back when Chu Zhi appeared on I'm Really a Singer, he'd been hated by everyone, and Gunanshi had only kept up polite formality. Who could have imagined that the celebrity everyone once boycotted would one day become a global superstar? One of the rarest talents in China's entire music history. If I'd known he was going to be this capable, I should have invested early, she thought. That'd be like buying Matai stock at 30 yuan a share in 2001. They headed to Marunouchi Wonchome in Chiyoda District. Dinner was at Watatokura, a famous Tokyo restaurant on the 6th floor of the Imperial Hotel, where you could see the Imperial Palace from the private room. It was like the Palace Corner restaurant in Beijing's Forbidden City. Same luxury, same flair. The dishes included a cold appetizer platter, salmon with Swizinji seaweed flakes, and Taijima beefsteak rice. Chu Zhi's review was simple. There's plenty of beef fat, and there's rice to fill up on. 5 stars. Dinner conversations in Japan were always lively, and tonight was no exception. The ones without any say, like Gunanshi, sat toward the end. Even with so many Japanese big shots present, Chu Zhi was seated near the main guest position. The host's seat went to Takayama, president of TV Asahi. Their topics were lofty. In the cultural exchange between China and Japan, Mr. Chu holds a crucial position. I've nominated him twice for the Order of Culture. TV Asahi's got ratings goals this year. We're planning an Asia-wide program, and the writers are losing their minds. Haha. Suicide rates have dropped 3 months in a row. The head of Tokyo's emergency department even mentioned Mr. Chu, saying his songs gave people strength. His single Come Sweet Death, released under Yamaha Music, will definitely be remembered as part of their piano legacy. Chu Zhi handled his sake like water, downing half a bottle without blinking. The others weren't nearly as composed. Hirakumo Ryoko started singing one of her signature songs, and even stepped up on the table at one point. Gunanshi didn't even flinch. Ryoko's drunken antics were infamous. She'd once told reporters, "I've spent my whole life clawing through this industry. Why should I hold back now?" Takayama slung an arm around Chu Zhi's shoulders. "Chu-san, you should introduce us to some more talented Chinese singers. The new Reiwa-era artists just don't cut it. If you're looking for real talent, I think Ms. Gunanshi's a great pick," Chu Zhi said. Gunanshi. Takayama blinked in confusion, then noticed everyone's glances and finally looked toward the end of the table. "Oh, the Chinese singer who tagged along for dinner. You're right. Her performance today was solid." Good. He immediately promised to arrange for her to appear on the Ultimate Home Makeover King to build her reputation, then on Dream Battle, I'm the Sports King, to gain fans. Those were 2 of Asahi's most popular variety shows. Gunanshi quickly stood and toasted him in gratitude. Her own agency, Huanyu Entertainment, would have killed for those opportunities. Yet tonight, one casual comment from Chu Zhi had done what months of negotiations couldn't. It was unreal. By the time dinner ended, Chu Zhi realized the Japanese weren't lightweights. They were pretending. They just liked using drunkenness as an excuse to act wild. Yamaha's vice president, for instance, was totally clear-headed when he came to discuss the singles release plans. Aside from the smell of alcohol, the man spoke perfectly rationally. Gunanshi stayed behind too, waiting for a chance to thank him. Calling him brother didn't feel right since she was older, so after thinking it over, she said, "Jiwai, thank you for recommending me tonight. Sister Gu, you're too polite. I still remember being so nervous on I'm really a singer, and you comforted me back then," Chu Zhi said with a smile. "This was just me mentioning a name or two. You don't need to thank me." Wait, that happened. Gu Nanqi racked her brain and came up empty. Back then, Chu Zhi was basically a walking PR disaster. She definitely hadn't been that kind. Still, she smiled awkwardly and played along. Seeing his sincere expression, she figured she must have done it subconsciously out of host's instinct. He even remembers something that small. No wonder he made it big. What a good guy. Since they weren't staying at the same hotel, Chu Zhi escorted her to a taxi before heading back. Once Gu Nanqi got to her room, she literally jumped around in excitement. With Takayama's promise, her career in Japan was about to take off. She might even reinvent herself as a variety star. I wonder if Joas done what he came to Japan for, she thought after calming down, a bit worried for him now that he'd just helped her. Then she opened her phone and froze. 2 tweets had already blown up online. Hirakumo Ryoko. I've always admired Chinese culture and adore Mr. Chu Zhi. So, I dedicate my song, As Long as You Don't Change, to China, in celebration of the upcoming Shanghai World Expo. Yamaha Music Communications Incorporated. Congratulations to China's Shanghai World Expo. Video of All-Star Celebration. Both posts were timestamped 3 hours earlier, before dinner even began. Apparently, everything had already been settled by then, and Yamaha's celebration video featured some of their most famous artists. I thought Jiwai wouldn't be able to pull it off, Gu Nanqi whispered. Looks like I've offended him. Japanese netizens were dumbfounded. One of them asked the question everyone was thinking: why are we celebrating China's World Expo? The replies were pure chaos. The sarcastic crowd: because when your dad holds an event, isn't it only natural for the son to celebrate? If you've ever seen Japanese internet humor, you'd know many otaku jokingly call China dad when being ironic. Conspiracy theorists chimed in. This must be some Chinese diplomatic stunt. So shameless. And then there were the confused ones. Wait, so is it plagiarism or just a communication issue? If it's just a misunderstanding, why would they send a song as a gift? But most people pieced it together pretty quickly. Did everyone forget? Even if China's entertainment scene isn't what it used to be, they've still got Chu Zhi. Hirakumo Ryoko's a certified face con. The saying goes, men have Koguchi, women have Hirakumo. Koguchi Yoshihiro's Chu Zhi superfan, and Hirakumo's no different. So if Chu Zhi got involved, of course Hirakumo would change her stance. As for Yamaha, who knows, but I'm guessing it's related. And just like that, global public opinion flipped in an instant. Number 590. The 3 Hex Songs. Indian netizen. This plot twist is as interesting as Mahabharata. Who made the original author and Yamaha retract? I bet 3/3. Brothers. Korean netizen. The shield built by the Chinese music world is just too sturdy. I'm a little fruit. What can I really say? All I can do is, congratulations on the successful opening of China's expo. Russian netizen. Messages of congratulations came from Siberia, Moscow, St. Petersburg, and beyond. I don't particularly love Chudano's songs, but my parents do. Middle Eastern netizen. I knew it. Mr. Chu Zhi had to take action. Vietnamese netizen. Because it's Chu Zhi, I really believe this reversal from the start. Middle Eastern netizen. When I saw the stars involved in the chorus, including Mr. Chu Zhi, I knew this case wasn't simple. So I never jumped to conclusions based on the internet. All kinds of remarks. The focus in most was on Chu Zhi. Among the many international comments, the ones from Russia were notable. In Russian-speaking youth culture, Chu Zhi's Lullaby and Opera 2 are quite popular. But songs like Katyusha and Moscow Nights are so iconic they overshadow everything else. So some comments were like, I don't even listen to Mr. Chu, but my elders do. To return to the story, most netizens were limited by one-sided information and easily manipulated, but none were stupid. Everyone paying attention to this scandal knew the problem was that Chinese officials failed in their duty and let the plagiarized song take center stage. Put more plainly, both face and reputation were lost, even if you wrote a flawless expo song. Next, it wouldn't matter. Because you plagiarized your last song is a death sentence in public opinion, No amount of explanation fixes it. Director Zhou of the Expo Bureau was relieved when he saw Yamaha Music Communications and Hirakumo Ryoko's tweets. Though public opinion was fierce, there was no official censure. Silence didn't mean they could ignore it. He still had to file a report upward. Mr. Chu as an advisor has overfulfilled his role, Director Zhou said. There's no one more reliable in China's entertainment world. Director Zhou wore two hats: head of the Expo Bureau, a temporary unit that would dissolve after the Expo, and head of the Copyright Bureau. He received Chu Zhi's call. At first the call was pleasant. Director Zhou thanked him for intervening. But as it continued, his expression grew serious. After 7 or 8 minutes, Director Zhou hung up and summoned his secretary, scanning through all the divine songs trending online. He knew plagiarism was common in music, but seeing it all laid out, it was everywhere. Legally, plagiarism is judged on 2 fronts: access, did you have contact with the original work, and substantial similarity. Whether someone had access is often hard to prove, but substantial similarity requires professional review. You can't just say 4 bars sound the same. In effect, Chinese courts set the bar for musical plagiarism very high. Director Zhou understood that this high threshold caused the current mess. No wonder Mr. Chu emphasized this matter. Director Zhou muttered after a moment. It's time for real reform. He decided to draft a document to submit to the State Council. The Expo song case would be a textbook example. Of course, if Chu Zhi hadn't helped so much, Director Zhou probably wouldn't have dared. Many times, officials prefer not to act rather than risk doing wrong. Meanwhile, Chu Zhi, before leaving Tokyo, messaged Xue Qi, the current head of the 9th Overseas Help Association's Japan branch, plus other trainees, to meet for a meal. Compared to South Korea, Japan's entertainment industry was in flux. Some Chinese trainees had come there to polish their image, others genuinely to learn. Either way, they were excited when told the plan. Xue Qi, a trainee in the conservatory system, leaped for joy. Woo woo woo, he flailed his arms. Xue-san, calm down. The neighbors downstairs, Mr. Kabuto, might complain. Then we'll get the police called. His roommates, Ozyo and Mushishiro, hurriedly intervened. The name Kabuto hit Xue Qi like a choke. He zipped his mouth and stopped squirming. The neighbor, Mr. Kabuto, lived downstairs and was known to be strict about noise. Last month, when the trainees got too loud, he came up and left a lasting impression on them. Today's going to be the most unforgettable day this year, Xue Qi declared, excitement still vibrating in his voice. What happened, Xue-san? Mushishiro asked. Oz still watched TV, not curious. When Xue Qi had said news, Oz didn't expect much. Huh. Xue Qi cleared his throat and said loudly, Mr. Chu Zhi, i.e. Jiawai, invited me to lunch today. He raised his voice so roommates wouldn't miss it. He expected shocked faces, pride, envy, all of it. But nothing happened. He looked at Mushishiro and saw a strange expression. Just then, the room door flew open. Another roommate, Sans, a trainee from the Bahamas, entered. He sensed the strange mood and asked in broken Japanese, I'm back. Is this a bad time? You're just in time, Xue Qi crowed. Jiawai invited me, your country's big superstar, in Tokyo to lunch. It was still daytime, but this felt like a dream. A world-class superstar inviting an undeveloped trainee to lunch? Sans felt his face twist in disbelief. Let's be real, Sans said finally. Xue Qi, surprised at Mushi and O's expressions, replied, I'm not kidding. You all know I'm the head in Japan. Jiawai knows how hard it is overseas. He just happened to be in Tokyo and asked us along. And I was first to be invited. He emphasized first heavily. It sounded plausible. Sans and Mushi exchanged glances. You're really going to lunch with Mr. Chu? The reigning king of physical album sales. Oz finally stepped away from the TV to ask. Yep, I got the address. I think it's at Noda IWA, also called 5th Gen Noda IWA. Glasses. I didn't think Jiawai, so busy, would carve out time to invite us. Noda Iwa's known for unagi restaurants though. I don't even like eel. Before he could finish, a shrill voice cut in. You lucky bastard. How dare you dine with Chu-san? Can I go to that banquet too? If it's an invite from Jiawai, I'll even drink bath water. The 3 handsome boys shouted with envy. Not to exaggerate, these were attractive trainees. High bar for looks is part of their criteria. Drinking bathwater? You're sick. Shuiqi pushed Mushy Shiro's hand off his thigh. He basked in their envy, because that's what he wanted, roommates envious. As Ozio asked, why you though? He thought, because I'm a Chinese trainee. He puffed out his chest. If he had a red scarf, it'd be even brighter. Sans, sorry man, but tonight's lunch is just for Chinese trainees. Hey, I can be a Chinese trainee. Go get dual citizenship or something. Sans cut him off. That's a nice idea, but China doesn't allow dual nationality. Shuiqi snapped the bubble. Sans frowned, then grit his teeth. Then I'll keep my own nationality. I actually love my country too much. Shuiqi laughed. When you eat, can you think of me a little so I'm not left out? They joked around, but among them, envy had its shades. Mushy Shiro and Ozio admired strength. Getting to meet the era's top seller made them envious. Sans, coming from overseas to dream in Japan, had zero protection. If a senior from his own country protected him abroad, that meant everything. To make a strong impression, Shuiqi started prepping himself 2 hours early. They reserved the biggest private room on the second floor of Noda Iwa. In Tokyo, getting used to things? Chu Zhi asked the group. At first the food was odd. Then I discovered they have hot pot and skewers here, just very pricey. J Agency's energy kills you. In Stardust promotion, the vibe's fine, but I suspect they don't care much about training trainees. They all leapt into complaints like kids airing grievances to the patriarch of the family. Why invite over 20 Japanese trainees to dine? It was to remind them. Even if Chu Zhi didn't publicly appear, his support in the Overseas Help Association is the highest. The Emperor Beast invested deeply in youth training. Asian Musician Association Awards. Overseas Help Associations, collaborating with CCTV to revive the Youth Singer Contest. The Youth Singer Contest, CCTV's Youth Singer Television Awards, exists both in this parallel world and Earth, producing many talented singers. He didn't need to fill the world with disciples, but he wanted that years down the road, half of show business would owe him. Because support breeds staying power. After Tokyo, Chu Zhi jetted home and plunged right back into tour mode. At the concert at Ximen's Olympic Center, he sang a song he shouldn't have. During the encore, the lights picked a fan. She was a university girl, skin fresh and rosy. Maybe, due to excitement or shyness, her face blushed deeply. "Jiwai, when are you marrying me?" she blurted into the mic. Little Fruits weren't about to let that slide. The crowd erupted. "No way. I refuse. I formally oppose this marriage." Their cheers echoed like thunder. "You see? They don't approve," Chu Zhi said, then gently asked, "What song do you want to request?" "Runaway Together, Vabun. I want to hear Runaway Together," the girl said. That rock song had come from a festival performance and was later released as a duet with Beautiful World's Orphan. It's a song easy to name but often overlooked by fans. Encores answered demands, so he began to sing. At first it was fine. He'd tested his endurance in so many concerts. Jumping, dancing 3 hours, he could still nail rock songs. But when he sang, "I want to take you away and run away, be the happiest people. Don't be sad anymore, I see hope again. Do you still have the courage to leave with me?" Something about his instinct took over. With the siren voice, buff active, his tone gained a seductive layer. People call it a little intoxicating. Then, the girl in the front row, Long, heard Runaway Together from her idol. With sweat-damp hair clinging to him, he looked like a bending flower stem. During the fiery rock moment, then a look, a whisper, Long's mind shut down. She cried out, "I will," and lunged forward. She wasn't alone, many Little Fruits did. The same, losing sense, pushing forward. Crowds surged. Chu Zhi sensed danger instantly and cut the song. Security, paying for big contracts, immediately handled the chaos. "Little Fruits, don't crowd. Too much pressure can cause injuries. Trampling can lead to casualties. Then we can't have concerts anymore." He repeated those phrases over and over across the arena. With words like casualties and no more concerts, people cooled down. Logic overtook mania. He stopped just in time. No injuries happened. It took 10 more minutes to set benches upright. Many plastic stools had been knocked over. Brother Joe's charisma grows even more. Wang Yuan recalled the music festival version of Runaway Together. That was big, but nothing like this. Thank goodness no one got hurt. Not just she, but Chu Zhi himself broke into cold sweat. He'd seen firsthand the power of crowd freak plus siren voice. He'd have to use enigmatic voice more carefully in the future. Since no one was hurt, and this was a concert backstage incident, and nothing was broadcast live, it only made a minor trending topic. Few outsiders cared, but Little Fruits got even more obsessed with ticketing. In the Orang Home app, fans voted on the 3 hex songs. 1. Combust and Explode. On-site injuries, many nosebleeds. 2. Run Away Together. Half a song nearly caused a stampede. 3. To Be Determined, pending Brother Joe's choice. Number 591. That's Power. The third of the 3 hex songs soon got its nomination. It came from Little Fruits, who was studying abroad in Japan under the username Rain Falling, Breeze Blowing, Smoke Curling Like a Painting. Her pick was Come, Sweet Death, and her reasoning? Jiawei performed this song on the show, and hundreds of Japanese fans fainted. The Yomiuri Shimbun called it one of the 2 great TV attacks in history. The first TV attack referred to the infamous Porygon incident back in the 90s. When TV Tokyo aired Pokémon Episode 38, a rapid red and blue flashing explosion scene triggered photosensitive epilepsy in viewers, especially children whose nervous systems weren't yet fully developed. Over 200 kids were hospitalized, and later reports revealed that more than 600 had been affected to varying degrees. The Yomiuri Shimbun, however, believed the Sweet Death incident spread even further. The shockwave it caused across Japan was enormous. The Mainichi Shimbun wrote, Chu Zhi can save people, but he can also drag them into the abyss. He possesses a voice that holds the power of life and death. The media once again elevated the nickname Voice of an Angel. Unfortunately, Come, Sweet Death didn't make the final list. Those fans fainting weren't bewitched, they were struck down. Now, about the follow-up to the Sweet Death incident. Carrara, open up. I know you're in there. Come on, open the door for the bravest warrior. If you don't open up, I'll have to knock. Louder. Pardon me, then. I'll kick it open. Ojima Matsuka, anxious as ever, raised her foot, but her colleague Wisaka Midori quickly grabbed her arm. Calm down, Captain Ojima. Maybe Sasaki Carrara fainted again. That's why she's not answering or picking up our calls. Possible. Matsuka frowned, remembering how Carrara had once collapsed on the train while watching music station through her earbuds, right when her idol performed Come, Sweet Death. Many members of Chu Zhi's strongest fan club had wept their hearts out over that performance. Matsuka didn't cry, which was exactly why he proudly called himself a warrior. So, what should we do now? He asked hesitantly. Let's call the police, or maybe get the property manager to unlock the door, Wisaka suggested. I'm worried she might have fainted alone and hit her head. That'd be dangerous. You really deserve your title as one of the 4 geniuses of the fan club, Matsuka praised, crouching down. Wisaka's mouth twitched. For geniuses? When did that become a thing? And being lumped together with Matsuka somehow felt like an insult. It wasn't that he looked down on him. It was just that Matsuka did have mild cerebral palsy. Being ranked alongside him when he was perfectly healthy almost felt like self-slander. Then he noticed Matsuka rummaging by the door. Captain Ojima, what are you looking for? We need to go get the building staff. I'm looking for a spare key. If it were me, I'd hide it under the doormat, she said, flipping the entryway rug. Wisaka sighed. You're an idiot if you hide your keys under there, and even more of an idiot if you think others would do the same. Before he could say that aloud, Matsuka triumphantly lifted a tiny key. Found it. Carrara's keys so small. Wisaka was speechless. He opened the door and called naturally. Carrara, I'm coming in. Tossing his shoes aside, he dashed in to check the situation. Wisaka hesitated at the entrance for a few seconds, neatly took off his shoes, aligned them perfectly, and only then stepped inside. The apartment was cute and girly but dim. The lights were off, curtains drawn, sunlight blocked out. The place was spotless. Clearly, Carrara liked to keep things tidy. But then, Miss Sasaki. Wisaka spotted her lying on the floor and immediately pulled out his phone to call 119. Japan's emergency and fire numbers were the same. Don't worry, she just fainted. I've seen this before, Matsuka said confidently, grabbing a bowl of water from the kitchen. Wait, don't. Wisaka tried to stop her, but Matsuka dipped her fingers into the water and flicked droplets onto Kirara's face. 3 flicks later, Kirara stirred awake. Her eyes were swollen from crying, and her bangs were messy. Her throat hurt when she tried to speak. Here, water. Matsuka handed her the bowl. Kirara didn't hesitate and drank half of it in one go. In Japan, tap water was safe to drink, and most people did. When she'd recovered a bit, she blinked at the two of them, confused about why they were in her home. They were just casual friends, not close enough for surprise visits. Today was our association's weekly meeting, Wisaka explained. You didn't show up, so I got worried and came with Captain Ojima. Exactly, Matsuka said proudly. I found the key under the rug and opened the door. He didn't sound the least bit guilty for breaking in. After all, in his mind, he'd come to save someone. I'm sorry for entering without permission, Wisaka added quickly. Kirara waved it off weakly. No, it's me who should be thankful. Thank you, Captain Ojima. Thank you, Wisaka-san. As long as you're okay, Wisaka said, then gently reminded her. But don't hide your keys in such an obvious place next time. It's not safe. Oh, that's fine, Matsuka said carelessly. My mom says there are 2 kinds of people in this world. Those who never lose their keys, and those who hide them under rugs and flower pots. Kirara and I are just the second kind. By the way, why did you faint? He asked bluntly. Kirara glanced at her tablet. The iPad recognized her face and unlocked, showing the pause screen of Music Station. That said it all. She'd fainted once while watching the live broadcast, and then fainted again while watching the replay at home. Don't be too sad, Miss Sasaki, Wisaka said softly. Ragdoll has already moved on. Being able to perform that song again means he's no longer trapped by the past. But Kirara hit play again, and Chu Zhi's voice filled the room. Musical note at all returns to nothing. I just keep letting me down. Musical note. All turned to dust. Everything let me down. Let me down. Let me down. She whispered in Japanese, tears welling again. This song must have been written during Chu Dano's darkest days, she sobbed. He must have felt so hopeless back then, like everything in his life was collapsing. Everyone in Chu Zhi's strongest fan club knew the name was parsed as Chu Zhi/strongest fan club, not Chu Zhi's/strongest fan club. They were the diehard of diehards. Listening to her words and hearing Chu Zhi's gentle voice, even Wisaka's eyes went red. Then, suddenly, no, you 2 idiots. The sad atmosphere shattered. If there wasn't a ghost in the room, then the voice could only belong to Ojima Matsuka. Both of them jumped, staring as he fumed. Why do you think Chu-san sang that song on TV? He demanded. They blinked. Because he wanted to inspire us. Even when he was in hell writing it. Even when he wanted to die 100 times. Even when everyone hated him and nightmares haunted him every night. Chu-san didn't give up. Don't you get it? His face twisted with emotion, and somehow, his words hit home. He sang Come, Sweet Death cheerfully, not to make us sad, but to show us he's fine now. That even this song, he can sing. It happily, he cried, his voice cracking but full of conviction. You're supposed to feel encouraged, not heartbroken. Do you understand me? He stared them down, eyes blazing. It was completely opposite logic, but the more they thought about it, the more it made sense. Their idol was always trying to give fans strength, never sorrow. And Ojima's passion was almost infectious. After a few minutes of silence to reboot their brains, Kirara finally spoke. Thank you, Captain Ojima. I feel a lot better now. Come, Sweet Death really is a song of strength. She bowed deeply. Please, let me treat you both to dinner tonight. I won't eat if it's bad, Matsuka said, already back to his usual bluntness. Wisaka tried to decline politely, but Kirara insisted. When they finally left, she noticed how Matsuka's shoes were kicked halfway out the door, while Wisaka's were perfectly lined up. The contrast said everything. She must have been that worried, Kirara thought, feeling even more grateful. Wisaka, meanwhile, finally understood why Matsuka was in charge of PR for Chu Zhi's strongest fan club. Because he really believed. From Japan to the bustling heart of China, Chu Zhi had guests visiting today. Or rather, elders. The relationship was a bit complicated. Mr. Chu, we'd like to ask you for a favor, said Mr. Yuan, hesitantly. Beside him, Mrs. Yuan and their son Yuan Lian looked embarrassed. Please, just call me Xiao Jiu, Chu. Zhi said with an easy smile. Lian's my godbrother. No need to be so formal. Back when they filmed Xi Lang, Yuan Lian had played the younger version of Chu Zhi's role. The boy left such an impression that Chu Zhi took him in as a godbrother. Mr. Yuan hesitated at the nickname, but before he could speak, Chu Zhi grinned. Auntie, uncle, you're being too polite. Right, Lian? We've fought side by side, haven't we? Fought side by side. The parents blinked in confusion. Yuan Lian coughed awkwardly. He means we played PUBG together. It's a shooting game. Oh, Mr. Yuan nodded, relieved. If Chu Zhi played games with his son, that meant their relationship was genuine. Maybe, just maybe, today's request would be easier to handle. When Chu Zhi gestured for him to go on, Mr. Yuan explained their predicament. After Xi Lang's massive success, Yuan Lian had been cast in Fire and Red, a China, France co-production with a 340 million yuan budget and backing from Hawaii and Path, an absolute blockbuster. He was to play young Zhao Wuji, not the villain from some martial arts flick, but the name of one of France's most famous Chinese painters. But then came trouble. Because Yuan Lian was good-looking, a senior Path executive with a known history of child predation started taking an interest in him, sending repeated invitations. The Yuans had refused over and over, even tried to withdraw from the project, but the contracts had them trapped. How the hell? Are there so many freaks in this industry? Chu Zhi thought bitterly. That Path executive was never convicted, he asked. Even in France, that's still a crime. The child's parents withdrew the charges, Mr. Yuan said quietly. And he had a very good lawyer. I see. Chu Zhi nodded. Don't worry, Uncle Andy. This might be a co-production, but the China in China, France comes first. That assurance seemed to lift a huge weight from their shoulders. We're really sorry to trouble you, Mr. Yuan said. Please accept these gifts. They placed several expensive boxes on the table, premium wine, cigarettes, and a jade pendant easily worth 6 figures. Protecting my brother isn't a favor, it's what a big brother should do, Chu Zhi said, walking over to rest a reassuring hand on Yuan Lian's shoulder. Next time something like this happens, just tell me right away. Your brother's got your back. He said it casually, but his tone carried unshakable confidence. He accepted only the wine and cigarettes. I'll take these, since I'll actually use them. But keep the rest. I really mean it. The Yuans exchanged glances, touched by how grounded he was despite his fame. They wanted to invite him to dinner, but Chu Zhi's flight to Beijing was at 11:20. He walked them out, deep in thought. Sure, one call would be enough to scare that French exec off, but there'd always be another victim. He wasn't a saint, but if he could stop something like that when it was right in front of him, he would. The entertainment industry's always messy, he muttered to himself. But not all that mess comes from within. Sometimes the real scum comes from outside. And anyone who lays a hand on a kid crosses the line. Number 592. The godfather of showbiz. York Desimon, a Parisian, was the head of the overseas production department at Path Films and also the vice president of ARP, the Association of Authors, Directors, and Producers. In France, his name carried real weight. Desimon was tall and sturdy, with a well-maintained build. He wore white-rimmed glasses that made him look elegant and refined, or at least that's how he presented himself before his wife and kids. At that moment, he was enjoying a vacation at Jiuhua Resort in Beijing, soaking in the hot springs. When he stepped out of the steam room, he noticed 7 missed calls on his phone, 5 from Path's current president and 2 from his allies inside the company. By rank of importance, he called the president, Mr. McDonald, first. The moment the line connected, Desimon didn't even get the chance to explain why he hadn't answered before a cold, clipped voice came through. You're off, Red and Flame. Stop producing it. Come back to France immediately. Desimon froze. What the hell? As the overseas production head, he was supposed to oversee this France-China co-production. If not him, then who? Mr. McDonald, what do you mean? He began, irritation creeping into his tone, but McDonald cut him off sharply. The board is meeting to decide whether to terminate your employment, Mr. Desimon. If you know what's good for you, you'll come back right away. That only made him angrier. Mr. McDonald, I joined the company at 23. I've worked here 34 years. I've been part of every major decision in that time. How could the company even think of firing me? His words practically screamed, Path can't function without me. And honestly, His fury made sense. He'd been eyeing the CEO's seat next. A quick aside. People online often fantasize about domineering CEOs falling in love, but in reality, the president position is usually second to the CEO. The idea of a president being the ultimate power is mostly an illusion, since most CEOs double as presidents anyway. Why can we fire you? McDonald's tone turned biting. That's a brilliant question, Mr. Desmond. Easily the best one I've heard today. It's so good I almost want to applaud. His voice was laced with restrained fury, like magma boiling beneath an icy spring. Because of your production in China, China Film has just informed us they're freezing the film import deal. Because of your production in China, 3 major fashion exhibitions have been forcibly shut down for venue issues. Dior and Givenchy's head designers are calling non-stop, demanding answers. Because of your production in China, a draft of the Minor Protection Act for performing arts works has been submitted to the National People's Congress. And because of your production in China, the permit for Adele's concert was suddenly held back. Vivendi Group wants me to explain why. McDonald fired off each accusation like a bullet, leaving Desmond completely dazed. Holy Mary, Mother of God. What does any of this have to do with me? Everyone knew that China Film was the only channel for foreign movie imports. Usually, they focused on Hollywood, but in recent years, they'd started bringing in French films too. As France's biggest studio, Path typically got 1 or 2 slots per year. Not much, but still valuable. But if that deal went south, how was that his fault? He'd never even met anyone from China Film. And those luxury fashion shows? The concerts? He didn't even have the authority to meddle in that kind of thing. Still, when he heard McDonald mention that Minor Protection Act, a tiny chill crept up his spine. Could it be? No, impossible. He immediately dismissed the thought. You don't survive 3 decades in the industry by being stupid. Desmond wasn't dumb, just corrupt. Whether in Paris or abroad, he always investigated the background of every boy he took interest in. He wasn't reckless. To influence fashion, music, and film at the same time, even pushing the government to draft a new bill. Whoever could do that must have had terrifying pull in the entertainment industry. Desmond's got twisted. Who the hell did I piss off? Some kind of crown prince. He took a steadying breath. Mr. McDonald, I don't understand what you're talking about. You don't understand? McDonald's voice trembled slightly. He tried to stay calm. He really had. But his phone hadn't stopped ringing for 2 days straight. He'd sat through 4 board meetings in a row, and each time, he was the one getting chewed out. Even for a studio as big as Path, pressure from Dior and Vivendi was too much to bear. Honestly, the fact that he was still speaking this calmly showed impressive restraint. But when Desmond threw that clueless question back at him, McDonald finally snapped. Did you want to have dinner and talk astrology with young George again? He barked. I told you before, control your urges. Desire is the devil. It'll devour your reason, your family, your fortune, your status, everything you have. Desmond, you're finished. Then McDonald hung up. Desmond just stood there, numb. Georges? He remembered the boy, Georges Yuan, the child actor playing the male lead's younger version in Red and Flame. The first time he saw the kid, he'd been mesmerized. The boy's skin was pale, his lips red, his features delicate. His eyes had that slight downward tilt at the corners, with curved lower lashes that gave him that puppy-eyed innocence the internet loved to gush over. It made the darkness in Desmond's heart stir uncontrollably. He'd quietly used his network to check the kids. Background. The parents ran a small factory, making a modest living. Perfect. Easy to control. So he'd started hinting things, making suggestive offers. But to his surprise, the parents refused every time. In frustration, he'd escalated from hinting to threatening. Can someone please tell me what the hell happened? Since when did Georges' family have this kind of backing? He muttered. Even the CEO of China Film couldn't pull strings like this. Suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind. He quickly called back one of his allies, the same one who'd tried to reach him earlier. That man had attended yesterday's emergency meeting and would know something. And from that call, Desmond finally got the answer he'd been dreading. The child actor, Georges Yuan, was the godbrother of Chinese superstar Chu Zhi. Everything Path was suffering through right now was because of that one man, the godbrother who decided to fight back. Chu Zhi, Desmond whispered. Of course, he knew that name. Who in the entertainment world didn't? The man was famous across the globe. But no matter how popular a celebrity was, fame didn't equal power. Even if Chu Zhi held a dozen honorary positions, his real job was still just actor. How could an actor cause this much chaos? I can fix this. I'm sure I can fix this, Desmond muttered, trying to convince himself as he began calling every contact he had. But pride, the first of the 7 deadly sins, was exactly what blinded him. He had no idea who he was dealing with. Because Chu Zhi's real job wasn't just being a celebrity. He was a symbol, a benchmark, a national icon. And when someone like that decided to do the right thing, nothing could stop him. The situation was already beyond repair. If Path refused to fire Desmond, China Film would permanently suspend all French film imports. ARP, the Association of Authors, Directors, and Producers, moved even faster. They expelled him immediately. Their statement was brief and brutal. Due to personal conduct resulting in substantial harm to the collective interests of all members, Mr. York Desmond is hereby removed from the association. For context, last year, Welcome to the North 3 earned 460 million renminbi in China alone, netting over 21 million euros in revenue for France. That was real money. Desmond tried reaching out to a so-called ally, Dominique, the deputy chairman of France's National Center for Cinema, CNC, essentially the man in charge of all film affairs in France. Dominique had the authority to negotiate with China Film and maybe smooth things over. To his credit, Dominique really did try. Even in such a tight situation, he worked to prioritize and resolve the crisis step by step. But one scandal led to another. Pull one weed, and the dirt comes with it. Before long, Dominique himself was accused by his own 20-something godson of sexual assault and attempted rape. And before Desmond's plane even landed back in Paris, the Path Board had already dismissed him. The external pressure was too much for them to handle. By the time the news broke in France, the entertainment industry was in complete turmoil. In less than 3 days, Desmond was dismissed from Path, expelled from ARP, and investigated by French authorities. Every fashion magazine and entertainment paper ran his story. Once his private scandals surfaced, public outrage hit like a storm. The police found more than a dozen victims, young men from modeling agencies and minor acting schools. Most were too afraid to come forward until now. And just like that, one of France's most powerful men in cinema became a symbol of disgrace. The French media, of course, didn't dare mention Chu Zhi's name at first. They called him an unnamed Chinese star or the foreign artist indirectly involved. But by the 5th day, it was impossible to hide. Too many journalists had traced the link to Red and Flame. When Le Monde finally printed the headline, "The Butterfly from the East," a song that shook Paris, the public knew exactly who they meant. Chu Zhi himself didn't say a word. He didn't need to. The only thing he did was post one photo on Weibo, a quiet, empty recording studio. The caption read, "Everything echoes somewhere." No hashtags, no anger, just calm silence. Yet everyone who saw it felt the weight behind it. That's how he fights. Unlike Desmond, Chu Zhi didn't move through back doors or whisper to connections. His influence wasn't built on manipulation. It came from sheer presence. Every project he touched turned to gold. Every cause he supported became a movement. To the world, he wasn't just an entertainer anymore. He was becoming something else, something larger. A few days later, he arrived in Los Angeles for his next concert tour stop. The venue was packed to the brim, lights flooding the stage like dawn breaking through the night. When he appeared, the crowd erupted. The cheers didn't fade for several minutes. Fans from the US, Korea, Japan, France, and China filled the arena, waving banners that spelled out his name in a dozen languages. Chu Zhi stepped up to the mic, his usual gentle smile still on his face. "Thank you for being here," he said in English, voice steady but soft. "It's been a noisy week. So tonight, let's just sing." The band struck the opening chords of Heaven's Garden. The melody rose slowly, then burst open, warm, clear, and brilliant. During the chorus, the big screens showed waves of messages flooding in from around the world. Justice speaks in its own way. "For Georges, proud of you, Chu." Tens of thousands of voices sang with him, word for word. In the control booth, his manager Zhuan Zhu wiped at his eyes and muttered, "Godfather of showbiz, huh? If he's not that, then no one is. At that moment, even Hollywood executives watching from the VIP section couldn't help but feel humbled. They'd seen countless stars rise and fall, but this was different. Because Chu Zhi didn't just stand at the top of the entertainment world. He defined it. Number 593. Don't come any closer. At 6 in the evening, Los Angeles finally came alive. People called it the City of Angels, but the neon-drenched streets were anything but heavenly. The shops lining Figueroa Street usually loved when the Staples Center hosted events. When the Grammys were held there, their business could double in a night. But tonight, they were all losing money. The streets were flooded with people. More than 100,000 had gathered, and none of them looked ready to leave. Old Tom's foresight deserved some praise. Thanks to his early preparations, the situation hadn't collapsed entirely. Without that, order would have fallen apart the moment things started. Mr. Tom, all nearby hospitals have agreed to cooperate. A police officer shouted over the noise. That includes Dr. Eads's clinic, California State Public Hospital, Borey Clinic, and Eisner Family Health Hospital. What's that? Old Tom cupped a hand around his ear. The officer raised his voice. Mr. Tom, Dr. Eads's clinic, California State Public Hospital, Borey Clinic, and others have agreed to help with tonight's operation. I'm sorry, sir, I really can't hear you. Old Tom yelled back. The hospitals will cooperate with the police. The officer bellowed at the top of his lungs. Good job, sir. Get back to your post. Old Tom replied. Their shouting match wasn't an act. The street noise was deafening. Voices of men and women, young and old, blended into one chaotic roar that made eardrums buzz and skulls ache. Even the sound of honking cars was buried beneath it. For outsiders, it was a headache. But for those trapped inside the frenzy, it was pure fuel. On the left side of the crowd, a group of over 100 had formed a circle and started singing Waiting for Love. Their pitch was questionable, but their volume was phenomenal. Musical note. Monday left me broken. Tuesday, I was through with hope. Wednesday, my arms were open. Saturday, I was a wildfire burning mad. Musical note. Whether they were in tune or not didn't matter, as long as they were loud. Further to the right, another group waited silently. Some had their hoods pulled up, earbuds in, lost in their own world as they waited for the concert to start. To the far right stood people in formal suits and dresses, as if they were heading to a symphony instead of a pop concert. The fan base was eclectic, to say the least. At 5 o'clock, ticket scanning began at all 3 entrances. By 6, the concert officially started. When Chu Zhi stepped onto the stage, the difference between America and China hit him immediately. Back home, passion felt like a warm tide wrapping around you. Here, it was wild, unrestrained, almost manic. The Emperor Beast had spent years reading under dim lights, and his eyesight wasn't what it used to be. Even so, he could still make out a fan in the front row clutching his head and screaming so hard that veins popped from his forehead, as if Professor X were frying his brain. Then came the ear-piercing cries. Chew, chew, chew. A few seconds later, the fan collapsed. Chu Zhi couldn't tell if the guy had passed out from lack of oxygen or from excitement, so strong it cut off blood flow to the brain. Either way, it was tragic. Imagine spending so much money just to faint before the first song even began. Maybe the organizers should refund people like that, he thought absently. Then again, maybe not too many would faint, right? Security staff reacted quickly, forming a human chain to lift the unconscious fan out of the crowd. Stretchers were already stacked at the gates, ready to rush anyone to nearby hospitals. Chu Zhi had planned to start with a rock number as a warm-up. The moment his hand reached for the mic, the crowd's screams hit a new level. The sound almost tore the roof off the arena. And just like that, another 7 or 8 fans fainted. Some women broke into tears. One of them, a young blonde beside Wan Wan, was sobbing uncontrollably, though judging by her expression, it was from joy. Wan Wan could understand that. Her companion, Robert III, however, looked completely lost, like he'd stepped onto another planet. More and more fans were passing out by the minute. Chu Zhi paused. Maybe refunding tickets wasn't such a bad idea after all. But there was no time to think. He had to sing. The concert continued. Fans kept getting carried out, both women and men this time. Outside the arena, things weren't any calmer. The crowd was swelling by the minute. This isn't good. We don't have enough manpower, Old Tom muttered, scanning the street. Every inch of Figueroa was packed with people. Nearly a quarter of Los Angeles's entire police force was deployed to maintain order, yet Old Tom still felt understaffed. This Chinese guy has some kind of devilish charm, he muttered, drawing a cross over his chest before calling the city hall for reinforcements. The military units already stationed nearby couldn't be moved. Don't get the wrong idea, those troops were there for two reasons. First, with crowds this large, there was always the risk of extremists targeting Chu Zhi. Second, the city hall had received rumors that some organization was planning to cause chaos tonight. The Los Angeles city government was baffled when Old Tom's report came in. The city had over 10,000 active police officers. And you're telling me you can't handle a concert with 2,000 extra support staff? Vice Governor Woody, a man who was surprisingly popular among voters, was ready to chew Old Tom out, until he heard what came next. There are around 150,000 people on Figueroa right now, Old Tom said. Shops have shut down, the sidewalks are flooded, and the crowd keeps growing. We estimate it'll exceed 200,000 soon. Please dispatch more units immediately. Woody froze. Over 200,000 people? He cursed under his breath. Damn that Chinese star. To be honest, Woody had opposed approving the Staples Center application from the start. In his mind, Chinese celebrities were like beautiful disasters. Nothing but trouble followed wherever they went. He ordered reinforcements right away. Not because he cared about those people's lives, but because a stampede would ruin his career. We, the United States of America, have fallen so low we worship a star from an inferior race. America's fallen. His music's trash. I'll never listen to that lowborn crap. Woody's muttered grumbling made it clear he was a real racist. He'd once called jazz music for savages on live television. And no, Woody wasn't his real name. It was a nickname, taken from the cartoon Woody Woodpecker. In the show, the bird had one talent, pecking through metal sheets with its beak. Locals thought the comparison fit him perfectly. No real ability, just a big mouth. City Hall was in chaos, and Woody was pacing restlessly in his office. Anyone reporting to him that night got caught in the storm. Not through yelling, since he prided himself on being a civilized politician, but through the kind of cold, sharp criticism that ruined morale. He'd planned to leave at 6, but he stayed till 7:30, convinced he'd done everything humanly possible to ensure order. If anything went wrong now, it'd be the field officer's fault. When his driver finally dropped him home, he sank onto the couch. The housekeeper, Mrs. Angie, brought him coffee as usual. He sipped it, crossed his legs, unfolded his newspaper, and waited for dinner. Has Havis come home yet? He asked. No, sir, said Mrs. Angie. Miss Havis went to a concert with her friends. She said she'd be back late tonight. Oh. He turned another page of the paper. Wait, concert? He looked up. What concert? Mr. Chu Zhi's, sir. The Chinese star. Miss Havis mentioned her whole school tried for tickets, but only 5 people got them. What? Woody's eyes bulged. His daughter? At that concert. Los Angeles was burning that night, hotter than Tokyo ever got. As time passed, the soldiers stationed nearby never needed to intervene, but the city hall's intel hadn't been wrong. Someone really had planned to make trouble. The group was called the Save Hope Organization. Their goal was to restore the glory of America, bringing it back to the hopeful days of the 80s and 90s, when it was the so-called beacon of humanity. They claimed to fight racial division and capitalist oppression. The ideals sounded noble enough, but with shadowy backers funding them, their mission had long since gone astray. Their plan tonight was simple: assassinate Chu Zhi at his concert. Even if they failed, chaos and casualties would do. A successful hit, however, could spark an international conflict. China, U.S. relations were already fragile. If Chu Zhi, the pride of China, were killed on American soil, it'd ignite like dry tinder. They believed America needed a new Cold War to regain its dominance. In their logic, China could replace the old Soviet Union as the new rival. With their superior strength, America would win again. Insane as it sounded, at least it was a plan. Compared to other extremist groups, these guys were almost organized. Ryan, do you know what you're doing? The team leader, a man with spiked hair, asked coldly. You're betraying the organization. We can't do this, Ryan said firmly. If our country's future truly requires sacrifice, then we should be the ones to make it, not force others to die for us. That kind of thinking's wrong. We can only choose to give our own lives. Do you realize what this'll cost you? Spikes asked. Mr. Chu Zhi's a good person. Good people deserve to live in peace, not become sacrifices, Ryan replied. Spikes stared at her for a long moment, then sighed and raised his hands in surrender. You're the commander. Whatever you say. Ryan was biologically male, but identified as female. Her childhood was hell, abused by a stepmother, later infected with HIV and imprisoned by her boyfriend. It was Chu Zhi's song Jesus Loves Me that led her to religion, and his performance of the Internationale that inspired her to stop being a victim. That's why she joined the Save Hope organization in the first place, to fight oppression. Now, she realized killing Chu Zhi would betray everything she believed in. In just over a year, through sheer ability and a bit of gender advantage, Ryan had climbed to become the organization's third-in-command. The hierarchy went like this: president, vice president, recruitment captain, action commander, then the various squad leaders. Technically, the recruitment captain was only responsible for bringing in new members, so it was mostly a title. By rank, Ryan had no real authority over the action commander, Spikes, let alone the power to stop an entire operation. The only reason Spikes obeyed was out of respect. He was a blatant homophobe, but when it came to Ryan, his admiration was genuine. After everything she'd been through, after being broken and scarred, she still stayed kind. To Spikes, that kind of strength was something close to holy. Be careful from now on, Spikes warned again, stepping in to stop the attack on Chu Zhi. It wouldn't be easy next time. Ryan might face retaliation for this. The Emperor Beast, of course, had no idea a fan he'd never even met had just saved his life. After 3 hours of singing, the concert had finally reached the encore. Even overseas, his concerts always followed the same pattern. Lights dimmed and flashed, locking onto one lucky fan in the audience. This gentleman, what song would you like to hear? Chu Zhi asked with a smile. I love all of your songs, Mr. Chu, said a burly man in the crowd, his voice thick with a Russian accent. But I hope tonight you'll sing something that isn't in Russian, yet still has the spirit of Russia. Because of his towering build and bear-like frame, fans affectionately dubbed him the Russian strongman. His accent was heavy, but for Chu Zhi, who spoke fluent English and Russian, communication wasn't an issue. After thinking for a moment, he said seriously, I don't think I've released any songs that match your description. The man instantly looked apologetic. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu, that was too much to ask. Chu Zhi didn't notice that about 10 meters away stood someone he knew. That fan's request is impossible, Aurora muttered. How can it be Russian style, but not in Russian? That's the kind of absurd demand only a client from hell would make. Her tone carried a hint of irritation. Laura, you need to have faith in Mr. Chu, said Vadim, her father. He's not a normal human. He was right. The familiar face was indeed Aurora, and sitting beside her was her father, one of Russia's most influential figures. Vadim had already found concrete proof that Chu Zhi wasn't an ordinary person. No one else could sing and jump around for 4 hours straight while keeping a steady heartbeat. Tonight, there are 3 things that matter most, Chu Zhi said. Lightly. First, the fans' happiness. Second, world peace. And third, that the sun still rises tomorrow. So then, he trailed off for a moment, calling silently to his old companion, the system. And like a true brother from another mother, the system never let him down. That was why he dared to say something like that in the first place. The instruments on site aren't perfect, he said, but they'll do. He turned on the guitar's distortion effect, tuned the acoustic bass, and combined the bar piano with the digital grand. The key piece, though, was the accordion. After all, back at the Orange Festival, he'd once composed Annie's Wonderland live on stage. He was more than ready for this. Performing a brand new song mid-concert was already rare. Writing one on the spot to fulfill a fan's wish? That was unheard of. The male fans were losing their minds. Holy shit, this is so punk, it's insane. The female fans, on the other hand, were swooning. He's writing a song for a fan? That's so romantic. As for the Russian strongman himself, he was overwhelmed, thinking, why me? What did I do to deserve this? Tens of thousands of people went quiet all at once, afraid to disturb their idol while he wrote. All right then, Chu Zhi said. I think Moscow should fit this gentleman's request. Musical note. Moscow Musical Note was a legendary song by the German band Genghis Khan, celebrating the glory of the old Soviet Union. It had once gone viral across America. To many, it sounded ridiculous, almost like a parody, but it was a real song that existed. Back on Earth, everyone who'd grown up in the 80s or 90s had heard it at least once. Its meme-worthy Chinese parody lyrics, screwdriver, screwdriver, wake up at night to nail the floor, drill into the snow when it's hot, ho 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 hey, were practically internet folklore. On stage, the familiar Russian melody mixed with a disco beat. Normally, it'd sound cheesy, but in that electrified concert hall, the rhythm came alive, igniting the crowd. Musical note. Moscow, fremd und geheimnisvoll. Musical note. Musical note. Tremi aus rotem Gold. Musical note. Chu Zhi didn't speak fluent German, but the song didn't need perfect pronunciation. Its tone alone was enough to stir excitement in every Russian heart. Musical note. Moscow, strange and full of mystery. Your towers built from red gold, cold as ice. Musical note. Musical note. Moscow, those who truly know you, know that deep in your heart, a blazing fire still burns. Musical note. That, right there, was what unrestrained genius looked like. The Russian strongman was thrilled, and so were the other Russian fans. Even if they didn't understand the German lyrics, the melody spoke for itself. Musical note. Moscow, Moscow, let's dance on the tables till they break. Hey, 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 ha. Musical note. Musical note. Moscow, gateway to the past, mirror of the Tsar's age, red as blood. Musical note. Musical note. Moscow, the one who truly knows your soul, loves you like. Musical note. So corny it looped back around to being stylish. Vadim, surprisingly, loved it. His massive frame swayed clumsily to the beat, and Aurora was terrified he'd throw his back out. While Chu Zhi's big stage concerts dominated the West, his small stage persona, Huainan, wasn't doing badly either. The poetry collection Mr. Cogito had brought its author, Huainan, huge acclaim. Across Europe and America, he'd won nearly every major literary award short of the Nobel Prize itself. He'd even taken home the Governor General's Literary Award and the Casa de las Americas Prize. Meanwhile, the Japanese poet Ono Akio, who acted as Huainan's public persona, had earned a strange nickname from the press, the Southern King. The name came from a Sankei Shimbun article that called him the modern poetry machine, Huainan's emotionless alter ego, the award-collecting robot, Ono Akio. Now, Ono Akio spent most of his days flying between countries, attending endless award ceremonies. It was exhausting, sure, but it had its perks. Fame meant money, and money meant he could finally hire a caretaker for his mother. For years, his mother had refused to use a cane. He'd always thought it was pride or stubbornness, but today he finally understood. It wasn't that she wanted him strong. She wanted him weak. It sounded absurd, but parents didn't always want their children to succeed. Some wanted them to stay small, easy to keep close, to rely on them forever. His mother wasn't struggling financially. What she wanted was emotional dependence. This time, she'd been strongly against his literary career. She'd even begged him to give up his position as Huainan's editor, saying he was too busy. For once, Ono Akio stood his ground. They'd argued for hours, and in the end, it had been the right decision. He became the Southern King, and with the money and success that came with it, he could finally take care of his mother without resentment. Number 594. He's still young. The Southern King was busy today. Ronin Publishing had just reissued Huainan's poetry collections, 2 trilogies titled Huai Trilogy and Nan Trilogy. The Huai Trilogy included I'm a Wayward Child, Xinhui, Turing, and Collection of Flying Birds. Their special guest for today's launch was a popular emotional blogger who was huge on the Japanese internet. She promoted the books as romantic works loved by women, quoting a few lines. Dusk is my hometown. You're the girl quietly growing in that hometown. You grow in gentle affection without a sound, and you walk right into my heart. Her pitch was simple. If you don't know how to confess your feelings, gifting the Huai Trilogy is a great choice. They marketed the collection as a kind of love Bible and even invited a celebrity couple, famous for being the picture of affection, to promote the idea. Famous for their affection was the key phrase. Whether they were actually in love behind the scenes was anyone's guess, but they sure kept up appearances in public. Riding on Huainan's fame, Wanderer Publishing had also signed several best-selling authors. They were capable and ambitious, clearly intending to make Huainan their banner name. The Nan trilogy included Do Not Go Gentle into That Good Night, After Eternal Silence, and The Great Riddle. The publisher even invited several Japanese authors to co-sign their recommendations. The Nan trilogy represents the highest standard of modern poetry. There's no doubt about it. Uemura Wataru. If you want to appreciate the beauty of modern poetry, I wouldn't recommend this set. But if you want to explore the deeper meaning of poetry, then buy it. Isaka Kotaru. After reading this collection, I'm grateful I got to see it. I was deeply moved. Ishida Kazuyoshi. Offline promotions were pushed to the max. Each set sold for 9,400 yen, which wasn't cheap. But surprisingly, sales were great. The target audience was clear. The Huai trilogy appealed to students with crushes, singles, and introverts. The Nan trilogy was aimed at people who thought of themselves as cultured. When they read the descriptions, they couldn't help but think, that's totally me. So they bought it, tore off the plastic wrap, flipped through a few pages, and placed it somewhere visible, without realizing they'd already bought the original editions years ago. The new packaging fooled them completely. Sales were astonishing. Over 300,000 sets sold within 2 weeks, putting both trilogies in the top 5 bestsellers worldwide. For physical books, that was nothing short of a miracle. Ono-san, you should talk to Huainan about releasing another 1 or 2 poetry collections, the chief editor said. No one can control what a poet wants. Ono Akio replied. Of course, the editor said. Poets have their own ideas. But if Huainan ever wants to publish again, our company will fully support it. Did you notice? Ever since Ono Akio's fame skyrocketed, he'd grown bolder, while the chief editor had become more polite. Even his senior colleagues no longer dared to talk down to him. Later that day, he had an interview with Literary World. After a brief chat with the editor, he left the office early. Among Japan's 5 major literary magazines, Shinsho, Literary World, Gunzo, Subaru, and Bunjei, the only one he hadn't appeared in was Shinsho. The rest had all featured him. No surprise there. Huainan was a global sensation, and since no one could contact the poet directly, the only choice was to talk to the person closest to his work, his editor. It was like trying to reach one of the authors of Death Note, but only managing to get their editor instead. This time, the interview focused on speculation about Huainan's identity, conducted by Kohara Tetsuyuki, the chief editor of Cultural Commentary Press. The Kohara family was one of Japan's most famous academic dynasties, and Kohara himself was a literary critic with global influence. Out of respect for him, Ono Akio shared an important clue. I can reveal one thing. Huainan is very young. Most people assume a poet capable of writing such masterpieces must be around 50 or 60, but Huainan's under 40. He's also still single. That was huge news. 7 poetry collections, all of them famous across Asia, and 3 recognized worldwide. A true modern master. To think he was under 40 shocked everyone. Since the source was Huainan's own editor, the information spread quickly and was considered highly credible. The literary world erupted in speculation once again. Ono-san, my work Ash Palace took 10 years to refine. I sincerely hope it'll earn your approval. I'm willing to revise anything you suggest. Please, Ono-san, guide my writing. I won't. He had 3 or 4 unread emails like that. Ono Akio had become Japan's most sought-after poetry editor. Every young writer dreamed of catching his attention. 3 months ago, he'd edited a debut poetry collection that carried a single line on the cover, personally recommended by Huainan's editor, Ono Akio. A stunning debut by a genius poet. That sentence alone sold 60,000 copies. At this point, Ono Akio was a big name in modern Japanese poetry. Modern poetry isn't just about spacing out the lines, he muttered. After checking the latest submissions and finding nothing that impressed him, he idly browsed the internet and saw that news from Los Angeles had dominated every major headline. The greatest concert of the 21st century, over 300,000 people attended, screamed the front page of Yahoo Japan, quoting the Wall Street Journal. Kyoto News reported, in harmony with Chu World Tour, Los Angeles stop. Due to singer Chu Zhi's immense popularity, over 3,000 police officers were deployed by the city to maintain order. No photos had been released yet, but even thinking about the massive crowd was dizzying. For anyone with trypophobia, it would have been a nightmare. Reuters wrote, hundreds fainted. What's Chu Zhi's secret charm? Wolf News Agency reported. He wrote a song live on stage to satisfy fan requests. A German song with Soviet flair. TASS wrote. Chu Zhi can compose songs with the old Soviet style in any language. Xinhua News Agency said. The Chinese superstar's performance in the U.S. ended successfully, drawing hundreds of thousands of fans. Good thing I managed to get a ticket for the Tokyo stop, Ono Akio sighed in relief. He only had two idols in his life, Huainan and Chu Zhi. Of course, he'd gladly spend money for them. As for asking Huainan about his next poetry collection, he didn't. He remembered clearly that after Mr. Cogito, Huainan had said he wanted to take a break. He didn't want to disturb the poet's rest. Was Chu Zhi resting, though? Not really. Even after hours of performing, both physically and mentally exhausted, his discipline never slipped. After all, today's work had to be done today. The Emperor, Beast had lived and struggled on Earth for many years in his previous life. He knew one thing well. There were countless people smarter than him, but talent and brilliance were often wasted by laziness and lack of discipline. His phone buzzed on the table. Xiao Bai's calling, he said after glancing at the screen. Xiao Bai was an exception. No matter how busy he was, he always picked up. Su Shangbai hadn't called as often lately. Supporting and investing in Chu Zhi had been part of his own dream, something like a raise your star game. In such games, the early stages required a lot of effort. Later, things ran on their own. Chu Zhi, though, was already at the peak, higher than 99% of all stars. Still, he felt there was more room to climb. After all, the era of Chu Zhi had only just begun. They knew each other well enough to skip greetings. Brother Gio, do you still have any concert tickets left? Su Shangbai asked. Which show and how many? Ho Chi Minh City Stadium, just one. I'll go alone. The Bai Sugar Industries operations were mainly in Southeast Asia, where labor was cheaper, so attending a concert in Vietnam was easier for him. Hold on. Chu Zhi contacted the event company. It's common knowledge that large concerts use professional firms to handle ticketing and logistics. Should I book it under this phone number? Send me your ID too, he said. Thanks, really. Su Shangbai had tried buying tickets himself but failed several times before giving up. No need to be polite. Between the two of us, saying thanks would be too formal, Chu Zhi said. If you really want to thank me, then handle the New Year's dinner when I'm back. Deal? Su Shangbai said easily, then added, Brother Gio, once your concert's over, leave the U.S. as soon as you can. I'll be back in China tomorrow. Su Shangbai was busy, and though Chu Zhi wanted to chat more, he heard the background noise of machinery, probably the factory, so he hung up. Busy? Well, being busy isn't a bad thing. Let's get to work. It's not even 2 yet, still a long way till sunrise. We'll stop the French translation here. What matters now is picking songs for the international album. We've only released a Chinese album this year, which is way too lazy. Most singers would have been considered hardworking if they released one album a year, but Chu Zhi, yeah, he was just plain lazy. He started working again, head down and focused. Outside, the night was quiet, or at least it should have been. Wait, was that firelight? Huh, what's going on? Having played Emperor Beast on stage, Chu Zhi knew better than to let curiosity kill the cat, so he quietly pulled the curtains shut. Tonight, Los Angeles wasn't peaceful. The Save Hope organization had just finished a protest demanding better pay for blue-collar workers. The streets were noisy, and so was the English-speaking internet. News about the Los Angeles concert had exploded everywhere, dominating headlines worldwide. Even the Wall Street Journal's estimates were way too conservative. According to Dr. Fay's quick calculations, about 350,000 people showed up on Figueroa Street last night. 6,000 were inside the venue, which meant nearly 300,000 fans had gathered outside. A scene like that wasn't unheard of in history. Back in the 90s, during the reign of the last pop king, Presley's Berlin concert drew over 500,000 people, and the city had to seal off an entire district. A dozen people were injured from the crowd crush. But that was the 90s. People weren't glued to their phones back then, and mass gatherings were still possible. These days, look at a Kindabell, hailed as America's next pop king. Even at his peak, he only pulled in about 200,000 people. From any angle, Chu Zhi's Los Angeles stop shaking the entire world wasn't surprising at all. Tonight, the brightest star in Los Angeles is Chu Zhi. Los Angeles Morning Post. The man who saved physical albums has once again saved the live performance industry. New York Times. He's the man with the most fans in the world. Build. Chu Zhi proved two things. The sun and the news just kept coming, flooding every feed. Wait, two things. Which two? Chu Zhi has set an incredible record. He's the only singer in Forbes' global top 10 highest-earning singers list who doesn't endorse a luxury brand. He's proven that luxury endorsements aren't a requirement to become a top artist. The second thing, Chu Zhi is also the only celebrity in Forbes' global top 20 who completely failed with his self-founded brand. Reportedly, his label Mujire has already replaced 2 design directors, yet still hasn't managed to release a single product on the market. He's proven that fame doesn't guarantee business success, even if you're as popular as Chu Zhi. Sarcastic much? The Sun really couldn't help itself. They mocked Chu Zhi and luxury brands in the same breath. No wonder the paper had been voted one of the most disliked publications in the world. It had earned that title. Oh right, Chu Zhi hadn't forgotten about that fan who fainted during the concert. He'd been thinking about it since that night. Please take care of it, Sister Nyo, he said before hanging up. That was what a world-class idol looked like. Nyo Jiangxue couldn't even count how many times she'd sighed in admiration. When it came to caring for fans, Chu Zhi truly paid attention to every single detail. Nyo Jiangxue quickly arranged things, though since she was in China, she left the on-site coordination to Aigua's U.S. branch. As mentioned before, Chu Zhi's overseas branches all ran as real operations. Most of them ran at a loss, but they were handy for handling cross-border matters like this. There are only a little over 10 concerts left, Nyo Jiangxue said, frowning a little. Next month you'll be joining the Matrix production team. She was worried. Warner's recent sci-fi films had all flopped, and the market wasn't looking good for traditional science fiction. Some sociologists even coined a term for it, sci-fi fatigue, a phenomenon where moviegoers subconsciously avoided sci-fi titles when buying tickets. That theory sounded a bit mystical, but Nyo Jiangxue still felt uneasy. She checked domestic reviews, something that was usually Wang Yuan's job. But since Wang Yuan wasn't feeling well today, she took it on herself. Even a concert can set Twitter and Facebook on fire. That's our ragdoll for you. Too bad Tokyo's concert is still 2 weeks away. The crowd there will probably be even bigger, maybe even pass 1 million. I feel like we little fruits in China haven't been fed enough. Why's he gone abroad again? I still couldn't get a ticket for the China concert. Sob sob. Isn't Los Angeles called America's Little Mumbai? Why not just perform in the real Mumbai then? Every concert is full of surprises. He's already dropped 3 new songs this tour. Miss one, and you're missing history. His singing technique's insane. I went to the concert because of a friend, but by the end, I'd become his fan. Don't ask how I, not being a fan, managed to get a ticket. Let's just say knowledge got me one. Those were just random comments from fans all over the world, and any smart reader could probably guess which country each came from. Location, Los Angeles. Scene, hospital. Excuse me, miss, why am I in the hospital? Kendall Jenner woke up in a daze. The surroundings looked unfamiliar, and seeing a nurse nearby, she quickly asked. The nurse smiled. Miss Jenner, you're at Dr. Ed's clinic. You fainted from excitement during the concert and were brought here. Too excited? The concert. Kendall sat up straight in bed, panicked. Wait, has the concert ended? I mean, what time is it now? The nurse looked to be in her 40s, so Kendall assumed she wasn't into pop culture and changed her question. It's 3:30 in the morning. You've been unconscious for over 6 hours, the nurse said. If you mean Chu Zhi's Los Angeles concert, yes, it's over. Don't be fooled by her age. The nurse was an internet regular. Even people who didn't chase idols had heard of Chu Zhi's legendary concerts. Kendall froze. Completely. She'd resisted buying a new handbag just to afford that ticket, and now she'd missed the entire show. $899 gone. She hadn't even heard a single song. The regret was written all over her face. Please calm down, Miss Jenner. The nurse tried to soothe her, worried she might faint again. She also quietly thought it was a bit of a waste. That day alone, the clinic had received 74 cases of fans fainting from excitement. Most woke up after anywhere from 15 minutes to a few hours. The nurse had learned from other patients that Chu Zhi's concert tickets range from $899 to $118, with an average price of $350. Definitely not cheap. Please rest well, the nurse said before leaving. How could she rest? Kendall felt useless. How could she have fainted like that? Had she never seen a man before? Well, Chu Zhi wasn't like other men. Two little versions of herself were arguing in her head. Unable to shake the frustration, Kendall grabbed her phone to rant to her best friend. She couldn't keep her emotions bottled up or she'd explode. She turned on her phone and immediately saw a long list of missed calls from friends, family, and a few unknown numbers. Oh right, she hadn't even told her family she was okay. Wait, what's this number? She muttered, spotting a strange one that had called several times in a row. Maybe one of her friends had changed numbers? Her question was answered when she saw a message from that same number. Dear Miss Kendall Jenner, I'm Mark, a staff member from Igwa Media's U.S. branch. Thank you for supporting our artist, Chu Zhi. We noticed you purchased a ticket for the In Harmony with Chu World Tour, Los Angeles stop, through Ticketmaster, but couldn't attend due to health reasons. You may apply for a partial refund through the Orange Grove official website. Once approved, we'll refund 90% of your ticket price, minus a 10% platform fee. We hope you recover soon. For further inquiries, please call or email our support team. Refund. Kendall blinked in disbelief. Wait, seriously? It felt like the heavens had just dropped her a pizza. Could this really be true? Or was it some kind of scam? Number 595. Winning the world over. Jenner really didn't want to admit she'd missed the concert, but in the end, she had no choice except to swallow that bitter truth whole. She never even thought about asking for a refund. How could a refund possibly go through? Even with her brown hair, she couldn't imagine that working out. Fainting mid-concert was clearly her own fault. Still, she decided to give it a try anyway. Of course, she wasn't stupid. She downloaded the international version of Orange Grove and went through the official refund page herself. When she saw that the refund was real, she almost couldn't believe it. If she had to choose between money and watching her idol live, she'd pick the concert without hesitation. But now that she'd missed it, getting 90% of her ticket price back meant she could at least stop the bleeding. Jenner wasn't naive. She didn't believe some branch office could just decide refunds on its own. This had to be her idol's idea. What kind of perfect, one-of-a-kind idol would do that? After filling in the required information and submitting her request, Jenner felt a weight lift off her chest. Then she got an idea. She wanted to post about this online, to let that bitch Nassi see just how amazing Chu Zhi really was. A bit of backstory. Nassi used to be her best friend. They used to talk about everything, but their friendship sank like a rock the moment they disagreed about their idols. They'd unfollowed each other since then, though both occasionally checked the other's feed out of habit. Usually there wasn't much to see. But this time, when Jenner absent-mindedly clicked on Nassi's alt account, something completely unexpected popped up. #refund arranged. I fainted less than half an hour into the Los Angeles concert because of health issues. Thankfully, my idol is Chu Zhi, but I've been given a refund. I don't know why, but I suddenly remembered a quote I once read. If you shed tears when you miss the sun, you also miss the stars. My idol doesn't want his fans to cry or to lose their stars. Attached image. Jenner zoomed in on the picture and saw the refund confirmation screenshot from Orange Grove. Fuck, that sly bitch. She admired her idol too? She knew all about Nassi's alt account. Every time Nassi posted, her main account would immediately like it. Anyone with half a brain could tell it was her. Jenner's own alt was much more discreet, completely untraceable. Still fuming, she typed a sharp reply from her alt. You don't even know that quotes from The Gardener by Rabindranath Tagore? You're embarrassing your idol. That jab would definitely piss Nassi off. Plus, considering Nassi was probably still in the hospital, the reply came surprisingly.